Acceleration by complex motives. Naruko was laying in her bed looking at the ceiling and had been for the past couple of hours. After the meeting with her dad, her brain went into overload, and this was the only way she knew how to clear it. If Minato was right about the Akatsuki, and Naruko was sure he was, then the world would go from slowly starting up aging to moving faster than light. It was a troubling thought, and Naruko knew she'd be right in the middle of it. If no, when the Akatsuki came after her, would she be strong enough? Would they be just as strong or stronger than Naruto? Even though her friends promised to help her, how many of them would have to die before one of the Akatsuki members were taken down? They got lucky when fighting Naruto. If it wasn't for Shikamaru's plan and Minamo's sacrifice to provide the information for that plan, then Naruto would have killed a lot more of them than just 2 Umbu. So many questions, so many problems. Naruko wished she could just go back to being an academy student and let everyone else handle things, but that wasn't an option. There was no choice but to keep on keeping on. In the days to come, Minato would be proven right in the fact that the peace was ending. There was a 20 ninja massacre by 2 unknown ninjas. Umbu sent to investigate them never came back, and then the first real confirmation of the Akatsuki arrived, and it couldn't have been a worse wake-call for the world. The first jinchuriki was captured, Gaara the Kazekage of the Sand. He was even captured in his own village, which really showed the world how powerful the Akatsuki was. Suna contacted Minato almost immediately after it happened, asking for help. Minato, who thought that doing this would help his relationship with the Sand, but more importantly to get more information on the Akatsuki, decided to help. Minato was just going to send Guy's team and Kakashi's team minus Naruko, since Minato would not hand the Akatsuki his daughter. To replace Naruko, he would have sent Itachi, but this plan fell through. Itachi was not in the village, instead he was on a highly important mission, and Naruko complained how badly she wanted to go, so the final lineup was Team Guy, Team Kakashi and Kushina to make sure Naruko was safe. "You all understand the mission, right?" Minato said. "Get to Suna, find out what's going on, then trail the Akatsuki to find Gaara," Minima said. "Good, but remember, if it gets too dangerous you leave," Minato said with that strict down-to-business tone. "Got it," Kushina said. "Then you better be on your way," Minato said. Naruto and Haiden were walking through the mountains on their way to Kumo. "Why is it so fucking cold?" Haiden yelled. Now Naruto prided himself on being calm and collective, but Haiden had been complaining ever since they left the base, and that had been a while ago. That, combined with the bounty hunters that tried to kill them and Haiden having them stop every half hour to do his ritual, was really getting to him. "Because we're in the mountains where it's cold, and maybe you wouldn't be so cold if you put a shirt on," Naruto yelled. There was silence for a brief moment. "I don't want to," Haiden said. This caused Naruto punched the rock wall to the side of him in anger. His enhanced punch was so strong that the rock wall was sent crumbling down. "And you say I have anger issues?" Haiden said. "Let's just get going," Naruto said, trying his best not to rip Haiden limb from limb. "Actually, it's time for my ritual," Haiden said. That was the last straw for Naruto. He got into an attacking position, prepared to rip Haiden's head off. He would have done it too if Pain hadn't started communicating with them at that exact moment. "Sasori and Deidara caught the One Tail, will be sealing it soon, so get ready." Naruto sighed. It looks like he wouldn't be killing Haiden today. "You heard him, let's find a spot to meditate," Naruto said. "What in the fucking cold?" Haiden yelled. Naruto, choosing to ignore him, jumped up the side of the mountain so he was off the path. Haiden followed him shortly after, and when they got mildly comfortable they sent their thought to the ceiling statue. Naruto and Haiden appeared on one of the fingers of the statue, looking like some kind of rainbow hologram. Everyone else was already there in their holographic form with the exception of Deidara and Sasori, who were already in the room. Gaara was laid out on the floor in front of them. "Now that we're all here we can begin," Pain said. All the Akatsuki members did the required hand sign, and a strange aura came from the statue's mouth. Hey, how long is this going to take? Hayden said, becoming bored just after a couple seconds of this. 3 days, Pain said. 3 days. Are you fucking kidding me? We'll be here forever. Hayden said. Hayden, you do long rituals all the time, so why is this a problem? Naruto asked. Because this doesn't have anything to do with Jashin. Hayden said like it was common knowledge. I hate you, was all Naruto said in reply. Stop your bickering. The longer this takes us, the more time the ninja have to find us. Pain said. So the sand ninja are going to try and crash the party. Kisame said. Actually, then enlisted the Leaf Nin for help. They'll be at Suna in a day, Zesta said. Who's coming? Kakazu asked. Almost all of Naruto's family, along with some other troublesome foes. In fact, 3 days might be too long if we don't do something to stall their progress. Zesta said. I'm guessing you have a plan to stall them then. Sasori said. We called in Suigetsu, the girls and Toby to fight them. If they get too close, it's going to be a family reunion. Zesta said. Are they strong enough to beat them? And since they used to be Leaf Nin, will they even fight them? Kakazu asked what every other Akatsuki was thinking. Well, Naruto, are they? Pain asked. They're probably not strong enough to beat those odds, but they should definitely be able to buy us enough time. Naruto said. That's not the problem, it's if the girls will fight their home village. After all, your sisters are on both sides. Kisame said. They're loyal to me. Naruto said plainly. They better be, because if they betray the Akatsuki I will kill them. Pain said. The girls, Suigetsu, Toby and a white Zesta clone were set up a couple miles away from the sealing site, going over the plan of attack. Wow, this is exciting, going up against these strong foes. Of course there'll be no match for me. Toby said, doing some kind of fighting pose. Toby, can you stop messing around and get over here? Mito yelled. Now that's not very nice. Maybe if you said, please, then maybe I'll. Toby screamed as Suigetsu started shooting water bullets at him. Thank you, Hitomi said. Anyways, back to the plan. They'll want to get to Gaara as fast as possible, so once they find Gaara's scent, they probably make a straight shot from the sand, so we should set up traps on this path. Hitomi said, dragging her finger along the map. But won't they be expecting traps? Hanabi asked. We'll just have to make them well hidden. We'll also be able to track their progress thanks to our second set of eyes. Hitomi said, pointing to the white Zesta clone. We'll also have Suigetsu in a nearby pond for an ambush. Hopefully they actually come over there. It's a little out of the way. Suigetsu said. Yeah, but there's a good chance that they'll decide to walk over the pond instead of taking their time going through the tress. Hitomi said. What about me? What do I get to do? Toby said. Hitomi turned to Toby and gave him the brightest smile she could. Toby, you get the most important job of them all. You have to guard the area right by the cave and make sure no one gets in if they get past us. Wow, that is important, but never fear, Toby won't let any of those ninja scums get past him. Toby said as he went running off. I thought there were already measures taken to defend the cave. Mito asked. There is, but at least this way Toby can't screw anything up. I hope. Hitomi said. The Leaf Ninja arrived at the Suna about a day later, and things were not looking good. Kankuro, who had went out to chase after the Akatsuki, was near death because he had been poisoned. Shio, a very old lady who was apparently Suna's poison expert, couldn't cure it, so it. The other huge problem was the sandstorm that was raging outside. They couldn't risk traveling because due to the fact that they had to track the Akatsuki, and with all that sand it would be way too easy to get lost. Is there anything we can do to help? Tenten asked Granny Chio. Not unless you know more about poisons than me, and no one does. Chio said. Actually, that's not true. The Slug Queen might be able to do it. She said after thinking about it a little more. Tsunade, this would be right up her alley. Minima said. But there's no way we could get her here in time. Kakashi said. Well, we can't just give up on him. Lee shouted, looking at Kankuro, who looked to be in a lot of pain. Well, the only way he's going to get better is if we have an antidote, but since I can't make one, the only option is to force the man who poisoned him to give us one. Shio said. Who would that be? Kushina asked. Shio avoided looking Kushina in the eyes. Kankuro said it was Sasori of the Red Sand, which would be my grandson. The whole room was silent, trying to take that in. Eventually, it got too much for Naruko, and she decided to leave. Once out in the halls, she saw Temari, sitting on one of the many benches scattered around the hospital. She looked like she had been crying, and Naruko suddenly realized how hard this must be for her. One of her brothers had been kidnapped by the Akatsuki, and her other one was dying in the room next door. She reminded Naruko of herself and the two siblings that she couldn't do anything to help. Naruko felt for Temari, because if Kankuro and Gaara died, then she'd be all alone. No parent, no siblings, no one. Naruko couldn't even imagine even when Mito ran away she had Minima, Kasen and Tusan, and even after she told them how horrible she had been to Mito, they still loved her. Naruko would need to thank them for that. Hey, are you all right? Naruko said, taking a seat next to Temari. Not really. Things were going so well for the village a week ago, and now this. Temari said, a few tears running down her face. Don't worry, we'll rescue Gaara and save Kankuro, and you'll be right beside us. Naruko said. Actually, I'm not going. Temari said. Naruko was shocked. She couldn't believe that Temari wasn't going. What, why don't you want to save you brothers? Of course I do. Temari yelled, tears streaming down her face. But the council isn't letting me. In fact, they're not letting anyone go. They think Gaara is a lost cause. Why do you think we called you for help? I didn't think about that. Naruko said quietly. Still, I'm glad you came after what we did to you during the Chunin exams. You should be glad that Gaara got captured. Temari said. I would never let the Akatsuki keep Gaara, and not just because we're both jinchuriki, but because we're friends. Naruko said. Thanks, Temari replied. After one full day filled with worry, the sandstorm finally lifted. The Leaf Ninja were ready to go the moment they could, because every second that they weren't looking was another second that the Akatsuki had with Gaara, the less chance Kankuro had. They weren't the only ones going. Chio was coming to help too. She wasn't a ninja anymore, so the council couldn't stop her. All right, let's move out. Kakashi said, who had packed tracing Sasori, thanks to a piece of cloth Kankuro managed to get. They ran as fast as they could, and were making pretty good time as the sun started to set. They even managed to reach the forest before long. It felt like they were going to make it within the day, but unknown to them they were being watched. After the white Zestu marked the ninja progress, he went back to the girls and told them their location and who was in the group. So my mom and sister are here. Mito said. Mito, are you sure you'll be able to fight them? They are your family. Hitomi said. Of course I'll fight them. Have you forgotten how my family threw me to the side? Well, I haven't. Naruto's my only family now. Mito yelled, not happy with the question. It was just a question. Hitomi said, surprised by Mito's sudden outburst. Could she still hate her family that much after all these years? Hitomi guesses she shouldn't be talking after all. She still hated Itachi. Anyways, they should be hitting the traps soon, so we should get set up. Yasuagetsu already in position, and we don't want to cause Naruto any problems just because we couldn't stop them. Hanabi said. How long till the sealing done? Hitomi asked White Zestu. A little less than a day. He said. Then that's how long we'll have to keep them at bay. Hitomi said. Let's get going, Hanabi said, leading them to the ambush point. Kakashi saw the tripwire dead ahead. It was well hidden, and would have gotten any regular ninja, but not Kakashi. Looks like they planted traps. There's a tripwire dead ahead. Just avoid it. We don't want to waste time by dismantling it. Hi, the group said as they jumped over the wire. This was the start of a long track, though dozens of traps. Unlike the wire, the next traps couldn't simply be jumped over. They ranged from hidden holes to explosive tags set to go off when someone got too close. The team was good enough not to set any of them off, but they had to waste time finding a way around them or dismantling them. This slowed their progress to a crawl. There shouldn't be this many traps, Tenten said. What are you talking about? Naruko said. I'm saying that if it's taking you this long to make it past the traps, it must have taken them just as long to set them up. Now maybe they could have set up a couple here and there, but the traps are everywhere. Do you really think that the people who kidnapped Gaara would stop and waste all this time? That is strange. They must have had someone come and plant the traps after the fact, Kushina said. Why would they do that? What's the point? Minima asked. The whole group thought about it. Well, let's see, you would only plant tarps to kill someone or keep someone from you. These traps aren't strong enough to kill us, but what's the point in setting them if your time could be better spent putting more distance between us and them? The only thing that placing traps would be good for is it hit Kushina like a truck if they can't move for some reason. These traps are just meant to waste our time, Kushina said, looking around the forest. The only reason they wouldn't be able to move is if they were removing the beast from Gaara. Is that even possible? Lee asked. It is, but it takes a lot of strong ninja to even attempt it, and even then it would take forever to complete it, Shio said. Damn, how much time have we wasted because of these traps? Kushina said angrily. Just clam down, it's not like we can get through them any quicker just because we know they're meant to slow us down, so let's just keep going, Guy said. That's just what they did, slowly made their way through the traps. It took the rest of the day before they finally made it past all of them. All right, we'll rest here for a couple hours, Kushina said. What, we can't stop now? We still have to find Gaara, Naruko said. We can't risk going any farther right now, Kushina said. If the traps stop, then that means we close, and we're definitely going to have to fight if we get there, so we're going to rest and get our strength up. Then we'll head out. Naruko didn't like it, but she understood Kushina's logic, so she couldn't put up too much of an argument. Naruko wandered around for a little bit looking at the scenery. It wasn't too long before Naruko started to get tired. She guessed going through all those traps really took it out of her. Naruko decided that she would take a short nap. She found a nice soft spot on the ground and fell asleep almost immediately. Naruko, wake up, someone said. Naruko didn't want to. It was so cozy and warm lying in the grass, but Naruko slowly opened her eyes to see Minima standing in front. Naruko thought how pretty her sister looked, sunlight hitting her at the perfect angle, her red hair. So wait a minute, sunlight. Naruko shot up to look at the sky. The sun wasn't just out, it was high in the sky. Minima, what happened? Naruko asked. Someone cast a genjutsu on us that caused us all to fall asleep, Minima said. But how, we have Kakashi and Sasuke, shouldn't they have been able to spot the genjutsu? Naruko asked. Apparently not, but come on, we have to meet up with Kaya-san to figure out what we're going to do, Minima said. Naruko and Minima walked up to join the other. Every looked frustrated and Sasuke and Kakashi looked ashamed for not spotting the genjutsu. We lost a lot of time, but there's nothing we can do about it, so let's get moving on the double, Kushina said. Hi, the group said as they ran off as fast as they could. The white Zesta clone, who had been watching them ever since they fell asleep, went to report back to the girls. They've woken up, Zesta said to the girls when he arrived. And at the speed they're going, they'll make it, if only barely. Damn, if only they could have slept for a little bit longer, Hitomi cursed. Still, your genjutsu got us a ton of time, Mito said. Yeah, that jutsu is pretty amazing. It's the only genjutsu I ever got Naruto with, Hitomi said. Why didn't you just kill them while they were sleeping? White Zesta asked. Ninja are trained to sense attacks even if they're sleeping. My jinjutsu only puts them to sleep, it doesn't keep them asleep, which is the reason why I couldn't predict when they walk up. Hitomi said. If we had tried to attack him, the odds are they would walk up. Then they'd have that much more time, not to mention we'd be completely outnumbered. If only they went over the lake, then Suigetsu would have stalled them for long enough. Hanabi said. Well, that didn't happen and we can't go back and get him, so it looks like we'll be the ones fighting. Hitomi said. I wonder how my family's going to react when they see we've joined the Akatsuki? Mito said. Maybe the shook alone will be enough to stall them. By the way, how long do we have to stall them for? Hitomi asked White Zestu. Not long, 30 minutes at the max. He said. Then we better get moving. Hanabi said as the girls started running to the ambush point. The group was on the move again. With no more traps, they were able to leave the forest behind and were now in a valley with trees on either side of them. It was dangerous to travel in the open like this, but they could travel at full speed this way. Their scents are getting stronger, we're almost there. Pakken said. Yes, we're going to make it. Lee yelled. The celebration was cut short, however, when dark clouds suddenly started to roll in and a lightning bolt came from the sky. The group had to dodge out of the way to avoid being fried. We're beginning attacked defensive positions. Guy said. Niji, use Byakugan and figure out who launched that lightning bolt. Guy, I think you mean figure out who's launching lightning bolts. Kakashi said as lightning started to rain down on them. The group was forced to keep dodging the seemingly endless supply of lightning bolts while Niji scanned the area. Found him. Niji said after 2 minutes of searching. In that tree, they're using the leaves as cover. Got it, Kushina said as she shot a chain at high speed towards the tree Niji pointed at. They all saw Kushina's chain hit the tree, causing it to splinter into a million pieces, but they also saw a blur holding what looked like 2 swords jumped out of the tree before Kushina's chain hit. Damn, I missed. At least the lightning stopped. Minima said. Yeah, but if we don't get him, then it's just going to start raining lightning again. Shio said. Then let's get going, we don't have a lot of time. Tenten said, but before they could make it one step towards their target, about 50 small fireballs were launched at them from the other side. Earth wall. Kakashi said, doing a few hand signs, putting a wall between them and the fire. Looks like there's more than one. Kakashi said. That can't be, I would have noticed. Niji said, looking through the wall with his Byakugan. Something's coming. Niji yelled. Everyone dropped to the floor as a needle pierced through the wall Kakashi had made. It would have priced Lee's heart had it not be for Niji's warning. The needle was embedded in the ground for a second before it was pulled back through the wall by a string connected to it. Just as the group was getting back on their feet, the lighting started again. It's never ending. Kakashi said as he was forced to dodge another bolt. We've got to do something. Kushina said. I've got an idea. Minima said. Niji, can you find who's shooting that lighting again? Sure, Niji said as he started scanning the area. Found him, Niji said, pointing to another tree. Ka-san, can you shoot a chain at the tree again? Minima asked. But he'll just dodge again. Kushina said. Don't worry about that. I've got a plan. Minima said, placing her hand on the ground. All right, Kushina said, sending another chain at the tree. Just like last time, the tree was destroyed by Kushina's chain and a figure jump off, but this time one of Minima's chains shot from the ground under the figure since Minima knew he would dodge. The figure, unable to move in midair, was caught by Minima's chain wrapping around his leg. Minima then used her chain to throw the figure toward the group. The figure was sent tumbling to the ground just in front of them. They couldn't see who it was due to the dust that had risen due to the impact, but when it cleared they got the shock of a lifetime. Wow, it looks like I underestimated you. Mito said, brushing the dust off her cloak. The whole group couldn't believe what they were seeing, but none were as affected as Kushina. Mito, what are you doing here? Kushina asked, looking at her baby girl. She was holding two swords that Kushina knew was the Kiba. I think that's oblivious, I'm trying to stop. Mito said with a cocky smile. That can't be. That would mean you're part of the Akatsuki. Kushina said, tears leaking down her face. That's right, Mito said, seeming like she was having fun torturing them. But why? Kushina yelled. Do you even know what the Akatsuki's trying to do? Kushina said, hoping that they had just fooled her, and when Kushina explained what they were really doing, Mito would come home. The Akatsuki's goal is to capture all the tailed beasts. Mito said matter-of-factly. This broke Kushina's heart. Her own daughter had joined an organization to hunt down Naruko. What could have caused her to do this? Mito, were your family, why would you do this? Everyone was surprised when Mito started laughing. Family, that's a good one. Tell me, Kaya-san, what kind of family ignores their daughter and punishes her when Naruko decided to release some demonic chakra? This hit Naruko hard, as she remembered all the times she would do that just to get Mito in trouble. Mito, I've changed, I promise that I'm not like that anymore. Naruko pleaded. Even if you have, which Mito didn't believe, it's already too late. I've found a new family in the Akatsuki. One that gives me way more respect than you ever did. Mito yelled, releasing some very potent killer instinct. They could all feel it, the hate that Mito felt for her family. It got them thinking, were they really that bad? Mito, come on, we'll make it up to you. Minima pleaded. Why should I give you the chance? Mito yelled. I don't know what will happen if I go back to the leaf, but I do know what did happen. When I was in the leaf, I was miserable, but what I found after I left made me happy, so why would I go back? Isn't there anything we can do to make you come back? Kushina said softly. Well, you could beat me and force me to come back as a prisoner, since we are enemies now. Mito said, knowing this would really get to Kushina. You can't really mean that? Kushina said in shock. You can't really expect us to fight you? You bet I can. Mito said as she put her two swords together and shoot lightning at Kushina. Kushina, still being in shock for seeing her daughter after all these years, didn't even try to dodge, so it was up to Minima to use her own lighting jutsu and meet Mito's jutsu halfway. When they connected, they cancelled each other out. Mito, just look at the position you're in, you can't really expect to beat us, just look how outnumbered you are. Minima said, trying to make Mito see reason. I'm not as outnumbered as you think. Mito said as two figures that everyone knew jumped to either side of Mito. Lady Hanabi, Niji said in shock. It's been a long time, hasn't Niji? How's my sister doing? Hanabi said, and everyone noticed the three sharpened teeth and wondered how she got them. Hitomi, Sasuke said without much emotion. Sasuke, Hitomi said exactly the same way. So it looks like all of you have joined the Akatsuki. Kakashi said, noticing their wardrobe. You give us too much credit, Hanabi said. We're not even part of the main force. If that's the case, then it shouldn't be too hard to get past you. Sasuke said, making the Namake's family look at him with a disgusted look. Sasuke, that's my sister and your cousin. We can't just fight them. Naruko said, quiet enough so the girls couldn't hear. I get what you're saying, but we're on a mission and we can't afford to be wasting time. We have to fight. Sasuke said, activating his Sharingan. He's right, it looks like we only have one choice. Kakashi said, getting into a fighting position. Naruko didn't like what she was hearing, but if Mito wasn't going to come with them willingly, then what other choice did they have? Sasuke launched a huge fireball at the girls. Hitomi saw this and launched her own equally as big fireball to cancel Sasuke's. Naruko did a great breakthrough wind jutsu to increase the power of Sasuke's fireball. It worked, the fireball smashed Hitomi's fireball. Water formation wall. Hanabi yelled, creating a huge wall of water putting out the fireball. That wasn't all, however, as the water continued to flow towards the leaf ninja. Crap, it's going to hit us. Naruko said. Don't worry, I got this, Tenten said as she threw a bunch of kunais with explosive tag at the rushing water. The explosion caused the water to collapse in on itself, so instead of a raging wave hitting them it was a clam steam, like when you let the waves break on your feet at the beach. This moment was short-lived however, as the leaf ninja saw Mito doing some hand signs with her swords on the ground on either side of her. "Everyone jump!" Kakashi yelled. Everyone did right before the water was electrocuted thanks to Mito's jutsu. But the girls weren't done yet. Since now all the leaf ninja were in the air, they wouldn't be able to move, giving Hanabi the perfect chance to skewer one of them with her needle, and her target was Sasuke. With the needle flying right towards him, Sasuke knew there was no way he was going to survive, but right before the needle went through his brain it suddenly turned and flew off in a different direction. Sasuke didn't know what happened, and by the look on Hanabi's face neither did she. They all landed on the ground away from the water safely. "What the heck just happened?" Naruko asked Sasuke. "I don't know," Sasuke said. "Well then I guess it was a good thing I was here, or you youngling would be dead," Chio said, holding up one of her fingers, and Naruko and Sasuke could now see a chakra string connected to Hanabi's sword. "When did you do that?" Hanabi said angrily as she brought back her sword to her hand and cut the chakra string. Chio chuckled at the girl. "Maybe your eyes aren't as good as you thought," she said. "I did that when you priced the mud wall." They could have sworn they heard Hanabi growl at the thought of an opponent getting a chakra string past her eyes. "There's no need to be mad, I just hid my string behind one of your friends when you threw it." Hanabi wanted to kill her for embarrassing her like that, but she knew that if she rushed in there like an idiot she'd get herself killed or captured. Not like rushing in would have been an option at that point since Kakashi and Guy were rushing towards them. The girls got into a defensive position and a taijutsu battle ensured. The girls assumed that they were only using taijutsu because they didn't want to hurt them too badly, because they still had this idea in their heads that they could get the girls to come back. How wrong they were. Now the girls weren't complaining, since if Kakashi was using ninjutsu then the girls would probably be beat. That's not to say it was easy to keep two highly skilled jounin off then, in a taijutsu battle. They were doing pretty good thanks to all that training with Haiden, so the full fight was the girls trading blows with the jounin, with the exception that Guy would get in a great hit everyone in a while since he was by the far the best taijutsu user out of all of them. As the fight went on it was becoming more and more oblivious who was winning as the jounin kept making ground. It was a good thing that the rest of the leaf nin didn't join, since against all of them there was no way the girls would be able to hold their own, but relief finally came. What Zesto emerged from the ground behind the leaf ninja so they couldn't see him, but the girls could. He gave them a creepy smile and a thumbs up, which the girls knew meant that they had stalled for long enough. The girls jumped back to put some distance between them and the jounin. Guy and Kakashi were going to go after them, but Mito's words stopped them. "Well, it was fun seeing you guys again, but we've got to go," Mito said right before a smoke bomb went off. "Wait, don't go," Kushina shouted in a desperate attempt to stop them, but they had already disappeared. Kushina looked heartbroken for losing her daughter again before she made a decision. Kakashi were going after them. Kakashi looked at her in shock, not knowing what to say. On one hand, going after them would be basically abandoning the mission. On the other hand, the look of determination in Kushina's eyes made Kakashi a little scared to go against her order. Lucky someone had a little more backbone than Kakashi. "No," Chio said. "I don't care if that is your daughter, the fact is they are the enemy now, and going after them will jeopardize the mission. And if you had a brain you would have realized they left because they don't think we can get to Gaara in time. So if we're going to have any chance of saving Gaara we need to live right now." Kushina glared at Chio, looking like she wanted to kill her, but she wasn't backing down from Kushina's glare. "Fine, let's get going," Kushina said, looking away from Chio. "Hi," they all said, although not as energetically as they had before, as they headed off to find Gaara. Unfortunately for them, the Akatsuki didn't leave anything to chance, and by the time they made it to the cave and had to deal with the boulder in the way, the last part of the tailed beast was being extracted. Gaara's dead body hit the hard stone floor with an echoing thud. Finally, Haiden said, "Please, after all your whining we should be saying that." Kakazu said. Those girls of yours did pretty well. They let us complete the ceiling without any problems. Zesta said to Naruto. Wait, so does that mean the Nine Tails is outside this cave? Deidara asked. Yes, Zesta said. It looks like I get to bag 2 jinchuriki. Deidara said. What are you talking about? Pain is the one taking on the Nine Tails. Kisame said. I'm sure he won't mind. Deidara said. Do what you want, just don't get cocky. Pain said in a very threatening voice. Whatever. Hey Naruto, the Nine Tails is your sister, right? What does she look like? Deidara asked. Naruto sighed. Kind of like you. Naruto said before disappearing along with the rest of the Akatsuki. What's that supposed to mean? Deidara said to himself. It doesn't matter now, come on, we have guest coming. Sasori said. Once the boulder was removed, Naruko, Minama, Kakashi, Sasuke, Chio, and Kushina rushed into the cave. Guy's team wasn't with them since they had to remove the seals that were keeping the boulder in place. But in the end it wasn't enough because when they entered the cave they saw Gaara's lifeless body and 2 Akatsuki bastards sitting on him. Kakashi noticed the blonde one was missing an arm. I'm glad you could make it, you don't know how long we've been waiting for you. Deidara said. You bastards, what did you do? Naruko yelled. I think that's obvious. Deidara said, kicking Gaara's head, which only made Naruko angrier. But if you still can't figure out, then I'll be glad to give you a demonstration. There's no way I'm going to let you even touch my daughter. Kushina yelled. That's too bad. I guess I'll just be on my way then. Deidara said with a creepy smile. Then he summoned a white bird thing and hopped on it. The bird then ate Gaara and took off flying right above them. I think I'm gonna take this as a souvenir though. Get back here. Naruko yelled and went chasing after him. Naruko, wait, that's what he wants you to do. Kakashi said in a vain attempt to stop her, but she was already gone. Damn it, Sasuke, you're with me, we're going after him. Do you 3 think you can handle Sasori? Kakashi asked the girls. Who do you think you're talking to? Beating this dried-up relic will be a cakewalk, Kushina said. Okay, let's get going, Sasuke. Kakashi said, and they both left to go chase after Naruko. Aren't you 3 confident calling me a relic when you have more than your fair share of age on your side? Sasori said. How about you give us the antidote for the poison you used on Kankuro, and we won't hurt you too badly? Minama said. And what if I don't have it on me? What if I gave it to someone else for safekeeping, like a certain red-headed girl, for instance? Sasori said with no small amount superiority. You shut up about her. Minama said as she started running at Sasori. She only got a couple steps when Sasori started launching hundreds of kunais at her. Minama stopped dead in her track, her eyes wide and fear on her face. There was no way she could dodge all of them. Maybe she could avoid any lethal shots if they were regular kunais, but she could see the purple poisonous substance on them. Just when Minama thought the kunais were going to hit her, her body started moving on its own, dodging the kunais up until they stopped coming. What just happened? Minama said, looking back at Kushina and Chio only to see that Chio had several chakra strings connected to Minama. Don't get so worked up, he's obviously lying. Chio said as she pulled on the chakra strings, which forced Minama back to them. Well, the Hokage must have done a terrible job training you, as you and your sister ran head first into a trap. Sasori said. Minama glared at him, but she couldn't hide her embarrassment since he was right. Don't worry about it, Minama. Kushina with her bright motherly smile. You're still young, so there's still plenty of time for you to improve, you just need more experience. What makes you think that she'll live long enough to get that experience? Sasori said. Because I'm helping her, and my friend here is going to do everything in her power to make sure she doesn't get hurt. Kushina said, looking at Chio for confirmation, to which Chio replied with a smile. Now Minama, watch closely, because your Kaya-san is going to show this puppet what happens when he messes with her children. Golden chains started appearing from Kushina's palms, and 2 more from her shoulder blades, making a total of 4. They all also had a spike at the end. Then at speeds that Minima could barely follow they slashed at Sasori. Sasori used his tail thing to block at the chains at speeds just as fast. Minima was amused. The series of sparks whenever the 2 weapons collided was just amazing. Minima knew this is what it meant to be S-class, to have power so far above your peers. Minima was so proud of her Kaisen, and wondered if one day she would be able to use her chains like that. The exchange of blows went on, but it was soon becoming apparent that Kushina was whining. It wasn't because she was faster or had more skill, it was simply because she had 4 chains and Sasori only had 1 tail. Then the climax began. Kushina used one of her chains to wrap around Sasori's tail, stopping him from blocking the 3 remaining chains. The slammed into the puppet, smashing it to pieces as a person covered in a sheet jumped out to avoid being killed. I'm impressed you managed to destroy my puppet on your own rather easily, but you are the wife of the 4th Hokage, so I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Sasori said, turning towards them so they could see his face. No, that can't be. How? Chio said in absolute shock, and everyone could see why. Sasori, who had left the village over 20 years ago, looked like he was in his teens. I was displeased with my odd body, so I made a new one. Sasori said in reply. It doesn't matter if you look 10 or 90. I'm still going to beat you down, and then you're going to tell me how you got my daughter and her friends to join you. Kushina said, looking at Sasori angrily. I'm well aware at how angry you must be at me right now, but if you think that you can beat me, then you're sorely mistaken. Sasori said, pulling out a scroll. Actually, I should say you're sorely mistaken if you think you can beat him. Sasori summoned a puppet that didn't look like anything special to Minima, but Kushina and Chio knew that this was bad news. The 3rd Kazekage, Chio said. Naruko dodged another clay bird, which exploded just beside her. This guy was really pissing Naruko off. He had been flying away on his bird the entire time, and occasionally threw a clay bird bomb at Naruko. They weren't threatening since he only threw one at a time, but they were starting to make Naruko's ears ring, which only aggravated her more, added with the fact that Naruko didn't have any long-range jutsus to hit Deidara with. Naruko didn't know why Deidara was seemingly leading her on a giant goose chase, but Naruko was getting really tired of it. She was about to increase her speed, but a voice stopped her. You really shouldn't run off like that, Kakashi said, appearing beside her along with Sasuke. But he has Gaara, Naruko said, trying to argue. Naruko, we're a team and teams do things together, Kakashi said rather harshly. Fine, Naruko said with a pout. So how are we going to get him? Kakashi looked up at Deidara, who didn't look happy that he had 2 more guests. That's easy, Kakashi said, giving Naruko an eye smile. We'll shoot him out of the sky. While Naruko and Kakashi were talking, Deidara was in deep thought. He now had 2 unwanted guests, and they had managed to talk some sense into the jinchuriki. Deidara had planned to get her as far away from the cave as possible, then blow her sky high, but since it seemed like Sasori had failed to keep them all in the cave, that plan was out the window. Or was it? All he would have to do is get the jinchuriki riled up again, and he knew just what to do. Alright, I understand, Naruko said to Kakashi. Good, now we can. Kakashi was cut off by a clay bird flying right at him. He dodged out of the way, and the bird flew right past him. What was that? Sasuke asked. It's a clay bird, but normally it explodes, Naruko said, wondering why it didn't. It might have been a dud, Kakashi said, but he had a hard time believing that. Let's just continue with the plan. Kakashi lifted up his headband to reveal his Sharingan. Sasuke also activated his Sharingan. Phoenix Sage Jutsu. Sasuke yelled, spitting fireballs from his mouth that started tracking Deidara. You'll have to do better than that, Deidara said, maneuvering his bird to dodge all of Sasuke's fireballs. Sasuke, watch out, Kakashi yelled. Sasuke was confused since he didn't see anything coming, But less than a second later a clay bird burst through one of Sasuke's fireball and was directly in front of him. Sasuke managed to dodge it, but it blew up beside him and singed his arm and clothes. Damn, he used my own fire jutsu to hide his jutsu. Sasuke said. That's what it means to be S-class. It's not just about high-level jutsus, it's how they can use everything to their advantage and catch their opponent off guard. Kakashi said. Just look at Deidara, he hasn't used any especially powerful jutsus, yet he's still managing to fight the three of us. But you're S-class too, so shouldn't you be equal? Naruko said. Not all S-classes are the same. Kakashi said, but Sasuke and Naruko noticed he had his eye smile. Luckily, I'm a pretty powerful S-class. Suddenly Kakashi disappeared in a pop of smoke. Deidara's eyes widened, seeing what he knew was a clone just disappear, so where was the real one? Deidara got his answer when Kakashi jumped up in front of him and landed on his bird. When did he get in front of me? Deidara thought as Kakashi started throwing kunais at him. I thought I told you you'd have to do better than that. Deidara said, jumping off his bird in order to dodge Kakashi's kunais. As Deidara was falling, Kakashi saw him do a hand sign and immediately jumped off the bird right before it exploded. Kakashi got back into formation with Sasuke and Naruko. Meanwhile, it looked like Deidara was going to plummet to the ground. However, an exact duplicate of the clay bird Deidara was previously riding came and picked him up along with eating Gaara as he fell out from the other bird. He wasn't only one riding on that bird though. I got your message and got here as fast as I could. Mito said. It's a good thing you did, or I would be a mess on the ground right now. Deidara said with a chuckle. Mito, Naruko said, not believing that her sister was having such a casual conversation with the guy who killed Gaara. That's why the bird didn't explode, it was a message for Mito. Sasuke said. Just keep calm, Mito's an enemy now, and we have to treat her as such. Kakashi said mainly to Naruko. Naruko didn't reply, she was only focused on Deidara with absolute hate in her eyes. After Mito finished her conversation with Deidara, she turned around to face them. Hey Naruko, long time no see. Oh wait, I guess we did stop you from saving Gaara, sorry about that, but hey, look on the bright side, at least you can experience a fraction of the hate I felt for you during my time living with you. Mito said, getting angrier with each passing word. Mito, I'm telling you I've changed, please believe me. Naruko pleaded. Here we go again, the princess doesn't get what she wants, so all she can do is cry, or better yet, why don't you use some of your demonic chakra? Mito said, smiling. Come on Naruko, do it, you've never hesitated before. I won't. Naruko yelled. Well, we'll just see about that. Mito said, pointing at the group with her hands made to look like finger guns. Dual lightning gun. Mito said, and started firing a small burst of lightning at them. Deidara supported her by throwing clay birds at them, putting them complete on the defensive. If this keeps up, we'll be killed. Sasuke said. What do we do, Kakashi? Naruko asked. Don't worry, you two haven't been the only ones training these past 3 years. Kakashi said, as it closed his Sharingan eye. What is he doing? Mito thought as she focused her fire on him. Kakashi suddenly opened his eye and gave Mito a brief glance at his Sharingan, which looked very different from Sasuke or Hitomi. Then he was gone. What the hell? Mito yelled, looking everywhere for Kakashi, but not seeing anything. Mito looked to Deidara for help and didn't like what she saw. Deidara didn't look panicked, but the way his eyes moved let Mito know that he couldn't find Kakashi either. Suddenly something that Mito could only describe as a vortex appeared right beside them. Mito could feel it trying to suck them in, and so could Deidara. He flipped the bird over so they were standing on the bottom of it with chakra in their feet. This was only a temporary solution, however, as the vortex was ripping the bottom of the bird off. They only had one choice at that point, they jumped off the bird onto the ground below. They were now face to face with Naruko and Sasuke, no longer having the advantage of flight. Kakashi also returned to his group, blood dripping for his Sharingan eye. Now that we're on equal footing, the real fight can begin," Kakashi said. One touch, that was all it would take to put them out of the fight. The thought sent shivers through Minima's entire body. Ever since Sasori had released the third Kazekage lined with poison weapons, from head to toe the fight had taken a turn for the worst. Getting close to Sasori was impossible with his puppet in the way. Hell, it was taking both Kushina and Chio with her two puppets that she called the mother and the father to keep up with the damn thing. Minima herself wasn't doing much, just throwing a kunai every once in a while or using her chains to try and hit the third Kazekage, but she had to stay very far away from it as per her Kaisan's orders. It didn't take long for Sasori to destroy the mother and father, leaving Kushina basically to fend for herself. Kushina wrapped a chain around the puppet's leg and threw it to the ground, but it just got right back up, not the least bit phased. Then it went on another barrage using every kind of weapon imaginable. Kushina did a good job avoiding all the weapons, but they knew that they couldn't keep this up because while Kushina was exhausting herself with all that dodging, Sasori had barely moved. The only solution was to destroy that puppet, but what could Minima do to help? Everything she did, the puppet would dodge it or block it like an afterthought. Had nothing changed? Was she still as weak as she was when she fought Naruto? Minima thought she had made leaps and bounds since then, but here she was just standing her being useless, hoping that someone faster and stronger would take care of everything. Minima suddenly felt a hand on her shoulder and looked up to see Chio. "You're worried, aren't you?" she said. "Was it really that obvious?" Minima said, looking down. "I'm just so useless." "Now this is not the time to feel sorry for yourself," Chio said. "I can't do much else," Minima said, looking at the fight going on in front of her. "You know, when faced with such overwhelming odds, there are two things people will do," Chio said. "They either decide that what they're trying to do is impossible and give up, or they will decide that no matter how bad it looks or how little of a chance they have, they'll still try, because they know that one move can change everything. That would be great, but unfortunately for me, I haven't been able to hit with any move, so I guess I'll just have to believe it's impossible," Minima said. "Then I guess you can give up, and when your sister is killed just like Gaara, I guess you can give up then too, because let me tell you something, it's not going to get any easier," Choji said, running off to rejoin the fight and hopefully give Kushina some support. Minima watched the fight with a blank look in her eyes. She didn't know what she was looking at. Was she looking at a tried and sweaty Kushina? No, it hurt too much to look at her cousin doing her best to win. Was she looking for an opening where the puppet could be hit by Minima, since she had long since been inactive? No, Minima could see Sasori's eyes dart over to her every so often. He might not think much of her, but he hadn't forgotten her. Maybe she was looking just because then she'd be able to say that she was there when the first Akatsuki member was killed. Minima was sure that no matter how bad it looked, Kushina would win. Not even when Kushina was panting for breath and barely able to dodge did Minima think she would lose, but that dream came crashing down when Kushina was finally hit. It was hardly even a scratch on her arm, nothing that a normal person would even have to worry about, but it broke skin, and that's all that mattered. The poison was inside her, and there was nothing she could do. Kushina immediately broke in a flush, sweat dripping down her face worse than ever, and her legs were starting to shake. Minima couldn't believe it, her cousin was going to die and had just been standing there watching. She had to do something. Time seemed to go in slow motion as the puppet got closer to Kushina. There was no way she had the strength to dodge it, and Chio wasn't going to be able to help. 1,000 plans seemed to rush through Minima's mind, but each one just seemed like it would get Kushina killed faster. Minima tried to think about all she had seen. There had to be some way to stop, if only for an instant. Then Minima thought about everything she knew about puppeteers. Then she remembered how Hanabi had dealt with Chio, and this gave her a plan. Minima shot a chain which the puppet dodged just as easily as before, but what Sasori didn't know was that Minima hadn't been aiming for the puppet. Minima smiled as her chain wrapped around the chakra strings that Sasori was using to control the puppet, and gave it a nice tug. The strings bunched up at one point, making it impossible for Sasori to control. Instead of taking the time to fix his current string, he let go of them and shot new ones at the puppet. Kushina had seen what Minima was trying to do, however, and used the last of her strength to shot a chain through the puppet before Sasori was able to get his new string to connect. Minima felt pride in being to help her Kaya-san, but that quickly disappeared as Kushina fell to the ground coughing up blood. Kaya-san! Minima screamed as she ran up to Kushina. Hey, that was some good thinking. How'd you come up with it? Kushina said weakly, trying to force herself to smile. I remembered how Hanabi cut the string that Chio connected to her sword and realized I could attack the strings instead of the puppet, but that doesn't matter right now. What about you? Minima said, tears running down her face. I'll be fine once you beat Sasori and get the antidote. Kushina said, going into a coughing fit. But there's no way I can beat him without your help, and what if he doesn't have the antidote on him? Minima said. He'll have the antidote. Chio said, walking over to join them. And Minima, you won't be alone, I'll be here to help. Minima smiled at Chio, thankful for the help. You think you can keep yourself alive while we kick my ungrateful grandson's ass? Chio asked Kushina. Who do you think you're talking to? Kushina said. I'm happy you three are getting in some bonding time, but I don't like to wait, so we're going to have to hurry this up. Sasori said as he brought up the still active third Kazekage. It had a huge hole in its chest and looked a little wobbly, but it could still fight. Damn, I thought I destroyed it. Kushina said. You just relax, we'll deal with it. Chio said, picking her up and moving her to the side of the cave away from the battle. This battle has gone on too long, so I hope you don't mind if I just end it now. Sasori said as his puppet started spitting out some sort of gray dust. What it that? Minima asked Chio. It's the jutsu that made the third the most feared out of all the Kazekages, iron sand. Chio explained as the sand combined to form a huge block and a triangular prism. Then the block came slamming down towards them. Minima and Chio dodged out of the way only to barely dodge the prism. Minima shot a chain at the sand only for it to bounce off harmlessly. That's not going to work, these things are almost indestructible. We're going to have to destroy the puppet to stop them. Chio said. That was hard enough without two giant things trying to crush us. Minima yelled. It's already heavily damaged, one good strike should be enough. Chio said as she used her chakra string to attach to the prism and throw it off course, if only by a couple inches. Fine, Minima said as she rushed the puppet, but just because it was using its iron said didn't mean it couldn't defend it itself. It fought Minima in pure taijutsu this time, probably because all of its weapon mechanics had been damaged or destroyed by Kushina attack. It also helped that it was a lot more sluggish than before, giving Minima hope that she could actually handle it, but just like always, things wouldn't be that easy. Minima noticed a huge shadow below her and knew she had to get out of there. The block of sand fell, just barely missing Minima as she moved out of the way, but once the block landed it swung to the left and hit Minima dead on. She went flying towards the wall of the cave wall. She hit it, creating a crater. Minima didn't have time to think about the pain she was in as the prism came at her. Minima pulled herself off the wall, letting the prism hit the space she had just occupied. Now Minima knew how Kushina felt, having to run around to dodge all the time. The fight had barely begun yet Minima was already running out of breath. She didn't know how much longer she could keep this up as she had to jump out of the way of yet another attack from the block. Chio was trying her best using her chakra strings to try and throw the object somewhere else, but the iron sand was just too heavy and Sasori had too great of a control over it. This gave Minima an idea, however. Minima stopped dead in her tracks and waited for the block to hover right over her head before dodging it as it came down. Then as quickly as she could, Minima placed her palm on the ground and 4 chakra chains shot out from the ground. They went up and over the block and connected at the top. The block was now anchored to the ground by Minima chain. Sasori tried to move the block and break the chains, but they were too strong. The same couldn't be said for Minima, however. Every time the block bashed against the chains it felt like Minima's arm was going to rip out of her socket since she had to hold the chains in place. Minima knew she wouldn't be able to hold it there for long, so she ran towards the puppet, extending the chain as she went. Sasori wasn't just going to let her rush his puppet that easily. The prism moved above Minima's head, and right when it was about to drop, the block bashed against the chains in the opposite direction, forcing Minima to stop. There was no way Minima could dodge now, and Sasori smirked, knowing that he would only have Chio to deal with. But something happened. The prism veered a little bit and missed Minima, and Sasori knew exactly what had happened. "Chio," Sasori growled. Chio was panting as it was hardly easy to move that huge thing with her chakra strings. "Minima, go for it." Choji screamed. "Hi," Minima yelled as she got closer and closer to the puppet. "I don't think so," Sasori yelled as his puppet tried to punch Minima. Sasori realized too late though that the puppet was too slow due to its damage, and Minima had a blue sphere in her hand. "Rasengan!" Minima yelled as she sent the Rasengan through the puppet's chest, completely tearing it apart, and with the fall of the puppet the sand could no longer hold its shape and fell to the ground. "Looks like you lost your ace," Chio said with a smirk. "That isn't my only ace," Sasori said darkly. He took off his cloak, revealing his puppet body. There was a cable in his stomach, and he sported 2 saw blades from his back. He also opened a compartment on the left side of his cheeks along with a scroll. Minima watched in horror as 100 puppets emerged. "Let's see you stop this," Sasori said. Chio hissed. "I promised myself I would never use this again, but it looks like I don't have a choice," Chio said, pulling out a scroll that released her own army of puppets, although it was only 1/10 the size of Sasori's. What ensued next couldn't be called anything else than a mosh pit. There was no strategy, just take down as many puppets as you could. Swords clashing against swords, chains hitting wood, and so on. When it was all over, nothing had been gained. All of Chio's puppets were destroyed, and so were Sasori's. Sasori was far from beat, however, as a lunged at Minima, using his blades to nearly chop off her arm. Minima was luckily, and by sheer panic, managed to dodge, but there was no questioning it. Sasori was fast, far too fast for Minima to keep up, and since Chio no longer had any puppets, Minima didn't know how much help she'd really be. Then Sasori shot his cable at Minima, and no amount of panic was going to help her dodge this time. The cable, laced in poison, cut the side of Minima's stomach. Minima could feel the poison burning her body. As it entered her bloodstream, it made the giant gash she could feel like nothing. Minima collapsed to her knees, already seeing black. Minima could hear Sasori saying something, but his voice felt like it was miles away. All Minima could pick up was something about hating to wait and how he was going to end this. Minima didn't need to hear the rest to know she was screwed. Even if Sasori didn't hack her into pieces with his saw blades, she would die from the poison or bleed out from the gash on her stomach. Sasori had apparently already decided her fate as Minima saw him lung at her through the blurry blackness that made up her eyesight. Minima was prepared for the cold metal to cut into her flesh, but something else happened in the middle of his leap. Sasori suddenly face-planted on the ground. Minima was wondering what the hell had happened when she noticed a gold chain wrapped around Sasori's leg. Minima realized that Kushina had saved her. No, not just saved her, but had given her that chance that Chio had been talking about. One move is all it takes to chance everything, Minima thought as she shot her own chain at Sasori. It didn't wrap around him, it just landed on top of him, but that was all Minima needed. She had been practicing this move for the past 3 years, and it was finally time to see if it paid off. Minima used the last of her strength to force her lightning chakra through her chain. It acted as a conductor, and Sasori was the lightning rod. The lightning electrocuted Sasori's body until it started smoking. Minima hadn't noticed it before, but there was some sort of cylinder in Sasori's chest, and it seemed to be smoking the worst. Then Minima blacked out. Gaara's body landed behind Deidara and Mito, kicking up dust. This only served to make Naruko angrier at Deidara. Deidara was not happy. His plan was out the window, and he doubted that Kakashi would just let him create another bird and fly away on it. Also, with one missing arm, he wasn't exactly equipped for close-range combat. Deidara was thinking that they just cut their losses and leave, but one look at Naruko told him that getting away wasn't going to be an option. "I guess I'll just have to blow you up," Deidara said as he got his hand-mouth working on some of his art. "I don't think so," Sasuke said as he started up his Chidori and rushed Deidara. Mito withdrew her swords and pointed them at Sasuke. "Lightning rife," Mito said as lightning flowed from the hilt of her sword to the tip and then shot a burst of pure lightning at Sasuke. It was much faster and more powerful than when she had just been using her fingers, but with the Sharingan Sasuke was able to dodge without losing momentum. Deidara couldn't create his art soon enough, so he did the only thing he could. Deidara jumped over Sasuke as he ran right under him. This on course left Deidara as a very easy target, something that Kakashi picked up on. He created another one of those vortexes that had caused them to crash. Deidara couldn't move much in the air, but he managed to maneuver just enough so the vortex didn't kill him. That wasn't to say it was a successful dodge, as the vortex ripped off his other arm. Now armless Deidara had no way to make his art, which put they in a pretty bad position. The only good news was that Kakashi looked down for the count. His eye was bleeding worse than ever, and he was on one knee. Deidara didn't have time to admire Kakashi because Sasuke came around and tried to send his Chidori through Deidara's chest. Mito saw this and moved to intercept him. Sasuke was surprised when his Chidori was stopped by Mito's sword. Sasuke had always thought that the Chidori could price anything, so it was a huge shock when Mito's sword not only stopped it, but started absorbing it. Sasuke backed away quickly, not knowing what was happening. "How the hell did you do that?" Sasuke asked, looking at his hand to see if there was anything wrong. "The Kiba is used to channel real lightning. Your little lighting chakra has nothing on that," Mito said with a smirk. "I just used my sword as a lightning rod and absorbed the Chidori." Sasuke didn't know what to say. If what Minima said was true, then anything lightning attack would be worthless as long as she could block with her sword. Wondering what to do, Sasuke looked back at Gaara's body and quickly ran for it. He threw Gaara over his shoulder and made a large loop around Minima, so he was back on the side with Naruko and Kakashi. Sasuke was wondering why Mito hadn't tried to stop him. He looked over to see that Deidara staring off into space, while Mito seemed to be waiting for orders from him. Several seconds passed before Deidara regained his senses. He muttered understood to seemingly no one before turning to Mito and saying, "We're done here, it's time to go." Mito didn't question it. "Hey, you can't just walk away," Naruko yelled. She couldn't believe them. They started this fight, killed Gaara, and now they were just going to leave on the flip of a dime. "Why not? You got Gaara back," Deidara said mockingly. "You killed him," Naruko yelled, running straight at him knowing he had no way to defend it himself. Naruko pulled out a kunai and was prepared to stab him through the chest. Let him feel all the pain he inflicted on Gaara. Naruko kunai never hit flesh, instead it hit the hard steel of Mito blade. "Mito, this doesn't concern you, get out of my way," Naruko practically growled and started sending wind chakra to her kunai. "I won't," Mito said with little emotion as she channeled lightning chakra to her blade. To Naruko's surprise, it started cutting through her kunai. Behind Mito, Naruko could see Deidara shove his face into a bag that was laying on the ground, and when he came back up he was chewing on something, no doubt trying to make another bird. "Get out of my way," Naruko yelled, pushing down harder. "Naruko, stop," Kakashi said, trying to get up but fell back down to his knees. Naruko was confused. Why would Kakashi want her to stop? Deidara was trying to get away, and she needed to make him pay. "I see you haven't changed," Mito said, breaking Naruko out of her thoughts, and that's when she looked at her hands and realized what she had done. She was leaking demonic chakra, at least a tail's worth. The shock was so much that Naruko backed off to try and control herself. This gave Deidara enough time to complete his bird and hop on it. "Come on, let's get going," he said to Mito, who hopped on with him. "Wait." Naruko yelled after using some trick Jiraiya had taught her to contain the demonic chakra. It didn't do any good though, as the bird took off and flew away. Naruko was about to chase after them, but Kakashi stopped her. "Stop, Naruko, we'll never catch them," Kakashi said, finally getting back on his feet even if they were pretty shaky. "But they're going to get away," Naruko said. "It doesn't matter, we wouldn't be able to catch them anyways. We should head back to the cave. Kushina and the others might need our help," Kakashi said. "Hi," Naruko said half-heartedly and followed him. It took a while to get back because of Kakashi's overuse of the Sharingan, but it didn't really matter. The fight had been over for a long time, and it was not a pretty sight. Shio was bandaging up a horrible wound on a very sick-looking Minima's side, while Kushina was stilling off to the side looking pretty sick herself. "What happened?" Sasuke said as he looked at the mess of puppets all over the place. "We won," Shio said. "But Kushina and Minima here got poisoned. Luckily Sasori had 3 antidotes on him, so I was able to save the both of them, and we'll still have one for Kankuro." "They don't look fine," Naruko said. "It doesn't work instantly, give it some time," Shio said as she finished the bandaging and walked over to Sasuke. "Give me Gaara," she said. "What for?" Sasuke asked. "Just do it," Shio said, and Sasuke handed him over. Shio laid Gaara on the ground and kneeled over him. "What are you doing?" Naruko asked. "The world doesn't need an old fart like me anymore. It would be much better off if a young person with fresh dreams came back," Shio said, doing some hand seals. "Wait, what are you saying?" Naruko said. "Make sure to get that antidote back to Kankuro," Shio said as she placed her hand on Gaara's chest and closed her eyes. "Shio, wait," Naruko said, but it was too late. Shio fell over dead just as Gaara opened his eyes. Team Guy arrived shortly after, and they headed off to Suna. It took them a long time to make it back to Suna, mostly because Kakashi, Minima and Kushina were all injured. Gaara also had to deal with the fact he died and was no longer a jinchuriki. He didn't talk the entire way back. Naruko had just explained what had happened, and he demanded they make it back to Suna as fast as they could so they could save Kankuro. It wasn't just Gaara who didn't talk. Everyone was in deep thought, mostly about the appearance of Mito, Hanabi and Hitomi, and of course the death of Chio. The only real conversation was a debate on if they should send a messenger toad back to Minato. Kushina shot that down, saying that she wanted to tell him herself, so they all just focused on getting back to Suna. But in the end none of it mattered. When they got back to Suna, Kankuro was dead, and had been for a long time. "Hi," Naruto said, cutting off the mental link with pain. "So Sasori went and got himself killed and somehow Gaara survived," Hayden said. "It doesn't matter, we still got the one tail, so we've broke even. Besides, it won't stay that way for long because we've made it," Naruto said with his psychopathic grin, looking at Kumogakure. "Let's get to work." "Oh, make Toby, I thought we told you to defend the cave." "Where were you?" Mito yelled at a very frightened Toby. "I was going to, but I had to. Fight off an alien invasion." "Yeah, that's what happened. There were millions of them coming down from their spaceships. They demeaned that I give them all the dango in the world, but I wouldn't let them have it, so a massive fight ensued. It was hard, but I managed to use my amazing just to push them back, but sadly by the time I was done the Leaf Nin had already gotten to the cave and Sasori dead. What kind of friend am I to let him die in his time of need?" Toby said, starting to cry like a baby. "Toby, that is the dumbest excuses I've ever heard." Mito yelled and proceeded to beat the crap out of Toby. While Mito was busy, Hanabi asked Hitomi a question that had been bothering her for a little while now. "Hey Hitomi, don't you feel like we're forgetting something?" "Yeah, but I just can't think of what it could be," Hitomi replied. Meanwhile, far away from the girls was a lake that had a certain someone in it. "How long is it going to take those Leaf Nin to get here? I feel like the ceiling should have been over by now," Suigetsu thought. The Leaf Ninja stayed in Suna for a little bit while Minima, Kushina and Kakashi got their wounds patched up and to stay for Kenkuro's and Chiyo's funeral. Temari had probably been the most affected after all, for that one day she had thought she had lost both her brothers, and technically she had. Gaara wasn't in any better shape. He blamed himself for Kenkuro's death, but he also blamed the Akatsuki, and by the time the Leaf Nin left they could feel a dark aura coming from Gaara, not so different from the aura he had during the Chunin exams. So the girls are part of the Akatsuki, Minato said after the group gave their report, not letting even the slightest of emotion show. Hi, Kushina said. And the one tail has been extracted. Minato said. Hi, Kushina said. I see you can have the rest of the day off. Minato said to the group. But Tusan, what are we going to do about Mito and the other girls? Naruko asked in a panic. I'll deal with it, you are excused. Minato said. Now Minato didn't normally drink, but that night he only saw the bottom of the bottle. Keeping the girls on the down low would be harder than even now. It seemed his life was a never-ending tale of sorrow. His family had been cut in half, with Mito part of the Akatsuki and Naruto and S-Class Nin doing who knows what. Minato just didn't know what to do. Should he focus on getting Naruto? Should focus on getting the girls? Should he focus on making Minima and Naruko stronger? Who knew? The problems didn't stop there. Minato had to tell Itachi and Hayashi about Hanabi and Hitomi. While Itachi took it as well as Minato had expected him to, Hayashi had given Minato all his thought on what should be done about his daughter in a voice that may have well been yelling for the Hyuga clan. At least they were all able to agree on something, and that was to not put any of the girls in a bingo book. After all, no one wanted the Byakugan and the Sharingan to be hunted down. What a day this was turning out to be. 2 Kumo Jounin were standing guard in front of a large cave where Yujito trained. It was a pretty boring job since nothing ever happened. That was until today. They noticed a figure wearing a black cloak with red clouds on it and a straw hat walking towards them. Who are you and what is your business here? The Jounin asked. The figure didn't respond and continued to move closer. The 2 Jounin took out kunais and were prepared to fight the intruder. I'll ask again, what are you doing here? The Jounin said. The figure still didn't respond. If you won't answer my question, then I'll have no choice. The Jounin was cut off as the figure suddenly lunged at them, going for walking speed to faster than most people could see in an instant. The figure grabbed both of their faces and killed them. They fell to the ground, blood dripping from their eyes, noses and mouths. It was a practically gruesome sight. Damn, what did you do to them? Haydn said, walking up to the bodies and admiring his partner's handiwork. I just reversed their blood flow. Naruto said, taking off his hat. Human bodies can't handle that, so it causes most of their organs to explode, most notably the heart. So you can kill people just by touching them? Haydn asked with more than a little interest. I can, Naruto said. I realized that even though my defense is near impenetrable, my offensive was lacking. You call being able to create cyclones, shooting pebbles at high speeds, and that stupid ball of yours lacking? Haydn said. Yes, I do. Now come on, we've got a jinchuriki to bag. Naruto said, walking into the cave. It's not like we're in a rush. I mean, come on, this place is on the outskirts of the village. It's almost like they want us to attack their jinchuriki. Haydn said, following Naruto with his hands behind his head. Most people don't like a jinchuriki living inside the village, so she is probably forced to live out here. Naruto said. So they're all going to be this boring? Haydn said. Then how about I make it a little more interesting for you, a female voice said. Then 4 claws shot through Haydn's body, piercing his heart. Naruto looked back to see that their target had somehow snuck up behind them. She was smiling, obvious proud of herself for killing one of the invaders, or so she thought. You should really be more careful, Naruto said to Haydn. Hey, you shut up. Haydn yelled, swing his scythe behind him, almost cutting off Yujito's head. Luckily she dodged just in time, pulling her claws out of Hayden's body, earning a grunt, and a very vocal, compliant from the man. "Hayden, be careful, we can't kill her," Naruto said, but didn't show too much concern. "But that fucking hurt," Hayden yelled in protest. While Naruto and Hayden were having their little spat, Yujito was on the verge of panic. She had stabbed that guy through the heart and nothing. Not to mention that these two were having an argument right in front of her. They weren't even trying. They were that confident. Well, she would just have to show them that she wasn't to be underestimated. If couldn't kill the first one, then she'd just have to take care of the other one. She ran up behind Naruto and swung her claws at his neck, but right when they hit him they broke. Yujito looked at the stubs that used to be her claws in shock. Both her attacks that should have killed them didn't even affect them, and worse than that, it looked like she had gotten Naruto's attention. "Hayden, I believe we've been rather rude. Our guest has gotten impatient," Naruto said, turning around to face Yujito. "Fine, we'll deal with this first," Hayden said. Now that Yujito could see their faces, she knew she was in trouble. She recognized them as the S-class Nins, Naruto and Hayden. Yujito didn't know why those two were working together, but it hardly mattered, she needed to get help. Yujito turned around and sprinted to the exit. "Oh no, you don't," Naruto said, hitting the side of the cave. Yujito didn't know how he did it, but he caused a cave-in, but just at the entrance to the cave and nowhere else. "There goes your exit, so why not just give up? It will save us some trouble," Hayden said mockingly. "Aren't you guys cocky?" Yujito said, looking for a way out of this predicament. "Well, when our target tries to run away before we've even started fight, I think we're allowed to," Naruto said, reaching into his pockets. Yujito didn't take the time to find out what he was going to pull out as she threw 2 smoke bombs at them. Then jumped up to the roof of the cave using chakra to stick to it, like a cat, and crawling above them. The smoke blocked her view of the 2 ninja, but she could see something being shot out of the smoke. They looked like pebbles, but Yujito quickly dismissed that thought. What ninja would use pebbles as a weapon? Yujito made it to a wide-open room that she used for training. There wasn't a way out from here, but at least it gave her more space to fight, and she knew it like the back of her hand. It only took a couple seconds for Naruto and Hayden to make their way into the room, and when they did, Yujito unloaded on them kunais, shurikens, knives, spears, everything. Yujito thought that even an immortal would be ripped to shears after that attack, so it came as a huge surprise when more than half the weapons she had thrown came right back at her. Yujito dropped to her stomach, letting all the weapons fly over her. When she got back to her feet, she saw that Hayden was pulling out some of the weapons that had hit, but Naruto didn't have a scratch on him. "You fucking bitch, that hurt," Hayden yelled, ripping a kunai from his arm. "I'll let you handle this. She's your target," Naruto said, walking off to the side, shocking Yujito. "Fine by me. You just get in my way," Hayden said. Yujito might have been surprised by Naruto's action, but she was glad. Now she would only have to fight one of these freaks. At least until Naruto decided he wanted to intervene, but now wasn't the time to think about that. Yujito shoot a fireball at Hayden, starting the fight. Hayden jumped over it, throwing his scythe at Yujito. Yujito noticed that the scythe was attached to a cable and realized that Hayden would be able to control it even if he wasn't holding it. Taking this into account, she blocked it with her claws, the ones that hadn't been broken by Naruto, instead of dodging, but it didn't prove to be as helpful as Yujito wanted to be. Hayden rushed her with a spear. Yujito couldn't move because she was still blocking the scythe, so she brought her foot up and extended the claws on her toes to block the spear. It worked, but Yujito was now severely off balance, something that Hayden took advantage of. He swept her leg out from under her, causing her to fall. This also had the added consequence of the scythe, and the spear began able to attack her while she was on the ground. Yujito rolled out of the way, but she felt the scythe cut her back. She got back to her feet and put some distance between her and Hayden, but Hayden wasn't going after her. Instead, he was looking at the blood on his scythe and smiling. Then he started drawing some seal on the ground. Hayden, remember you can't kill her, Naruto said. Relax, I'm not going to kill her, Hayden said as he finished his seal. Yujito didn't like what she was hearing. If Naruto was telling Hayden not to kill her, then that seal must have the power to do so. If that was the case, then she would have to keep him from activating it. It was time to show this too why jinchurikis are so feared. Hayden and Naruto watched as Yujito started leaking demonic chakra until it completely engulfed her, just leaving the two tails in her place. That was quick, Naruto commented before the cat brought its massive paw down on Hayden. Hayden, knowing that this would just inflict damage on the jinchuriki, stayed where he was. Naruto, however, didn't have the same idea. He shot off from his current position and tackled Hayden out of his seal. Hey, what the hell? Hayden said, getting to his feet. You idiot, if that attack would have landed you would have been crushed, Naruto said. So I would have survived, what's the big deal? Hayden said. You might have survived, but I doubt our target would have been able to, Naruto said, staring down the two tails. Oh, that's right, Hayden said sheepishly. Whatever, just recreate your seal while I keep this beast distracted, and this time make sure not to kill her, Naruto said. I thought you said you weren't going to help, Hayden said. That was only because I forgot how much of an idiot you were, Naruto said. Hayden looked a little offended by Naruto's comment, but he backed off to go make his seal. Now it's just you and me, fuzzball, Naruto said. The two-tail, apparently not liking being referred to as a fuzzball, tried to swat Naruto with one of its tails. Naruto just sighed. When would they learn? No matter how hard you hit or how fast you are, you can't get past his reflection. The tail hit Naruto, and of course was reflected. Since the tail was just chakra, it didn't break, but it was sent back and slammed into the cave wall. The two tails, not sure what had happened, tried again, but it ended in the same result, and this happened again and again until the two tails let out a scream of pain. Naruto could see that Hayden had completed his seal and now had his spear sticking out of his gut. Apparently, the pain was too great for Yujito to handle as the demonic chakra receded, leaving Yujito screaming in agony. Make it stop, Yujito yelled, falling to her stomach. Hayden did not. He stabbed himself over and over again until Yujito couldn't take it anymore and passed out. Too easy, Hayden said. The two tails has been captured, Naruto said as Hayden made his way to Yujito and flung her over his shoulder. Let's get out of here. They walked back to the entrance of the cave where boulders were still covering it, but one touch from Naruto fixed that problem. But outside the cave was another problem. Someone was there. He had white hair and dark skin. He also had the characters for water and lightning tattooed to his shoulders. So you are the people who attacked Yujito, Naruto, Namikaze, and Hayden, the man said, not looking too happy with them. Only sending one person? Humo sure is getting cocky, Naruto said. Don't worry, more will be arriving soon. I was just sent her to investigate. The name's Darui, by the way. Hayden, get out of here. We don't want Kumo to retake what's ours, Naruto said. Hayden reluctantly agreed and stated, walking off. I'm not just going to let you walk out of here, Darui said. Then you'll have to go through me, Naruto said, stepping in front of Hayden. Let's see what you've got. If you insist, Black Panther, Darui yelled, sending a wave of black lightning at Naruto. Well shit, this is actually a problem, Naruto said, dodging out of the way. The reason Darui's lightning was a problem was because Naruto's couldn't reflect it. The reason he could reflect it was because he had never encountered it before. Naruto's reflection worked like an index. He would find out the equation for an attack and then add it to his reflection so that attack would always be reflect. But if someone used an attack that Naruto had never seen before, then it wasn't in his index and couldn't be reflected. But there were a number of ways around this problem. One was to have a test run of the attack, for example, when Orochimaru had subjected Naruto to demonic chakra until he found out the equation for it, which was the reason the Yujito's demonic chakra wasn't a problem. The second way was to have prior knowledge of an attack. For example, the first Hokages would release while Naruto and never encountered, and doubted he ever would. He was pretty confident his reflection would work on it since he had done research into it. Of course, Naruto would never know for sure unless he encountered it. The third option is what he would have to do now, figure it out on the spot. Naruto started repelling the ground beneath him, so he was slightly hovering. "Let's see what you've got," Naruto said. Darui started shooting his black lightning and kunais at Naruto. Naruto, now not affected by the friction of the ground, dodged all of the attacks. It looked like he was skating on ice. Naruto wasn't just dodging, however. He was thinking. Over the years he had devolved a pretty good way to discover the equation of an attack. First he would pull the equation of the attack that was most closely related to the attack he was trying to find from his index. This one was easy, lightning release. Then it was just the simple task of finding the difference between the two attacks, and the more the attack was used the easier to become to figure it out. This actually caused his opponent to be trapped in a loop. They couldn't use the attack that could actually hit him too often or it wouldn't work anymore, but they couldn't use other moves because they definitely wouldn't work. This was the reason Naruto was dodging both the lightning and the kunais. He didn't want Darui to realize that only his black lightning was effective, and Naruto's plan worked like a charm. Darui kept shooting his lightning, never knowing that he was just handing Naruto the information needed to beat him. Naruto did figure it out about 3 minutes into the fight thanks to all the times Darui spammed it, and how similar it was to regular lightning release. Naruto was done with running, skating around and charged Darui. Darui smirked, obviously thinking Naruto had lost his mind, and fired his black lightning at Naruto. Imagine his surprise when it came right back at him. He had to shot his lightning again just to negate his own attack. Naruto, meanwhile, hadn't stopped his charge and was now right in front of Darui. All he had to do was touch him, and it was all over. Naruto could feel his finger brush over the hair that covered one of Darui's eyes. Naruto warped his fingers around. Nothing. Naruto turned his head so fast you could hear the crack, but Darui had just disappeared. Where did he go? He was right there, Naruto thought. He looked around some more, but there was no one. It was only him. Naruto, not having any reason to stay, left very confused as to what had happened. Naruto would have no way of knowing this, but he wasn't alone. There were 2 people watching him from afar, one of them the very man who had disappeared from his sight. The other the strongest man in the whole village, the 4th Raikage. "Thanks for saving me. I'm sorry to have been such a bother." Darui apologized to the 4th. "Don't worry about it, there was no way we could have known that it was Minato's son," A said. "But you should have known about his abilities from when he killed that genin team when we thought he was Accelerator." "I'm sorry, I never read that report," Darui said. "Well, at least it appears I was too fast for him to see, so now he'll lead us back to Yujito," A said, watching the young Namikaze leave. "Oh, son of Minato, no matter how powerful you think your defense is, once we find Yujito, you'll know what true power is," A thought as he called in his Umbu to follow Accelerator. He didn't want to attack him because finding Yujito was much more of a priority. Naruto wasn't that stupid, however. People don't just disappear, so just because Naruto didn't know how Darui got away, he knew that he was going to be tracked back to Hiden. Naruto would just have to show Kumo that Darui wasn't the only one who could pull off a vanishing act, and so Naruto would never learn of the true power the Raikage was speaking of. At least for now. The next mouth only proved the Akatsuki were a force to be feared. The 2 tails and the 4 tails had been captured and are presumed dead. The meeting that Minato had wanted before the Akatsuki made their move was finally coming to pass now that the other villages had been attacked. The meeting might have been late, but at least it was going to happen before things really got out of hand. The meeting would take place in the Land of Iron, with a samurai overseeing it. All the great nations would be there, plus Takigakure, since they had finally admitted to having the 7 tails. The rules of the meeting were simple. The leaders of the villages would reveal any information they had on the Akatsuki and hopefully create a pact to fight against them. Minato wasn't going to mention his daughters as part of the Akatsuki though. All the jinchuriki were also required to be present, and each leader was allowed to bring 2 guards. Minato would be taking Jiraiya and Itachi, and of course Naruko. Kushina had begged to go, but Minato didn't want Minima to be left alone. The trip there was uneventful, but the arrival was a little overwhelming. It started out with Naruko being ambushed by a girl with green hair almost before she walked in the door. "Hey, so you're Konoha's jinchuriki?" Finally another girl. "All these boys jinchurikis are so antisocial. How many tails do you have? Do you want to be my friend?" The girl rattled off, leaving Naruko no chance to answer. Minato chuckled at the scene. "Well, Naruko, I better head to the meeting room. You'll be called in a little later. Until then you can wait in the lobby with your new friend," Minato said, walking off with Jiraiya and Itachi in tow. Naruko sighed. It was just like Minato to leave her with someone she didn't even know. She turned to look at the green-haired girl. "I'm Naruko. I don't believe I got your name." "I'm Fu," she said, pointing to herself and putting on a big grin. "I'm Jinchuriki to the 7 tails. I like to swim, train and play." "I'm the Jinchuriki to the 9 tails," Naruko said. "Wow, so that means you're like the strongest one here," Fu said with a spark in her eye. "I doubt it. I'm sure some of the other Jinchuriki are way stronger than me," Naruko said, wondering what was with this girl. She acted like a child. "So you said the other Jinchuriki were antisocial. Does that mean they're here?" Naruko asked, since she really did want to see what the other Jinchuriki were like. Hopefully they were a little more normal than this Fu. "Why do you want to see them? They're all boring. Let's do something fun like tag." Fu pouted. "Can you please just take me to them?" Naruko asked. "Fine, but don't blame me when you're bored out of your mind," Fu said, crossing her arms in front of her chest. Fu led Naruko to the lobby where all the Jinchuriki were gathered waiting for the leaders to finish their opening decision. Naruko was a little surprised that none of them had guards. After all, Jinchuriki were prime subjects for kidnapping, but one look at them told Naruko that they didn't need guards. They all looked really powerful, and Naruko honestly kind of found herself overwhelmed. The first guy she noticed was a tall man wearing red armor with most of his face covered up, but was most shocking was the steam that seemed to be coming straight from his skin. Naruko made a quick note not to mess with him. There was also a guy in a blue kimono, and he was blowing bubbles. The last one of the group was perhaps the strangest. Naruko could tell he was from Kumo by the way he dressed and his headband. He was rapping to himself something that the Jinchuriki in red seemed to find very annoying by the look he was giving him. So much for them being normal. Naruko tried to start a conversation with them, but they either shot her down or started giving her a rap concert. "Told you so," Fu said when Naruko had to wander back in defeat. "Let's do something fun now." Naruko was about to say something that would let her get away from Fu, but someone handled that for her. "You may all enter the meeting room now," a samurai said. All the Jinchuriki made their way into the meeting room and stood behind their respective leaders. "Now that we're all here, we can get down to the real business," the Raikage said, obviously having not enjoyed the per-meeting discussion. "First let's go through what has already taken place," the Tsuchikage said. "The Akatsuki have already managed to capture the 1, 2, and 4 tails. The 2 and 4 tails Jinchuriki are most likely dead," Anoki said, giving a pretty dirty look to Gaara. "As such, the remaining Jinchuriki are Han from Iwa, Utakata from Kirk, Fu from Taki, Killer Bee from Kumo and Naruko from Konoha. The 3 tails is unaccounted for. We've already lost 3-tailed beast. How the hell could this happen?" the Mizukage said. "I didn't see you rushing to fight the Akatsuki," Gaara said. "I didn't see why I needed to. I kept a hold of my Jinchuriki. I don't see why you couldn't when he was inside of you," Mei said with a smirk. "Don't talk about my brother like that," Temari said with her hand on her fan. "Calm down, we're here to fight the Akatsuki, not each other," Shibuki, the leader of Taki, said. "I agree," Anoki said, making everyone calm down. Now back to business. As a united group, we know very little about the Akatsuki. Inoki said, eyeing everyone at the table. All the information is divided among the leaders, and the point of this meeting is to let everyone at this table know. So who would like to go first? Everyone at the table stayed silent. No one wanted to be the first to spill their information, but finally, either because she wanted to gain respect since she was a new Kage, or she just wanted to get it over with, Mei started talking. It is highly possible that the Akatsuki had a connection with the fourth Mizukage. How was he connected? Minato asked. That I don't know. All the information was destroyed, and any of the men still loyal to him we killed by an unknown Akatsuki member, although we only found out about him being Akatsuki recently. Mei said. That's just a dead end. I said, not looking impressed with this information. Also, the Nuabari was stolen during this time. Mei said. Minato eyes widened just a little bit upon hearing that, but luckily no one noticed. Alright, who's next? Inoki asked, but this time no one stepped up to the plate. A few moments of awkward silence followed before the Raikage finally spoke up. Why did we even call this meeting if no one has any helpful information? He yelled, glaring at everyone. Fine, I don't see why I should tell you this since none of you have put anything on a table, but I know the identify of two Akatsuki members. This caught everyone's attention. Well, tell us. Mei said. The two Akatsuki members that captured Yujito were hidden from the now deactivate Yukakure and Naruto Namikaze, the son of the fourth Hokage. I said, finding the shocked look on Minato's face highly enjoyable. Minato, did you know about Naruto's involvement with the Akatsuki? Inoki asked. Even though Minato had 1,000 thoughts racing through his mind, he kept his cool. No, until now I assumed Naruto was a regular Rouge Nin, but in light of this new information I would also like to identify one of the Akatsuki members. Minato said, trying to shift the blame away from him just a little bit. Deidara from Iwa, and there is also a possibility that Suigetsu from Kiri is part of the Akatsuki since he was helping Naruto when we first encountered him in the Land of Frost. There is also a possibility that Orochimaru is part of the Akatsuki, but information suggests he left quite some time ago. There is also Sasori from Suna, but he was killed by my wife and her team. Now we're getting somewhere. Inoki said. We should discuss a plan of attack immediately and send a task force to recover the three tails. But what about Naruto? We can't just ignore the fact the Hokage's son is part of the enemy force. They could be helping the Akatsuki. I said, not happy his big jab to Konoha and just been dismissed as another piece of information. Calm down, Mei said. From what I heard, Naruto was stolen as a newborn by Orochimaru, and not to mention that Minato said his wife killed one of the members. I doubt the Leaf is supporting the Akatsuki. I started grumbling in his chair after hearing that, but he was about to get help from a very unlikely candidate, Gaara. While I don't believe the Leaf is supporting the Akatsuki, I can't help but notice that Minato has failed to give us some very important information. Everyone once again turned to Minato, who had a panicked look on his as well hidden as it was. Could you please tell us this information you believe I've been keeping from you? Minato said. Gaara sighed, obviously having wanted to give Minato the chance to speak for himself, but he hadn't. While I don't believe they're main members, they are definitely affiliated with the Akatsuki, and they are Hanabi Hyuga, Hitomi Uchiha, and Mito Namikaze. Also they have possession of the Nuabari and the Kiba swords. That was the final nail in the coffin. Everyone turned to Minato with an anger and untrustworthy look, and Minato could understand why out of all the identified Akatsuki members, Leaf Nin made up more than half, and two of them were from Minato's own family. The only question was, how did Gaara find out? The only person from Suna that saw the girls was Chiyo, and she was dead. Meanwhile, behind Minato, Naruko was shaken so bad that it was noticeable to the whole room. After all, this was the worst thing that could have happened to them, and it was all her fault. This meeting was shaping up to be everyone against the Leaf. Naruko was cursing herself for being the one that caused this problem. It started right after they got back to Suna and found out Kankuro had died. Temari was pretty much having a mental breakdown at that point, and once she saw Gaara alive she leaped into him for a hug. Gaara-san looked like it was about to block her, but Gaara suppressed it. The next couple of minutes were spent watching awkwardly as Temari cried into her brother's shoulder. The scene probably would have lasted forever if Gaara hadn't been forcibly dragged off by the elders to talk about his capture. Naruko and Tenten decided they would take Temari to the bath to get her, and themselves, cleaned up. Minima and Kushina were still in the infirmary getting their wounds patched up, so they didn't come. They hoped it would relax her, and it did, but a bath wouldn't fix the trauma of losing a brother. It will be okay. Gaara's still here. Tenten said. You two could never understand my brother is dead. I'll never be able to see or talk to him ever again. Temari said. Tears started to flow. Temari, I do understand. Naruko said. It might not be exactly the same, but I've lost a sibling too. My little sister Mito and her two friends Hanabi and Hitomi ran away from the village, and it was just today that I found out where they went. They joined the Akatsuki, and my sister made it abundantly clear how much she hates me, so I know what it's like to lose a sibling. Naruko couldn't believe she had said that. She had just wanted to help a friend, but now it was blowing up in her face and Minato was taking the full force of it. Well, Minato, care to explain why two members of your family are part of that Akatsuki? I said. Minato was really in a tight situation here. What was he supposed to say? That Mito and her friends ran away because she hated her family. Yeah, that would go over well. Damn, if only he knew that Naruto was part of the Akatsuki beforehand, everything would have made so much more sense. Mito left to find her brother, and she did. I have no explanation, Minato said, looking down at his feet. I see, A said. Now I believe it's time to discuss what to do about the Akatsuki. I suggest the first thing to do is issue a kill-on-sight order for all shinobi. Wait a minute, some of those members are only kids, we can't just kill them. Minato said, getting more panicked. What you mean to say is that some of those members are your kids. Inoki said. I agree with the rakeage, and let me remind you, Minato, that you were the one who wanted to have this meeting and stop the Akatsuki so badly. I agree to this suggestion too, Gaara said. Me too, Mei said. Next we should decide what to do about the three tails. We need to find it before the Akatsuki does, and figure out what to do with it once we find it. Inoki said. I believe since my village is the only one without a jinchuriki, we should be tasked with finding it, then making it Suna's new jinchuriki. Gaara said. You don't have a jinchuriki because you lost it. Mei said. The Three Tails was originally part of Kiri, and we haven't lost our jinchuriki, so we are far better equipped to take on another one. If you're talking about villages that haven't lost a jinchuriki, then Taka is more than ready to find the Three Tails. Shibuki said. Silence, no one village will have the right to the Three Tails, it will be a joint effort. I said. All information will be shared, and if we do capture it, the village that did the most work will get it. Is that agreeable? Hi, the rest of the group said. All right, then I believe this meeting it over. I said. Actually, I believe that the Nine Tails jinchuriki should be taken out of the leaf for protection. Inoki said. What, are you saying that I am incapable of protecting my own daughter? Minato said. I do, Inoki said. More than a few Akatsuki members come from your village and would know about the village layout and Naruko's habits. Not to mention Mito would know about the layout of your own house, and I'm sure that you will not follow the kill-on-sight order. Mito could try and convince you she's returned to your side and then take Naruko from right under your nose. That would never happen. Minato yelled, actually standing up. Come on, we're leaving. As they were leaving, I said something that shook Minato to his very core. What would never happen, you letting Mito back in or Mito tricking you and taking Naruko away? Minato didn't respond. Goodbye, Naruko, have a safe trip back. Write me sometime. Fu said, waving Naruko goodbye. After everything was said and done, the alliance against the Akatsuki was made with all the nations, although Konoha noticeably got the short end of the stick in information and in support from other nations. Minato had also got against many of the alliance's order. Like the fact he had told his ninja not only to not follow the kill-on-sight order when it came to Naruto and the girls, but to do everything in their power to capture them. He made sure that every ninja under his command knew about Naruto's power and his weakness, as few as he might have. Along with this, he had also kicked Naruko's and Minamo's training into overdrive. Minato had also sent a number of squads to investigate Naruto sightings. Most people thought, even those in his own village, Minato were optimistic at best and disillusioned at worst. He thought that capturing Naruto and talking to him would be good enough to get him to join the Leaf and the girls would follow, but people just couldn't see that happening. Naruto had attacked the Leaf-killed Leaf Nin and was hunting his own sister. What Minato needed to understand was that Naruto wasn't just going through a rebellious phase, he was a serious threat to the Leaf, but there was someone who did see Naruto as a threat, and he wasn't going to wait for Minato to see it. "Danzo, you called?" Toryun said, kneeling in front of Danzo along with Sai and Fu, not the Jinchuriki Fu, the other one. "I did. I have a mission for you three." Danzo said. "What is it you desire?" Fu asked. "As you know, Naruto has been confirmed to be part of the Akatsuki. He has skills far beyond that of even a regular S-class. This makes him a threat to the entire village, but Minato can't seem to see that, so it will be up to you to take him out for the good of the Leaf." Danzo said. "How do you suggest we go about it?" "From what I heard, Naruto's reflection has only been penetrated by Lee, and even with training no one else has been able to replicate it." "Not even Guy?" Toryun said. "You can't. Naruto's defense is by far the best of any ninja before him." Danzo said. "That's why you won't be attack him. You'll be attack a weaker ninja, although just as much as a threat as Naruto." "Fu, Toryun, your orders are to capture Mito Namikaze and kill anyone who stands in your way. That includes the Uchiha and the Hyuga heiress. I already have source that can tell you where they are. Now go." "Hi," they said before flickering off. "As for you, Sai, you will tell Naruto that we have his sister, and if he doesn't comply with our demands, we will kill here." Danzo said. "What are your demands?" Sai asked. "To come to the outskirts of the village with his reflection turned off. Then I will send the root ninja to kill him." Danzo said, already formulating the plan. "What if he denies your demands?" Sai asked. "Then we will kill Mito, although we would regardless. If Naruto is killed, then it's just one more threat that has been eliminated. We will still have removed Mito." Danzo said. "Hi," Sai said, flickering off to find his mark. Mito, Hitomi, Hanabi and Suigetsu were walking along, not really doing much after having just turned in their latest bounty. After the little bit of excitement they had with Gaara's capture, it was back to bounty work like normal. The Akatsuki was figuring out who would replace Sasori, and in the meantime Deidara was tagging along with Zetsu. The girls were all secretly hoping to become the new members, but that wasn't likely to happen as Suigetsu would probably be picked before them. Hanabi could still hope that she would be partnered with Naruto, no matter how unlikely that would be. Suddenly the girls stopped. "Hey, what are you three doing?" Suigetsu said, continuing his walk. "We're being watched," Hanabi said. "You're crazy," Suigetsu said as a kunai shot through his neck. Hanabi quickly took action and threw her sword at the tree where the kunai had come from. A man wearing an umbu mask jumped down without saying a word. His only defining characteristic was his orange hair. He charged at them, taking out his tanto. The girls were ready to defend themselves, but the umbu encountered a different opponent. "You know it's not nice to surprise a guy like that," Suigetsu said, having blocked the tanto with his own sword. The umbu didn't seem surprised that Suigetsu wasn't dead, in fact he seemed to have expected it. That when the umbu's tanto started crackling with lightning and started cutting through Suigetsu's sword. The girls were about to go run off and help him, but Hanabi, thanks to her near 360 vision, saw another Umbu coming up behind them along with the number of kunais he had just thrown. Hanabi, not having time to warn her friends, started spinning around. Palm rotation. She screamed, creating a dome of chakra around them and causing the kunais to bounce off harmlessly. Mito and Hitomi, have realizing that someone was behind them, turned around. Lightning rife. Mito yelled, shouting at the Umbu along with a fireball that Hitomi had made. The Umbu was not deterred as he quickly dodged out of the way. On the other side of the field, the girls heard a snapping sound and turned to see that Suigetsu's sword had been cut in half, and the electrified Tonto slashing upwards. Suigetsu leaned back to avoid the attack and shot some water bullets, forcing the Umbu to move back. The Umbu wasn't nearly ready to give up his attack though, as he put his hand on the ground and lightning started to dance across the ground and towards Suigetsu. Mito, seeing this, and knowing that Suigetsu was insanely weak to lightning, threw one her swords in front of him. The sword embedded itself in the ground and absorbed all the electricity that had been aimed at Suigetsu. Mito, pleased with herself, turned back to fight the other Umbu, but now there was something different about him. His arms were a purple color, and it seemed to be moving like it was somehow alive. The Umbu ran at them with just his fists, trying to touch them with the strange substance. The girls weren't about to let that happen. The Umbu was met with 3 girls all using taijutsu to try and stop him. The girls weren't using any jutsu because they had leaned on more than one occasion that your own jutsu could block your line of sight, and with that guy trying so hard to get them with that substance, they weren't about to lose track of him. After all, the girls had learned time and time again from Naruto that if you don't know what something is, then you better figure it out on your own before your opponent forces you to. As the fight went on, the girls noticed something rather strange. The Umbu was trying to avoid touching Mito. There was only one possible answer to explain the Umbu's actions. He was trying to take Mito alive. Mito realized she could use this to her advantage by putting herself in harm's way. The Umbu would be forced to make awkward movements around her, but just as Mito was ready to put her plan into action, she felt a slight pressure hit the back of her head. It felt like something was burrowing inside in mind, and that's when Mito realized that her mind was being invaded. She unfortunately had realized this too late, and the Yamanaka took control of her mind. Suigetsu was confused on why his opponent suddenly collapsed. He was about to do the obvious thing and cut the Umbu's head off, but before he could make it a few steps, Mito jumped in front of him, grabbed the sword she had previously thrown in front of him, and slashed at him with an electric-charged blade. Suigetsu, not having expected an attack, failed to dodge. Normally this wouldn't be a problem, but since the blade had lightning chakra, Suigetsu immediately felt his body start to liquefy into a pool of goo. Hanabi and Hitomi were also surprised by Mito's sudden actions and were caught off guard when the Umbu they had been fighting rushed them and warped his hands around each of their arms. The purple substance crawled up their arms, leaving them in unimaginable pain until they finally couldn't take it anymore and collapsed to the ground dead. Mission complete, the Umbu said, going over to pick up his partner's body while he was controlling Mito. Naruto was resting on the side of a nice grassy hill. It was so rare for him to be able to relax like this, and honestly, it was his favorite thing to do. Why was he resting when he should be making his way to Taki? Well, that was simple, because Haiden was doing his damn ritual again. Naruto may have liked to relax, but he liked to do it when everything was taken care of. Not at the seemingly random will of Jashin. "Haiden, are you almost done?" Naruto asked. "I will not rush the ritual just because you want to go. We've got plenty of time to capture the 7 tails." Haiden yelled. "We won't if we have to stop every hour to do a 2-hour ritual," Naruto said. Haiden didn't respond, and Naruto was glad he didn't. It was tiring having to put up with him. How Naruto missed his laid-back days in the land of frost. All he had to do was teach the girls a few tricks, and they would do whatever he said. Thinking about the good old days made Naruto a little sleepily, and since Haiden wasn't going to be done anytime soon, he decided he would give in to his sleepiness. His pleasant nap was interrupted by someone walking over to him and standing right behind his head. Naruto didn't open his eyes, so he didn't know who it was. He only knew there was a person there because he heard them. Naruto assumed it was Hayden finally done with his ritual, but since he made Naruto wait so long and he was still a little sleepily, Naruto thought he'd make Hayden wait for him. All Naruto had to do was ignore his shouts to get up. After all, it wasn't like Hayden could shake him awake, so Naruto waited for Hayden to start his hissy fit, but it never came. This confused Naruto. Hayden would never let him rest in peace, so the only conclusion was this guy wasn't Hayden. Naruto opened his eyes like he had just been asleep until that very moment. The guy that was standing over Naruto's head was so pale that he could give Naruto a run for his money. He was wearing a leaf headband and had a face without emotion. "Who are you?" Naruto asked. "Naruto, I'm here to tell you that we have the leaf ninja," tried to say, but in one swift motion Naruto had reached into his pocket, pulled out his ball, and shot it at the ninja's face. It wasn't going fast enough to rip through his head, but was certainly enough to rattle his brain and cause death, but instead of the blood Naruto had expected, ink came out of the wound. The ninja became a pool of ink, as if it was a water clone. "Alright, come on out. If you want to talk to me, you'll have to do it face to face," Naruto said, acting like he knew it was a clone all along. At this point, the ball he had thrown had bounced off a tree and back into Naruto's hand. Naruto watched as a ninja exactly identical to his clone walked up to Naruto. "As my clone was trying to say, we have captured you, Sister Mito, and if you don't want us to kill her, then you must comply with our demands." "Oh, I see," Naruto said, getting up on his feet. "So what you're saying is that you'll kill Mito unless I come with you and get killed myself?" Naruto said, already having guessed what this ninja wanted from him. "Hi," the ninja said. "But do want to know something? I don't really want to die, so that would mean you can take your request and shove it up your ass," Naruto said with his cocky smirk. "I see," the ninja said, summoning a bird made out of ink. "Then I will be on my way to tell my master about your decision." "Wait a minute, you don't think you can just leave, do you?" Naruto said, pulling out his ball again. "Because you just threatened me and my sister." Sai, realizing that Naruto was about to kill him, took off and flew away as fast as he could. Fly away, little bird, but just know that the sky doesn't offer any cover," Naruto said, holding his hand flat to the floor, letting the ball drop and come back up. It was the same attack he used on Minima, but this time he did it for longer, and just when the bird was about to leave his sight, the ball went sailing through the sky. Naruto could barely see the bird at this point, but when that part of the sky turned red and a figure fell to the ground, Naruto knew he had made a hit. It just so happened that at that moment Hayden walked up beside Naruto. "What are you looking at?" he asked. "Why don't you come along and find out?" Naruto said, walking in the direction he saw the leaf nin fall. Hayden shrugged and followed him. Naruto watched as the leaf ninja tried to crawl away in pain when he arrived at the impact site. His whole right leg had been torn off by Naruto's attack, and Naruto was sure that fall had broken a lot of bones. Naruto picked up his ball that was lying in a puddle of blood. "So I'm guessing your master is going to kill Mito now," Naruto said, wiping on his ball. "Of course he will," the nin said, coughing up blood. "Do you really not care about her?" Naruto smiled, getting down on one knee in front of the ninja. "Of course I care about her. I didn't train those girls for fun." "Then why are you going to let her be killed?" he asked. "Because they're not going to be killed," Naruto said, an evil glint in his eye. "You might not know this about the Akatsuki, but information travels fast. If the girls had been killed or captured, I would have known about it, but I haven't been informed, so that means you don't have them." "It is true that we don't have them," the nin said. "But we're capturing them right now, so you just signed their death warrants." "Your master most really underestimate my training method," Naruto said, getting back to his feet. "I trained them for 3 years. They won't be beaten by Root, and you can tell Danzo that in the afterlife." Naruto enjoyed seeing the shocked look on the Root agent's face. It was the only shred of emotion he'd seen him give. "How do you know about Root?" he asked. "Orochimaru," Naruto said before bringing his foot down on the root agent's face and using his vectors to smash it against the ground. Now that's done, we should get a move on. You sure the brats will be fine? Hayden asked. They better be, I didn't train them to lose. Naruto said. The Umbu that had just killed Hanabi and Hitomi walked over to his partner to carry his body while he was controlling Mito, but before he could make, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. It was so bad that he actually fell to his knees. Looking down to see what had caused the pain was a huge shock. Sticking out through his chest was the Nuabari. But how he had killed them. He looked back just in time to see the two bodies turn into black feather. Genjutsu, Toryun said as the sword was ripped out of his chest by Hanabi. Damn it, Toryun said, putting pressure on his wound to keep himself from bleeding out. Fu and Mito's body rushed the girls, knowing they wouldn't hurt their friend, but he wasn't exactly right. Once he got close, Hanabi went into the Hyuga stance and closed off Mito's chakra points. That sword isn't the only way I can attack, Hanabi said, smiling down on Fu. You're not used to that body, so it would have been hard for you to dodge, Hitomi said. Then I'll just return to mine, Fu said as a released Mito from his jutsu. Fu was transferred back to his own body and was going back to attack the girls, but right when he got to his feet, a sword slashed him across his stomach. What the hell, Fu said, looking at the person who had caused his wound. Suigetsu was smiling, his body have resolidified. His sword also reforming from the blood he had just gotten for Fu. You two really should have thought about who you were messing with before you went and attacked us, Suigetsu said to the two wounded Umbu. We're not done yet, Toryun said, getting to his feet. Yes you are, Suigetsu said, not as an opinion but as a fact. Toryun didn't know how he could be so sure until he saw the reflection. The reflection of the sun on the ninja wire, directly behind Suigetsu, and everywhere else. When did she have time to do that, Toryun thought. Hanabi gave the ninja wire attached to her sword a tug, and it contracted, wrapping around Fu and Toryun. Suigetsu was also in the area of danger, but the wire passed harmlessly through his water body. The two Umbu were hoisted up, supported by the wire that was now hanging them from a tree. Game over, Hitomi said as she threw two kunais at the Umbu now that they were unable to move. Mission to capture Mito, failed. Mission to kill Naruto, failed. What used to be a small forest was now nothing more than wood and stumps. Good job, Minima, Kushina said from the sidelines. Using your lightning chakra in combination with your chains not only gives you a lot more cutting power, but it will also zap anyone who comes into contact with it. Not everyone, Minima said with a sigh. For the other side of the stumps, the girls hear a huge blast of power, and then Naruko came flying over to their side, slightly burnt. Ow, Naruko said, getting up just as Mito teleported over. Still now able to get it? Kushina asked. No, I just don't see how we're going to be able to add a chakra element to the Rasengan. Every time it just ends up blowing up in our faces, Minato said. But we can't give up, because if we're able to pull it off, no one will be able to survive a direct hit. I can name at least one person who could, Naruko said with a sigh. Kushina and Minato knew who she talking, but the truth was there really wasn't any single move that could get past his reflection. Kasan, Tusan, why is it that no one can beat Naruto? Naruko asked. I mean, there are plenty of other ridiculously strong people in the world, each with their own amazing powers that would seem impossible to stop, yet they can still be beat, so what makes Naruto so different? Minato looked at his daughter, then up at the sky, letting it a sigh. You're right, there are other people just as strong, if not stronger than Naruto, but there's something he has that makes him stand out above the rest. We already know it's his reflection, Minima said. Well yes, but it doesn't have to be reflection, Minato said. You see, when a new ability or power comes along, it's the job of everyone else to figure out how to beat it. The girls gave Minato a blank look, obviously not getting it. Here, I'll give you an example. When I created my flying thunder god, no one knew how to deal with it, and that helped us win the third great ninja war, but as time went on, people figure out my power and ways to combat it, so while still powerful it doesn't strike fear like it used to. So in other words, the more a power is used the easily it is to beat. Minima said. That's right. Minato said. Take the giant fireball jutsu. It seems like an incredibly powerful, but since so many people use it it's become rather easy jutsu to avoid or counter on its own. Now nobody else in the whole world has Naruto's power. In fact, he's even more dangerous because his power isn't close to any other power, which makes it that much harder to figure out. Does that mean nobody will be able to figure out his power? Minima asked. Minato sighed. I'll admit it will be hard. Naruto has not only shown how deadly he can be with his power, but he's also has put a lot of effort into making sure not to give too much information on it, by really only spamming the 3 same moves: reflection, pebble throw and his ball. He is not however invincible. You two seem to forget that we already got past his reflection once, and that was when Shikamaru saw only a small battle between him and Minima. Minima smiled at that comment. So all we need to do is keep fighting him. We may not win the first time or the second or for many times after that, but each time we'll figure out a little more and then we'll beat him. Minato said with a voice that was so convincing that even Kushina had hope for the future. The future, however, was not going to be as cheerful as Kushina would hope. While Minato was right on a lot of things, fighting Naruto over and over again would not be a wise option because in order to get information about a power you need to have someone who survived the power, and those would turn out to be quite hard to come by. Utakata was happy. Ever since this Akatsuki business, he wasn't allowed to go on missions. Now normally this would be bad thing, but Utakata enjoyed wasting the day away. Now instead of having to put his life on the line, he could walk around the village and enjoy the scenery. Right now he was relaxing in one of Kiri's very few parks. He was the only one there since all the kids had left after the big bad jinchuriki arrived. Utakata didn't really care what the villagers thought of him, and honestly, he preferred being alone. All he needed was himself and the little pet that was trapped inside him. Utakata sat in the park for a while just blowing bubbles until he sensed someone approaching him. Normally, he would just ignore it since it was usually some civilian or low-ranking ninja coming to kill him. The Umbu that always watched him would take care of them, but Utakata could feel how much stronger this guy was compared to everyone else that had tried to take his life over the years. There was only one explanation: the Akatsuki had come to pay a visit. Utakata waited until the Akatsuki member walked into his line of sight. He was wearing the Akatsuki cloak that Utakata had been told about. His hair was a bright orange and his eyes were something that Utakata had never seen before. Well, he had expected the Akatsuki to be a group of freaks, so his appearance didn't faze Utakata, but the 2 bloody Umbu corpses he was holding in each hand was cause for alarm. He didn't even have a scratch on him. So I'm guessing you're here to capture me, Utakata said, getting to his feet and wondering how long it would take before the entire village rushed over here to kill this guy. That would be correct, the Akatsuki member said. Also, this fight will have to be quick. Really, why is that? Utakata said, moving the bubbles he had made earlier behind the Akatsuki member. Because I know you're expecting the other ninja in this village to come and help, and while I was able to find you without being detected, once the fight starts they'll come running. As I would prefer not having to deal with them, the fight needs to be over quickly, he said in a long drawn-out explanation, even though the reason was obvious from the beginning. It was almost like he was the one trying to stall for time. Well, you don't have to worry, this fight will be very quick, Utakata said. The bubbles behind the Akatsuki member exploded, kicking up dust and dirt. Utakata would be naive if he thought that an attack like that would kill an S-class nin, but the explosion should get the village's attention. As the smoke cleared, Utakata saw what he expected to see: an unharmed Akatsuki member holding out 2 bloody and smoking Umbu which he had used as a shield, but something was wrong. He still had orange hair and those strange eyes, but his physique was different. Who are you? Utakata asked. The Akatsuki member dropped the Umbu with a sickening thud. He raised his head so he was staring directly into Utakata's eyes, Utakata found himself unable to look away. Staring into those purple eyes shook Utakata to his very core. He saw his death in a million different ways. He saw the six tails being ripped from him, and he saw how his opponent had the power to make all that a reality and then some. "I am pain," he said right before Utakata felt something grab him from behind, something cold and hard like metal. It took Umbu a little less than a minute to reach the area where they had heard the explosion, but upon arrival there wasn't a single person there. Well, at least ones that were breathing. The two Umbu bodies were immediately recognized as the Umbu that had been tasked with watching over Utakata. The whole village was put on alert to find either Utakata or the Akatsuki member that had taken him, however Utakata would never been seen again. May had to send in the embarrassing report to the other villages telling them that they had lost the six tails and they didn't even get to see the member responsible for the kidnapping. Things were not looking good. The Akatsuki was now even with the villages in terms of tail beasts, but they only had one causality while the villages had lost a number of powerful ninjas. The news spread like wildfire. The few villages with jinchuriki started beefing up their security to new extremes. An order from the council, the 5 Kages plus Shibuki, although Minato was more or less excluded, declared that all jinchuriki needed to be watched 24/7 by no less than 6 Umbu, and although this wasn't an order, most villages had addition Umbu watching those Umbu to see if anything happened to them. Minato, however, once again went against the order, figuring he and Kushina could protect Naruko just fine without her feeling like her life was being invaded. Shibuki and May formed a sub-alliance that gave the much weaker Takigakure much-needed support, mainly in the form of Kirk Umbu. Since Suna and Kirk didn't have any jinchuriki, they also sent out a number of ninjas to find any Akatsuki members that report back so a larger force could be sent to kill them. This was something Minato had already been doing, but everyone knew he was really only sending them out to find Naruto or the girls. But regardless of Minato's intentions, the Akatsuki now had 3 major ninja villages actively hunting them. It would no longer be so easy to move around undetected. "This isn't fun anymore," Hayden said as he walked over the body of a jounin. Naruto was thinking along the same lines almost every day now that had encountered at least a couple enemy ninja. There were a couple Suna and Kirk ninja, but the overwhelming majority were Konoha, and Naruto didn't believe this was a coincidence. While he had Hayden never left any survivors, the trail of bodies would be enough to find their position, especially when he and Hayden were forced to sit still for 3 days. Naruto also believed the reason he was coming across so many Konoha ninja was because Minato knew it was him. After all, Naruto's attacks left rather unique wounds on the bodies. There was something that was really throwing Naruto for a loop, however. At first it was Konoha Umbu squads, nothing strange there, but just as Naruto started suspecting that Konoha was closing in on his and Hayden's position, they changed to Jounin squads, then Chunin squads. Minato should know that Chunin or Jonin were no match for Hayden or him, so why was he sending them to their deaths? Naruto couldn't think of any rational explanation. Had Minato finally lost it trying to get him back, or had he already got so many of his ninja killed trying to find him that he can't afford to send any more high-level ninja? Whatever the case, it just made things easier for them. As long as Taki didn't know they were coming, they'd be fine. Naruto had after all taken great care in plotting out their course to keep anyone from finding out their destination, but since Taki was the only village with a jinchuriki within a reasonable distance from them, it must be pretty oblivious where they're going. At least to anyone who had constantly thrown ninjas at them, but they had yet to encounter any Taki ninja, so was Minato keeping this information to himself? Did he not want his son to get hurt by the big bad ninja that had been ordered to kill him on sight? Naruto let out a soft chuckle at the thought. "What's so funny?" Hayden asked. "Nothing, just thinking about how crazy my father is," Naruto said, still chuckling a little. "Whatever, let's just get going. I'm tired of fighting this weakling." Hayden stopped, not only speaking but walking too. Naruto also noticed he couldn't move. What the hell is going on? While Naruto couldn't move his head, he could move his eyes, and he looked down to confirm what he already suspected. They were trapped in a shadow. So Minato sent him, Naruto thought. It's been a long time, Shikamaru. I haven't seen you since you came up with a plan that ended in me getting a Rasengan in my stomach. There was no response. It was like Naruto had been talking to the trees. Hey, what's going on? There's no one here. Hayden yelled, still trying to move his feet. Of course there is, idiot, our legs didn't just stop on their own. Naruto thought. However, if we haven't been attacked, then that must mean they know about Hayden's immortality along with my reflection. So they must be watching us. Analyzing us. Well, they won't get me to reveal my hand that easily, but I guess I could give them a taste. Naruto stared to take control of the wind and made a large cyclone around him and Hayden. Once Naruto felt it was big enough, he sent it into the tree line. It tore through the trees, knocking them down like children's play blocks. Naruto watched as multiple ninja were forced to vacate the area and move to ground level. Naruto didn't see Shikamaru jump down, but the person who Naruto recognized as his sensei, along with his other two teammates, jumped. There was also a couple other ninja Naruto didn't know, but in total there was 9 in Naruto's sight along with Shikamaru, who must be hiding somewhere. Naruto looked around for the shadow that would be connecting Shikamaru to them. Naruto found it to the left of him, but instead of leading him to Shikamaru, it went down a small hole and out of Naruto's sight. You guys really did get us in a pretty good trap. If I can't find Shikamaru, then I'm pretty much stuck here. So why don't you just attack me? Because you just reflect our own weapons back at us. Asuma said. Then what was the point of keeping me from moving if you're just going to stand there watching me? Naruto asked. We trapped you because we believe you can get out of it, so come on, show us your power. Asuma said. And what if I can't get out? We'll just be standing here until Shikamaru no longer has the power to hold us in place. Naruto said, more than willing to wait them out. Asuma just gave Naruto a smirk in reply, and Naruto was left to wonder why when he felt his body turn. A quick glance at Hayden saw him doing the same. Naruto's back was now facing Hayden as he was looking at the back of Naruto's head. Oh, you turned us so scary. Naruto teased. Shikamaru wasn't done yet, however, as Naruto felt his hand move to reach for something behind his back. For Naruto there was nothing there, but for Hayden it was his scythe. Naruto thought of what the purpose of this was until he reached a conclusion he didn't like. Shikamaru was going to get Hayden to stab him in the back. Normally it would just be reflected, but since Shikamaru also had control of Naruto's movements, he could make Naruto move in direction of Hayden's scythe. Naruto's reflection wouldn't work if he was the one to run into the scythe. Naruto had to admit Shikamaru came up with a brilliant plan. Either Naruto do something to get out of this, which would give the Leaf some information about him, or he dies to his own partner. It looks like Naruto would have to do something, but there was one thing Shikamaru forgot. In order for that information to be valuable, someone had to be alive to tell about it, and Naruto wasn't going to let that happen. Naruto felt his arm move in a swinging motion and his body being forced to the right. The first step Naruto took resulted in him causing an earthquake. The ground broke into 1,000 pieces, some being pushed up by the other pieces. The Leaf Ninja had to move back a little bit or risked being crushed. Naruto and Hayden, on the other hand, were pushed upwards by the piece they were standing on, this breaking Shikamaru's connection. Naruto, not even giving them a chance to reorganize after his attack, jumped high into the sky so he could overlook the whole battlefield. Most of the trees had been cleared out due to Naruto's cyclone, so it was mostly a flat plain. There were, however, some small hills, and behind one of those hills Naruto could see the little Shadow Master of Konoha. Naruto could see him clearly in the air, but from his position on the ground he would have never spotted him. Naruto reached into his pockets and pulled out 2 handfuls of pebbles, and he made it rain. Shikamaru looked up to see a hail of rocks coming at him. They were moving far too fast and had too much coverage for Shikamaru to be able to dodge. So all Shikamaru could do is wait as the rocks got closer and closer. Right when they about to hit him, a wood branch suddenly grew out of the ground beneath him and rose above him to protect him. The rocks hit the wood, splintering it, but not even coming close to punching though. Looks like he pulled through, Shikamaru said. But I don't think Naruto's going to let a little wood stop him. Better get back to the main group. Shikamaru ran back to join the rest of the force who were currently engaged in fighting Haiden. Since they knew that Haiden couldn't be killed, they were aiming for his legs and arms, trying to cut them off. It was all part of Shikamaru's plan. He had wanted Haiden and Naruto to split up, and it had worked better than he could have hoped. Naruto was in the air, and Haiden was fighting the entire squad. Shikamaru wanted to demobilize Haiden before Naruto got back. The reason they didn't do this when they first got Haiden was because not only would there have been no way to force Naruto to use his powers, but he was also likely to have figured out what they were trying to do. Not like Haiden was a pushover either, as he was holding his own against the entire squad. Although have multiple injuries, he wasn't showing the slightest sign of fatigue. He had even gotten a few hits in, but since they weren't giving him any time to make his seal, they weren't being killed off. Shikamaru tried to help out by recapturing him in a shadow, but it was difficult since Haiden was now aware of the shadows and the cracks in the ground were making it more difficult to move the shadow. As he was trying to do this, he heard a crash. Naruto had landed where Shikamaru had been hiding a little bit ago, and he would be rejoining the battle in a second. "We've got to do this now," Shikamaru yelled. "Hi!" The rest of the group shouted back just as Haiden made his first kill by skewering a poor Chunin through the neck. This was actually a good thing, as it kept Haiden distracted long enough for Ino to use her mind transfer jutsu. Haiden didn't even know the jutsu was coming. With his body not under his control, he stood completely still as wood branches wrapped around his body, holding him in place. Ino cancelled the jutsu, and the kunais went flying towards Haiden's arms and legs. At the same time, a blur flew past the ninja squad towards Haiden as well. Haiden's arms were sliced off expertly, but that blur had reflected the kunais that were aimed at Haiden's legs back at them. That was a close one. "You were almost put out of commission," Naruto said to Haiden. "Shut the fuck up like you helped. My fucking arms are on the ground. How am I supposed to fucking fight?" Haiden yelled. "Just be quiet," Naruto said, breaking the wood that was trapping Haiden's body. "Just go draw your seal. I'll take care of them." Haiden looked pissed, but he went off to draw his seal, grumbling all the way. "If you think we're going to let him do that, then the rumors must be true. You're insane," a random ninja said right before Naruto shoot right in front of him. "Then try to stop him," Naruto said, putting his hand on the ninja's chest and reversing his blood flow. Right as the ninja's body fell to the ground, Naruto noticed a large cloud of smoke had formed around him. Then it burst into flames. "You'll have to do better than that, Asuma," Naruto yelled, jumping from the fire. Asuma rolled out of the way just as Naruto landed, his hand right where Asuma's head just was. "Everyone focus your fire on Haiden. I'll deal with Naruto," Asuma said, taking out his trench knife. "But sensei, there's no way you can beat him," Ino said. "Listen to me, I know he's dangerous, but if Haiden completes that seal, then we're going to be in a lot more trouble than we are in right now," Asuma said. "But he doesn't have any arms, it's not like he can hurt himself," Choji said, trying to reason with Asuma. "It doesn't matter if Naruto wants that seal done, then he must have a plan, so just do it," Asuma said. "Hi," the group said in a less than happy manner. "Wait, an inspiring speech," Naruto said, beaming with confidence. "We're getting our asses kicked, but if you don't stop Haiden, we'll get our asses kicked even more." Naruto broke out in laughter. "That's all you could come up with?" "We'll beat you," Asuma said, tightening his grip. Naruto suddenly stopped laughing. "You can't believe that." "We do," Asuma growled. "Then my father must be even crazier than I thought," Naruto said. "I'm sure you do believe that your little genius can figure out a way to beat me, since he did find a way past my reflection, and truth is I believe it too, but that's the problem. I believe he's a threat, he even proved it again today. He's the only one to have pushed me, made me think I might lose. That's why I'm not going to let him live." Naruto said, looking at Asuma with the most dangerous look he had ever seen. I won't let you hurt him. Asuma said, running at Naruto. Now, don't get so aggressive. Naruto said, holding out his arm. It might make you do something you'd regret. Naruto shoot the cyclone at high speeds towards Asuma. Asuma had no hope of dodging since he was already running at Naruto and couldn't change his direction that fast. It hit him dead on, smashing him into the ground, breaking bones and cutting up skin. Come on now, are you really that weak? Naruto said, walking up to the downed Asuma only to see him disappear into a cloud of smoke. Clones are such a pain in the ass. Naruto said, turning around to see the real Asuma standing between him and Haiden. Haiden was about halfway done with his seal, even though he was being pelted by all sorts of attacks, but as long as he kept dodging and avoided getting his legs cut off, they'd be fine. However, Naruto felt that just that would happen if he didn't take out whoever was able to use the wood jutsu. After all, didn't want Haiden to become trapped again. Naruto taped his feet the ground and started hovering. I need to get to Haiden, so no more clones. Naruto said as he rushed Asuma. All Asuma could do was dodge Naruto hands. Blocking or even fighting back would be useless, but Asuma had to do something because he was getting pushed back towards Haiden. Stop moving, Naruto said as he just missed Asuma again. They were getting closer and closer to Haiden, who was almost done with his seal. Asuma was beginning to panic, but saw something that gave him hope. Yamato was doing hand signs. Asuma knew he was going to try and trap Haiden again, and since Haiden couldn't move too far from his seal, it was likely to work. All he had to do was keep Naruto distracted for a little longer. Then came pain. More pain than Asuma had ever felt before. He looked down to see that Naruto had his hand inside his chest. You leaf ninja must think everything will work out in the end, don't you? Naruto said, pushing his hand farther into Asuma's chest, causing him even more pain. You see a small glimmer of hope and you think it's going to be okay, we've got this, and you let your guard down. Well, I've got news for you. Naruto shoot a cyclone at Yamato, who dodged it, but it interrupted his jutsu. Just because you believe you can beat me by sending ninja after ninja, doesn't mean you will. Naruto yelled, pushing his entire arm into Asuma's chest until it came out the other side. If you want to beat me, send something besides Chunin and Jounin. Naruto ripped his arm out of Asuma, letting his body fall to the ground. Satisfied with his work, Naruto turned to see that Haiden was almost done with his seal, but it looked like one of the ninja had gotten desperate and rushed Haiden with a tanto. Naruto moved fast as he dazed in front of the ninja. The ninja, not expecting him, swung his tanto on instinct. The tanto broke upon hitting Naruto's reflection. Not even a moment later, Naruto sent a rock through his heart. Naruto turned to look at the remaining ninjas. By the looks on their faces, Naruto could guess they already knew how much trouble they were in. They probably thought things couldn't get any worse, but they were about to because Haiden had completed the seal. Shikamaru was horrified to see Naruto rejoin the battle so soon. It could only mean one thing: Asuma was dead. Naruto had killed the man that Shikamaru respected so greatly in the blink of an eye. How long were they fighting? 30 seconds, a minute, at the most. Shikamaru watched as Naruto moved to collect Haiden's scythe and then moved back to Haiden. The scythe still had the blood of some of the ninja Haiden had hit on it, and that was all Haiden needed. He licked the blade and Naruto threw a rock through his heart. A ninja next to Choji fell over dead. Haiden licked it again. Naruto threw another rock and another ninja fell over dead. The ninja who had gotten hit started to panic. They tried to run away, but it didn't matter. In no time at all, the entire squad was reduced down to 4 members. We need to retreat, Yamato said. Shikamaru knew that Yamato was right. At this point, there was no way they could hope to beat Naruto. Hell, they probably had no hope of winning going into this fight, but Shikamaru just couldn't run away. If he did, then all this would be for nothing. If they were going to run away, then they at least had to bring something back, some way to beat Naruto, some weakness. Shikamaru went through everything he knew about Naruto. There had to be something he missed. Naruto's has the power to control vectors. This gives him an absolute defense and a powerful offense. His defense is a thin layer of chakra that reflects everything that comes into contact with it. The only no way to get past it is pulled back at the last moment or have Naruto run into it. Both these things are extremely hard to pull off. His attacks consist of causing earthquakes, cyclones, throwing rock, and a rubber ball at high speeds and the ability to reverse blood flow, allowing him to kill anyone with just a touch. These attacks gave him a wide range of options from very short range all the way to extremely long range. On paper it seems like Naruto is an unstoppable ninja, but everyone has something that can be exploited. Shikamaru thought about it over and over again: defense, offense, power. There must be something. Shikamaru's eyes widened in realization. Could it really be that simple? He turned to look at Ino. Ino, I think I know what his weakened Shikamaru would never get to finish his sentence as a pebble went through his neck, stopping him from talking. Shikamaru fell to his knees, holding his neck hopelessly, trying to stop the bleeding. Shikamaru! Ino screamed, getting down on her knees. Sorry about that, Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head. He just seemed like he was spacing out, so I thought he could use a little something to bring him back. You bastard, Ino yelled, about ready to beat the smirk right off Naruto's face, but Shikamaru stopped her. Ino could tell he wanted to say something desperately, but with a hole in his throat that wasn't going to happen. Instead, he took out a piece of paper and wrote a couple words before handing it to Ino. Ino knew exactly what Shikamaru wanted her to do. I'm not leaving without you, she yelled, but the look in Shikamaru's eyes told her that whatever was written in that note was worth the sacrifice, so with a heavy heart and tears in her eyes she ran, with Choji and Yamato following her. Shikamaru smiled as he saw Ino run out of sight. He truly believed that his note would get back to the leaf and everything would be okay. That was the last thing Shikamaru thought of, because Naruto stomped on the back of his head, turning it into a pile of meat. You won't get away, Naruto said, speeding off towards them. Naruto, pushing off the ground, was able to good way faster, but Yamato kept putting up wood pillars to block him. Naruto could easily break through these, but it did cut down on his speed. It wasn't long, however, when Naruto got them in his sight. Ino could see Naruto behind her, and he was only getting closer. We'll never outrun him, Ino said. Then I'll stop him, Choji said, angrier than Ino had ever heard him, even when someone called him fat. Choji, you can't, he'll kill you, Ino said. He killed my best friend and my sensei. He won't get away with it, Choji yelled, going into his human bullet tank. Choji, stop, Ino screamed, but it was too late. Choji was already rolling as fast as he could towards Naruto. Naruto didn't even react. He let Choji hit him at his top speed, but all that happened was Choji was sent flying back. The force of hitting Naruto's reflection had snapped his neck. Choji! Ino yelled as she watched her dead friend roll on the ground until his bloody body finally stopped. Ino let a few tears run down her face. Not only was her entire team dead, but Choji hadn't even delayed Naruto in the slightest. Why you running? I thought you came here to kill me. So fight like it, Naruto said. Ino and Yamato didn't respond. Ino because she was trying to save her energy, and Yamato because he was too busy making wood pillars. Fine, then have it your way, Naruto said as 4 cyclones emerged from his back. Then Naruto flew up into the air. Ino and Yamato were terrified to see Naruto flying so fast that he was in front of Yamato in an instant. Those pillars not so good when your opponent can fly, Naruto said, bringing his hand around to grab Yamato's face. Yamato tried to make somewhat more to stop him, but Naruto tore right through it. Yamato was done for the moment Naruto made contact with his skin. Ino made a sharp right to get away from Naruto, but a pebble through her knee stopped any hope she had of running away. Naruto looked down on Ino as she pathetically tried to crawl away, leaving a trail of blood as the blood poured from her wound. It took only a few steps from Naruto to catch up with her. He grabbed her by her ponytail, earning a pained scream. "Why don't you just give up live your last moments of life in peace?" Naruto said. "Screw you. I'm going to make it back to the leaf with or without a leg." Ino screamed, still trying to get out of Naruto's hold. There was a brief moment where the only sound was Ino moving dirt around before Naruto burst into the most high-pitched laugh Ino had ever heard. He even let go of her ponytail. Ino didn't let this moment go to waste as she crawled away from Naruto. "Make it back to the leaf, why don't you have a look around? Then you might realize that it was impossible the moment you started running," Naruto said, only now getting his laugh to calm down. Everything in Ino's body told her not to, but her mind won out. She took a good look at her surroundings, and what she saw killed any hope of escape. There weren't any trees, yet she was in the middle of a forest. The huge cyclone attack that Naruto had done at the beginning of the fight had knocked down all the trees in a certain radius of him, and Ino wasn't even out of that. Get all the way to the leaf, forget about that. Naruto had managed to kill all of them before they got out of the original battle site. "Now do you see?" Naruto said. "You can never get back to the leaf. The entire run to freedom you and your friends had lasted a minute." Naruto pointed to the corpses of Yamato and Choji. "But don't worry, it will all be over soon." Naruto covered Ino's face with her hand. All she could see was blackness and knew that she was going to die. "I'm sorry, Shikamaru," Ino said. Naruto let Ino's body drop. Maybe this valley of corpses would finally make Minato see that Naruto wasn't going to be done in by ordinary ninjas. Naruto was about to walk back and meet up with Haiden, but he remembered that Shikamaru had handed Ino something. He walked back to Ino's body and found a piece of paper clutched in her hand. Naruto had to pry his fingers to get it. The paper was covered in blood, but it was still legible. At first Naruto didn't see why Shikamaru had lost his life for these few words, but the more he looked at it the more he thought about, and his eyes widened in panic. Shikamaru had discovered yet another weakness Naruto didn't know he had, but this weakness wasn't like any other of his weaknesses, like a pulled punch or not being able to reflected vectors he didn't know. This was an inherited problem with his ability that couldn't be fixed. It was right then that Naruto realized just what had happened. This weakness wasn't something that was a mistake on Naruto's part. It was something Orochimaru had done on purpose. This was why he never sent his ninja after Naruto when he escaped, or why he had acted too confident when he had ordered Naruto to help him invaded the leaf. He's had a one-up on him all this time, but it wasn't exclusive to Orochimaru. Anyone could use it if they knew how. "Damn you, Orochimaru," Naruto growled, shredding the paper into million pieces, so it could never be salvaged. Naruto made his way back to Haiden, thinking of a way to kill Orochimaru and bury that information forever. The Konoha council room was dead quiet. It had been a few days since Asuma's team had been due to return from their mission. They could still be alive, Minato said. "Oh, bite me, Minato," a council member said. "We know they're dead, you know they're dead. Hell, the whole village knows that they're dead, and do you know who killed them? Your son." "You don't know that," Minato yelled. "How many ninja have died doing recon missions into Naruto? 50, 60, 100. It's time to face facts, Minato. Your son is never, and I mean never, aligning with the leaf. It's time to stop sending ninja to their death just because you feel guilty. I'm sure if I talked to him, then he would understand," Minato said. "The time for that has long since passed," Danzo said angrily, which wasn't so rare for him recently. In fact, a lot of people had noticed that Danzo seemed to be way more agitated recently. "Have already sent someone. Not to research Naruto like you've been doing. No, this time, the ninja's been ordered to deal with Naruto. You can't do that without my permission," Minato yelled, standing up. "I can with the council's permission," Danzo said. "And when did they give you permission?" "We called a meeting a day after Asuma and his team were supposed to return." We didn't call you because we felt you were unfit to make such an important decision. Danzo said. You think I'm unfit? Minato said, slamming his fist on the table. Yes, I and quite a few other people do. Danzo said. Minato, seeing that Danzo wasn't lying, tried to calm himself and returned to an acceptable manner. You sent a ninja? Who do you believe has an ability to beat Accelerator? Unlike you, I didn't settle for regular Umbu. I sent someone that is actually on Naruto's level. Danzo said, the hint of a smile on his face. While the meeting was going on, a ninja arrived at the place where Naruto and Hayden had massacred a Konoha squad not even a week earlier. He examined the bodies and confirmed they were the work of the duo. I'm getting closer, the figure said, dashing off in the direction he knew they went off, and his red eyes lighting up the night. They were close, really close. 2, maybe 3 hours from Taki. Naruto couldn't wait. After this he could relax, only having to participate in the sealing ritual. At least as long as every other team held up their end of the deal. Hayden was also excited to get back into action now that his arms were reattached thanks to a doctor Naruto had found. Everything was looking good. There hadn't been any Konoha ninja attacking, although Kirk ninja were becoming more common the closer they got to Taki, but they were easily dealt with. Hey Naruto, we need to stop, Hayden said. We are not stopping so you can waste our time with your stupid ritual, Naruto yelled. They aren't stupid, and besides I wasn't talking about that. I need to go take a piss, Hayden said. Fine, Naruto said as Hayden walked off the road to go find a bush. Naruto was getting really fed up with Hayden. His rituals have put them back more than a day. Not to mention they had to go out of their way to find a doctor because Hayden couldn't defend himself. At least they wouldn't have to go on missions together after they captured the Seven Tails. Naruto took a look at the scenery, waiting for Hayden to come back. They were on a dirt road that got little traffic. The sun was high in the sky, and it was becoming increasingly hot. There were rabbits hopping around on the ground as crows were flying high in the sky. That was until the crows decided they were too good for the sky and came down to earth. Naruto watched as the crows conjugated at one place and formed a person that Naruto had heard a lot about. Well, if it isn't Itachi Uchiha. I thought I was done getting visits from the leaf. Did my last message not get through? Naruto said, his arms crossed and smug smirk on his face. Don't worry, we got it, and that's why they sent me, Itachi said, and before Naruto could even wipe the smug look off his face, Itachi did a series of hand signs. A huge fireball way bigger than Naruto had ever seen before was coming for him. Of course, all Naruto had to do was put his hand out, and the fireball was sent right back. Itachi knew this, and by the time the fireball had gone back to sender, he was long gone. Naruto had no idea where Itachi was as the fireball and obstructed his vision. What the hell is going on? Hayden yelled, returning to the road. Trouble, Naruto said right as a crow flew right in front of him, blocking his line of sight yet again. When the crow passed, Itachi was suddenly standing directly in front of Naruto. Naruto stopped himself from looking into Itachi's eyes and taped the ground with his foot, sending rocks and other debris at Itachi. Itachi didn't even flinch as he blocked every piece. Itachi then jumped over Hayden's side as Hayden tried to cut his stomach open. Naruto sent a cyclone Itachi's way, hoping that since Itachi was in the air he wouldn't be able to dodge, but Itachi used an equally powerful wind jutsu, canceling them both out. Returning to the ground, Itachi launched hundreds of flaming shurikens. Hayden blocked them with his scythe while Naruto reflected them. We're getting nowhere, Hayden said. All we have to do is spill a little bit of his blood, then it will be over, Naruto said, rushing Itachi. Naruto did the same thing he did with Asuma, continuously attack until his opponent made a mistake and got touched. Itachi wasn't like Asuma, though he was able to dodge every one of Naruto's strikes with ease. Naruto got frustrated and started hovering, making his attacks even faster. Itachi wasn't even affected by the change of speed. Naruto still couldn't land. Come on, fight me, Naruto said. I am, Itachi said as he continued to dodge. This only served to piss Naruto off. Hayden, help me out over here. Hayden came to Naruto's aid, swinging his scythe wildly trying to hit Itachi, but it still wasn't enough. He would dodge Naruto's attacks and blocked Hayden's with a kunai. Why don't you just fucking die? Hayden yelled. Itachi didn't say anything and the fight went on. Neither side made any progress. Itachi couldn't hit them, nor could they hit Itachi. It was a stalemate, with not sign of breaking until Hayden actually cut Itachi's cheek. Whether it was because Itachi had become too tried to properly dodge or if Hayden had just gotten lucky Naruto did not know, but now they had a little bit of his blood. Hayden backed off to make the seal as Naruto kept attacking Itachi to keep him occupied, but Itachi never even made an attempt to stop Hayden. Naruto found this very odd. Did Itachi just not know about Hayden's powers? Naruto found that hard to believe, but they had the blood so Itachi would die if he didn't stop Hayden, so what was he planning? Hayden finished the seal and stabbed himself in the heat. Itachi coughed up some blood before falling over dead. This is the best the leaf can do? Naruto said, kicking Itachi's head to make sure he was actually dead. What a pushover. Sure, he could dodge, but he didn't even try to stop himself from getting killed. Hayden said, walking up to Naruto. Naruto couldn't believe that the person who managed to take out most of the Uchiha clan had gone down so easily, but there he was dead in the street. Let's just go, Naruto said, turning back towards the road. Naruto knew something was off about Itachi's death, but he was still surprised when he turned and saw Itachi standing a little down the road perfectly fine. Naruto's eyes darted back to Itachi's corpse, which was still there. Naruto knew they'd been had. Itachi had cast a jinjutsu, but when? Naruto guessed it didn't matter. He should have realized it was a jinjutsu when Itachi went down so easily. Naruto disrupted the jinjutsu and the body disappeared. The body wasn't the only thing that had a jinjutsu on it. Itachi's eyes were different. They weren't the regular Sharingan. Naruto didn't have time to think about it as a black fire appeared between him and Hayden. Naruto had never seen a fire like that before, and since he could feel the heat he knew it was different enough that his reflection wouldn't work. Naruto leaped to the side, but not quick enough as the fire expanded too fast and set Naruto's right arm ablaze. Naruto stopped himself from screaming in pain as the fire burned through his cloak. Hayden had tried to block the fire, but it was a failed attempt. Hayden's whole body was lit up in a black blaze. Naruto had to think fast or he'd be burned alive. Even if it was different enough to get past his reflection, it was still fire, so cutting off the oxygen should put it out. Naruto reflected all the oxygen away from his arm, but to his horror the fire didn't go out. What the hell is this? Hayden yelled, the fire now burning so deep into his skin that it would have killed any normal person. Naruto had to do something about this fire before he ended up like Hayden. It took Naruto only a few seconds to come up with an idea, but he really didn't want to go through with it, but seeing as the fire was almost to his shoulder he really didn't have a choice. Naruto closed his eyes and focused on the sections of his arm that was on fire. Once he could tell where each section was, he repelled the skin off his arm. Naruto couldn't hold back his scream as his skin was ripped from his body, but at least the fire went with it. It looked like someone had taken a cheese grater to Naruto's arm. Naruto redirected his blood so it would stay in his body and not spill out of his arm. It didn't do anything to help the pain, but at least he wouldn't bleed out. Naruto looked towards Hayden to see what had happened to him. It wasn't good. The fire had devoured Hayden's entire body. All that was left was his ring, scythe, and a few pieces of bone. Even if Hayden's was immortal, he wouldn't be able to do much as a pile of ashes, so for all intent and purpose Hayden was dead. I am impressed you managed to stop yourself from getting burned alive, Itachi said, sounding actually kind of frustrated his plan didn't work. Naruto noticed how one of Itachi's eyes was bleeding. At least now Naruto knew that using that strange fire was damaging to Itachi as well, but that didn't change the fact that Naruto still had no idea what the equation for that fire not fire could be. Unfortunately for Naruto, he was still in the middle of a fight, and just because that attack hurt Itachi as well didn't seem to stop him from using it. Naruto rolled out of the way as black fire once again appeared where he had been standing. Even if the fire didn't hit Naruto, it didn't mean he was fine. Naruto found out that any sudden movement caused his arm to burn with pain, and rolling certainly didn't feel very good. It looked like he would have to end this quickly. Naruto hit the ground and the world shook. The road that they had been standing on was no more as the ground split in half. Itachi, having suddenly lost his footing, fell down into the chasm while Naruto used his cyclones to fly above it. Naruto scanned the chasm, refusing to believe that this would be the end of Itachi, and he was right. He saw Itachi running up the side of the chasm. Naruto took out all the pebbles he had on him and pelted Itachi with them, but Itachi was able to dodge them all. He climbed out of the chasm, and immediately black fire appeared near Naruto. It got caught up in one of his cyclones, create a vortex of fire. Naruto had no choice but to stop that cyclone or risk ending up like Haiden. Stopping that cyclone had screwed up Naruto's flying ability, and he didn't have time to make a new one before crashing to the ground. Naruto held his arm painfully as the impact nearly made him black out. Naruto got back up to his feet, shaking quite a bit. Itachi was just looking at him with a blank expression. One of his eyes were closed and bleeding pretty badly now. It looked like he wouldn't be able to use that pesky fire anymore. "Give up," Itachi said. "What?" Naruto replied. "This is a hopeless fight. You can barely stand, and I haven't been hit once. Just give up. I'm sure the Hokage will make you some sort of deal," Itachi said. Naruto grinded his teeth. "You think you have me against a wall? That I'm down and out? You're just saying that because without that fire of yours you can't hit me. No, even without my fire I still have something that can beat you, but I'd rather not use it," Itachi stated. "Stop screwing with me," Naruto yelled, sending his 3 remaining cyclones at Itachi. Naruto staggered a little bit as that attack had made the pain in his arm flare a little too much, and yet Itachi still dodged all the cyclones, only having the use of one eye apparently not affecting him at all. Naruto was panting heavily at this point. Never before had he been forced to push his body so hard, and it was all that bastard's fault. Who did he think he was to come up to Orochimaru's most powerful creation and fight him on the same level? No, he wasn't on the same level. He was trash just like the rest of them. He was just another ninja trying to prove that he's the strongest, but he's not, and Naruto would prove that. Naruto let out a monstrous yell full of hate and rage. He held his arm up to the sky like he was trying to grab heaven. The wind changed from a cool breeze to a whiplash of air. It circled around Naruto's hand in a spiral pattern. It kept compressing in Naruto's hand until it became a blue bubbly sphere. Then the wind surrounded it in a grayish transparent cover. Itachi realized how much it looked like a gray raisin gun with a blue core, but this was on a whole different level. Just the creation of it made the floor beneath Naruto shatter. "Are you scared yet?" Naruto yelled, bringing the object to his side. "Are you trembling in fear, having to face the greatest power in the universe?" "I would be, because it's not every day that someone creates plasma to use as a weapon. This is what you get when you try and take the king's crown." "You're insane," Itachi said. "It doesn't matter what I am. If I have the power to destroy you," Naruto shouted, creating 2 cyclones and shooting himself towards Itachi. Even though the plasma wasn't anywhere close to the ground, it was tearing it to pieces as Naruto ran over it. Itachi jumped into the air to avoid it, but Naruto created 2 more cyclones, giving him the lift he needed to hit Itachi, if only barely. The plasma clipped Itachi's leg, but even that was severely damaging. Itachi felt his bones break, his leg twist, his blood vessels exploding as Naruto flew past him. Naruto swooped down and grabbed Haiden's scythe and ring, the plasma now gone, before flying away. Itachi wanted to chase after him, but one look at his mangled leg told Itachi that trying to catch up to him would be like a rock trying to catch a cheetah, so Itachi watched Naruto fly off, wondering what was going through the self-proclaimed strongest ninja's mind. Naruto didn't make it very far, only far enough where he thought Itachi wouldn't be able to chase him. He landed, stumbled a few steps, and then fell on the ground, having no intention of getting up anytime soon. Running away, after giving that whole speech about how he was the strongest, certainly was humiliating. Well, Naruto guessed it couldn't be helped. Naruto didn't have huge chakra reserves, and since a good chunk of it was dedicated to his reflection, he actually had lower than average chakra. It had never really been a problem before, since most of his moves didn't use that much chakra. Flying and creating plasma were the only two moves that required a lot of chakra, and he had always won in a few moves, but if that fight had lasted any longer, he would have risked using the chakra dedicated to his reflection. Why did he do that spill on how he was the strongest? He had never claimed to be the strongest before, so why had he partially yelled it to Itachi? Naruto guessed he had always believed he was the strongest. After all, Orochimaru had always told him he was, and after escaping he had done things at an age where he shouldn't have even been out of the academy that an Umbu would have a hard time doing. Maybe it was just because in Naruto's mind him being the strongest had always just been a fact, like his very existence was all the proof he needed, but Itachi had shaken that proof. It had been the first time Naruto had faced a prodigy like himself, and it shook him. Maybe he could be beaten. Sure, there had been incidents before like Shikamaru and Lee, but those had always been tricks that the weak would use to beat the strong, nothing that Naruto wouldn't be able to handle a second time. Itachi was different. He had killed Hiden with little effort. He had injured Naruto to the point where he couldn't even stand. He had won. With those thoughts in his mind, Naruto could no longer take the pain in his arm and fell into an uneasy sleep. The Rookie 9, or now the Rookie 6, were sitting around one of the training fields. So your brother has been tasked with taking care of Naruto? Shino asked. Yes, he told me right before he left. Sasuke said. I hope he brings Naruto's head back on a stick. Kiba said. Kiba. Hinata said, not believing that Kiba would say something like that in front of Minima and Naruko. We can't keep defending him. Kiba said, then turned to Naruko and Minima. Listen, I know we promised to help you bring him back, but he's killed our friends. He's a monster. You two pretend not to hear the rumors because you think he's a good person, but I think those rumors are. And just what rumors would those be? Minima said, looking angry, but in reality about ready to cry. That Naruto is a psychopath trained by Orochimaru to kill everyone and everything, and that he trained your and Hinata's sister to be bloodthirsty killers. That he's only part of the Akatsuki to test his skills against jinchuriki. That he destroys entire villages just because he can. Those are all just rumors spread by other villages to make them think that Naruto's some sort of demon child. Naruko said. He is a demon child. Kiba yelled, his voice echoing in the surrounding woods, and he immediately knew he had gone too far. So what does that make me? Naruko yelled, storming off. Naruko, wait. Minima said, chasing off after her. Naruko walked all the way home without saying a word to Minima, despite how hard Minima tried to get here to talk. She slammed open the door to her house, disrupting Kushina. Naruko, what the hell do you think you're doing? She yelled. Kaya-sen, is Naruto so evil that we have to kill him? Naruko asked. Kushina stopped whatever she was going to say and looked at Naruko with penetrating eyes. Minima was equally as shocked and didn't know what to say, but it was obvious that Naruko wasn't bugging without an answer. Kushina sighed. I don't know, even though he's my son, I don't know anything more about him than you do. If the rumors are to be believed, then it would seem like Naruto's a lost cause, hell-bent of destruction, and we know that he's killed lots of our own ninjas, including some of your friends. Naruko deflated with every word. It seemed that Naruto really was the devil in disguise. But even if I don't know anything about Naruto, I know lots about Mito. Kushina said with a smile on her face. I know that no matter how much she may hate us or how desperate she was to find Naruto, she would never follow him if he was completely evil. Even if you think that. Not everyone is so inclined to dismiss what Naruto has done. Jiraiya said, entering the house through the window. What have I told you about using the door? Kushina yelled. Don't be so uptight about it. Jiraiya said, waving it off. What are you doing here? Naruko asked. I'm here because Minato and I have been talking and we think we've figured out a way to add a chakra nature to the Rasengan. Jiraiya said. That's great. Naruko said. Yeah, it is. Why don't you two go to the usually training field? Minto's already waiting. Jiraiya said. The girls ran off to the training field, already having forgotten about their bad mood. Jiraiya chuckled as they left. Such kids. I wouldn't be so sure. They may not seem like it, but learning the next stage of the Rasengan is another way to get closer to Naruto. Kushina said with motherly affection before switching to a more serious mood. Anyways, you didn't come here just for that. Itachi sent a crow. What happened? Kushina asked. Nothing good. Haiden's dead, but Naruto got away and Itachi's leg was nearly separated from his body, so he won't be back for a little while he gets it healed. Jiraiya said. At least Haiden's dead. Kushina said. About that in his report Itachi mentioned how Naruto went on about how he was the strongest ninja in the world, and from Itachi's retelling of the battle that might not be so far from the truth. Jiraiya said. Don't you think you're being a little dramatic? I mean, sure, Naruto's powerful, but he's not the best. Kushina said. You want to know how Itachi got so heavily injured? Jiraiya said with an aura of dread and seriousness around him. So much so that Kushina wasn't sure she wanted to hear. What happened? Apparently Naruto created plasma, and as Itachi described it, it was the ultimate Rasengan. Even with the girls learning an enhanced version of the Rasengan, they still won't be any closer to Naruto. There has to be something we can do? Kushina pleaded. I don't know, we'll have to see how powerful the enhanced Rasengan is. Jiraiya said. Until then, Naruto is still an icon of hate to a lot of people, and it's even starting to affect our own village. I know he has some good in him. Kushina said. Jiraiya sighed. Maybe it was Kushina who was acting like a kid. Naruto awoke to a giant plant. At first Naruto thought he had gone crazy, but then the plant started talking and Naruto realized everything was fine, as weird as that might seem. It's about time you got up. Itachi really handed it to you. Zetsu said. How long was I out? Naruto asked, getting up, still feeling pain in his arm, but now it was bearable. About 12 hours, but it's going to be an eternity for Haiden. Forget about Haiden, I won't shed any tears for him, and I doubt the girls will either. Naruto said, taking off his damaged Akatsuki cloak to inspect his arm. There were chunks of missing skin all along his arm, you could see right to the muscles. Naruto would have surely bled out in no time if it wasn't for his powers. Did you have anything for this? Zetsu tossed him some bandages and a new cloak. Naruto started wrapping his arm as Zetsu went on. You'll need a new partner, Deidara still available. I'm not waiting around for someone, I'll just get the 7 tails in my own. Besides, Deidara already captured his jinchuriki, so there's no reason for him to become active again. Naruto said. Unlike you, Deidara doesn't like to sit around and do nothing, he's more than willing to take on another jinchuriki. Zetsu said. Well, good for him. Naruto said as he finished taping up his arm. But I'll be fine on my own. Naruto put on his cloak and went to grab Haiden's scythe. Haiden's ring was gone, probably already snatched up by Zetsu. By the way, give this to Hitomi. Tell her it was a gift from our dear friend. Zetsu took the scythe as Naruto speed off. You'll still be getting a new partner even if you capture the 7 tails on your own. Zetsu said, but was not greeted with a response. Do you think he can do it on his own? He's still injured. Injured or not, he'll win, but in the meantime we still have work to do, we're closing in and a package to deliver. It took Naruto maybe 2 hours to reach his destination. He stopped in the tree line planning his strategy. He knew that the only way to enter Taki was through a under cave system, and it was guarded like no one's business. Naruto counted 8 Kirk ninja, probably Jounin and 4 Taki ninja. Looks like they really didn't want anyone to get in. The best plan would be for Naruto to wait it out and find the Seven Tails without being caught, but Naruto didn't have the skill to sneak past such a force, and more importantly Naruto didn't like to wait. Naruto simply walked up to the ninja Akatsuki cloak fluttering behind him. "I'm here for the Seven Tails, would you mind telling me where she is?" Naruto asked in his nicest tone. "It's the Akatsuki," one of the guards shouted before the whole lot ran towards Naruto. "Come, there's no reason for having to start a fight," Naruto said as he punched a Kirk ninja who got just a little too close. His nose burst with blood as he fell to the ground, hurt but not dead. "But if that's what you really want, then I'll be more than happy to oblige." The last ninja fell as the fight reached its 3-minute mark. Naruto was sure the earthquake he had created to wipe out most of the guards had alerted the village, so he would have to move fast. He traversed the caves and was greeted with a welcoming squad when he entered the village through the lake. "Did they send the entire village?" Naruto asked as he stared down at least 100 enemy ninja. Naruto didn't get a vocal response, but he certainly got one. Almost every ninja in the crowd shot high-pressured water from their mouths. "You'll have to do better than that," Naruto said as the wave of water was sent back to sender. Most of the ninja were able to dodge, but some of the slower ones weren't so lucky and got crushed by the huge amount of water. The other ninja were quick to strike back and sent every attack in the book at him. These, however, were small attacks, so even when they were reflected they could be easily dodged. Naruto didn't want or have the time to deal with all of them, so he got to dry land and started running around the village, still being pelted by all sorts of attacks. Come out wherever you all, my little jinchuriki. I've got a treat for you," Naruto sung as he ran down street after street. As Naruto ran, civilians ran like hell trying to get back into their homes, even though Naruto wasn't even attacking. But even so, houses were being set on fire, knocked down and destroyed as attack after attack kept bouncing off Naruto. The ninja that had sworn to protect the village were NWT the cause of all the destruction. Of course they didn't see it that way, they only saw an enemy that had to be taken out. All the damage was just necessary sacrifices. What a stupid ideology. Naruto had only come here for one person and he would have been on his way, but the death toll and damages would be far more hurtful to Taki than losing their jinchuriki. Of course they were still going to lose it. Naruto ran for a while, not really knowing what to do. They obviously had hidden her somewhere, and with all the chaos happening in the village, he doubted that he would be able to find her. Naruto suddenly stopped to try and think of a plan, and one of the ninja chasing him ran into him, snapping his neck. The kunais and jutsu still rained down on Naruto, because these idiots didn't seem to understand that the quantity of attacks didn't mean anything to Naruto. All the nearby houses were completely pulverized by the backlash of all the attacks. People ran from their homes most bloody, and some having kunais embedded in their bodies. A mother holding a crying child came out, her face streaked with blood, and a rather large burn on her arm, ran out onto the street. "Stop this, can't you see what you're doing?" she screamed as the child wailed. Her cries fell on deaf ears as the ninja paid her no mind and continued their assault. Naruto could tell what was going to happen a mile away, and a few seconds later it did. One of the ninja threw a kunai no different from any of the other that had been shoot, but this one was positioned in just the right place to cause a very bloody accident. It hit Naruto's reflection and was shot toward the woman. Her civilian reflexes were not enough to dodge it, but to Naruto's surprise she didn't get hit. Instead, a girl with green hair and wearing rather revealing clothing pushed the woman out of the way and managed to dodge the kunai herself. This display actually stopped the ninja from attacking. "What the hell are you doing you here?" one of the ninja yelled. "I wanted to help, not sit in room while my village was being destroyed," the girl said. Naruto instantly reconsidered the girl. She was Fu, his target. What do you know, the Seven Tails has a heart? Naruto thought as he looked at the woman Fu had just saved, but the woman didn't have the thankful look a person in her position should have had. Far from it, she looked at Fu with absolute disgust, like she would have rather been saved by a toad than by her. Then without saying a word she ran away. "We don't need your help. We had it under control until you showed up. Just go back to your cell and let the real ninja deal with it." The same ninja yelled as the others were nodding behind him. "But she would have died if I hadn't been her," Fu said, pointing to the woman she had just saved only to see that the woman was no longer there. The ninja, looking rather full of himself, looked down at Fu with a sneer. "I don't see any woman. You were obviously just trying to escape, you bitch. We'll have to punish you after we handle this." "Hey," Naruto said in a voice that sounded like a killer scolding his victim for being dead. This caught everyone's attention as they looked upon the person who had been the prime target of their attention not even a minute ago. Fu even looked back to see that Naruto was standing directly behind her, so close that she could feel his icy breath as the words left his mouth. "You people are very rude, you know. Ignoring someone who came all this, and had to endure so much hardship to get here, but you know I'm not even mad because the person I've come to see has finally greeted me." Naruto put his hand on Fu's shoulder. "Why don't you come with me?" Fu knew who the man behind her was as well. He was Naruto, the son of the fourth Hokage. Apparently, he was insane. Fu wasn't so sure about that part, but she was sure that he was incredibly powerful. Just his aura told her that. "She's not going away. Where?" One of the ninja yelled and all of them resumed their barrage, not giving any thought to the fact that Fu was standing right in front of him. Fu, seeing that she was about to becoming a human target dummy, grew wings and flew up. Naruto watched her as the attacks bounced harmlessly off him. "Wow, didn't know she could do that," Naruto said. "But you aren't the only one," Naruto said as he formed his own flying mechanism and flew after her. Fu looked back shocked to see that Naruto was able to fly as well. Naruto was gaining on her as his cyclones were much faster than her wings. Naruto thought it was only going to be a matter of time before he captured his target, but something caught his attention. Fu was leaving being some sort of sparkling substance behind her. Naruto didn't know what that would accomplish until it blew up in a ray of light so bright that Naruto couldn't even see his nose in front of his face. It didn't last very long, but by the time it had ended Naruto had lost sight of Fu. Naruto couldn't believe it. Even if his reflection stopped it from blinding him, he still couldn't see past the light. So Naruto had to waste time flying around trying to find Fu, and when he did she would use the same trick again, and force Naruto to go looking for her again. This happened a lot and Naruto was getting frustrated. There was also the problem that Fu would be able to keep this up a lot longer than Naruto would. He could already feel his body telling him he was using too much chakra, and he doubted Fu had even used 1/10 of her chakra. Not to mention the idiots below were still shooting at him. Naruto once again caught sight of Fu, and just like he expected she spit out that sparkly substance. Naruto had already determined that closing his eyes didn't matter since Fu would still be able to get away while his eyes were closed, but Naruto had been watching and was pretty confident he'd be able to catch Fu even without his sight. Naruto looked down at the city below. Right below him was a nice little house that would have looked cozy, but the damage that had been done, and was still being done, made it look like a hellscape. To the left was the village's leader house, and to the right were a few farmhouses. A bright light blinded Naruto's vision, but this time instead of cursing himself he swung to the right and listened for the beating of Fu's wings. Just as Naruto had planned, he heard her almost directly in front of him. He reached his hand out and caught a hold of her leg. Using his enhanced strength he swung Fu towards the ground. Fu, not being able to stabilize herself, crashed to the ground. The impact was surprisingly soft as Fu did manage to use her wings to slow her descent, but by this time Naruto could see and dive-bombed Fu. He landed on her stomach, making he spit up blood as his force broke the ground below her and created a crater. Naruto swung Fu over his shoulder as her wings disappeared. Naruto felt Fu struggling, and it was making his arm growl in pain. "Stop moving, or I'll rip off your legs," Naruto said, and immediately Fu stopped. "How did you get me?" the green-haired girl asked, having realized that the son of the Hokage had bested her. Whenever I went to go look for you, I noticed that you would hide in less populated areas, so I bet that you'd fly towards the fields, and I was right. I guessed you wanted to keep the battle away from as many people as possible, Naruto said as he started walking towards the exit. Almost immediately, they were surrounded by ninja. They all looked like they were ready to kill, but it wasn't directed at Naruto. Look what you've done, one of the higher-ranking ninja said. You drew the Akatsuki here to our village, you monster. Do you know how many have died all because of you? But, Fu tried to say, but the ninja weren't hearing it. You're going to be burned for what you've done, you devil whore. All you've ever done is run this village into the ground, one of the Taki ninja said. Get out of my way, Naruto said, walking forward. Don't tell me what to do, you Akatsuki scum. Just because you're trying to rid of jinchuriki doesn't mean you're good. Naruto grabbed him by the throat with his free arm. Listen here, you rat of a ninja. It's easy to blame someone else for your mistake. I mean, of course you don't want your ass held responsible for the damages, and I can understand that. But when your preaching gets in my way, then I have a problem. I've gotten what I've come here for, so move or I'll show you a real monster, Naruto said, dropping the terrified ninja. Naruto started walking forward again, giving each and every ninja a death stare. Naruto noticed that a majority of the Taki were happy that he was taking Fu away. While the Kirk ninja didn't share the same hatred for the Jinchuriki, they were way too terrified to approach Naruto, as they had seen him run around the entire village without taking a hit. Naruto walked down the village streets looking at the burned and damaged buildings. Civilians were gathered along the sidewalk watching Naruto pass. None of them said a word, but one of them were looking at Fu like it was her fault their homes had been destroyed. After a few blocks, Fu couldn't take any more and dropped her head, so she was looking directly into Naruto's shoulder. Naruto found this very odd, how almost none of them were looking at him with hate, even though if they wanted to blame someone for what happened it should have been him. They weren't looking at him favorably, of course they knew that he could kill every one of them, yet there was no fear in their eyes when they looked at him. It was like he was a natural disaster. Sure, they were bad and did lots of damage, but you couldn't fight them, so you just had to accept them and move on. Naruto made it to the lake that would be his exit, but there was someone else there. Shibuki, the head of Takigakure, was standing there. Fu must have sensed him because she looked up at him hopeful that he would fight to save her, but Naruto could see it in his eyes. He might be the only one in the entire village that thought of Fu as a person, but as Naruto passed him all he did was clench his fists because he knew that it was over. Naruto was too strong. Naruto exited the village with a depressed Fu over his shoulder. Naruto could tell from her slight shaking that she was crying. Naruto thought about knocking her out since the shaking was irritating to his arm, but decided not to. After all, it was a long ways to the closest hideout that had the ability to seal, and Naruto would prefer someone to talk to now that Haiden was dead. Suigetsu and the girls were sitting around eating their meal when Zetsu popped out of the ground in front of them. Hello, we bring gifts. Enough with your antics, we don't have any time to waste. Oh fine Hitomi, this is for you, Zesta said, handing her a scythe. Wait, this is Haiden's scythe, Hitomi said. Not anymore, Haiden's dead, at least as dead as Haiden can be. What about Naruto, is he okay? Hanabi said, jumping to her feet. Relax, Naruto's fine, just got his arm burned by Itachi, he should be fighting the Seven Tails right now we have to go. And just like that, Zest emerged back in the ground before anyone could ask any more questions. Hitomi looked at the scythe, thinking about the person who used to own it. True, she and Haiden weren't practically close, but Hitomi would consider him an ally, and Itachi had killed him just like he had her parents. Hitomi wanted to curse Itachi, but it won't accomplish anything. The only thing she could do was get stronger, and thanks to Haiden she had a weapon that could help her. Hitomi was about to strap it to her back, but she noticed a piece of paper wrapped around the hilt. What's that? Mito asked as Hitomi peeled it off. It's a note from Naruto. Hitomi said, and Hanabi was instantly behind them reading the note with them. Dear brats and Suigetsu. I have a very important mission for you, one the Akatsuki can't know about. I have recently discovered that Orochimaru has information about me that could be very dangerous to me if anyone found out. So I want you to kill him and burn anything you find. I know that he's powerful, but I believe the four of you can kill him. Besides, you won't be alone. The Akatsuki will still be helping you. After all, they have their own reasons for killing Orochimaru. But I am afraid that Orochimaru will try to use this information about me as a bargaining chip. You'll need to make sure that doesn't happen. As for finding Orochimaru, Zetsu told us when we sealed the Six Tails that he has narrowed down his located, and I happen to know that Orochimaru only has one base in the area Zetsu described, so I want you to go there, so you'll be the closest team when Zesta finds the exact location of the base, and he'll call you. However, he will definitely call an actually Akatsuki team as well, so be wary of that. Below that was the location of where they were supposed to be. Come on, Naruto's counting on us. We can't fail him now. Hanabi said as she started marching off. Hold up there, fangirl. I'm finishing my meal before we go anywhere. No, even I can tell that you'll catch me way before I could make it anywhere. Damn right I could, Naruto said, causing Fu to puff out her cheeks in annoyance. Well, at least I won't have to suffer under my village anymore. Fu said as an afterthought. But you said you didn't go into your cloak because you didn't want to hurt them. Naruto said. I thought that one day they would come to accept me. That I could walk around like a normal ninja without being looked at like I was a monster. Haven't you ever wanted that? You must be in a similar situation with all your power. No, I've never cared if people think I'm a monster or insane. In fact, it helps me, keeps the idiots from attacking me. Naruto said with a smirk, thinking about how afraid the Taki ninja looked when he left. So are you insane? Fu said in a monument of wonder, but the blank look Naruto gave her made her wish that she had never asked. They sat there in silence for a while, Naruto just giving her that uncomfortable look. Naruto finally let out a groan and answered her question. If you ask me, I don't think I'm different than any other ninja. The only difference is that I don't have village backing me. But what about all those people you killed? Fu said. All ninja kill people, I just happen to get more than my fair share. Naruto said. I don't go out and murder for fun as many people might think. In fact, the only times I've gone out to specially kill people has been restricted to bandits, jinchuriki, and one indicant with the leaf. 2 of those things I only did because I was ordered to. The other was because I was in need of money. Other than that, all my kills have come from people who have attacked me first. I didn't even attack any of the civilians in your village, that was your guy's fault. So ask yourself this, am I insane just because I don't show mercy to the people that attacked me? I guess not, but I do think you share some of the blame for all the destruction in the village. Fu said. I know, if I had never have come then none of it would have happened. Is that what you're trying to say? Naruto said. While that is true, that wasn't what I was going to say. Fu said. You have so much power, more than enough to change the world. You could have sent those attacks into the ground or up into the sky, but you didn't. You let them follow your normal reflection and all the destruction followed. How much effort would it have taken you to just send those attacks off somewhere harmless? Naruto thought about for a little bit. Not much, but why would I do anything to help the village that I'm attacking? Because you have the power to do so. Fu yelled, a few tears streaming down her face. Fu must have realized what she had done and immediately pulled back, wiping her face clean. I'm sorry, it's just that there are so many people who want as much power as they can get, and know a lot of people would use that power from evil, but some want it to protect their friends, their family, their village. Just seeing you having so much power yet not even us it for evil or good makes me wonder why you even joined the Akatsuki. What's your goal? Goal? Naruto said, questioning it himself. Why did he join the Akatsuki? Just because they asked him to? No, it was because being part of a powerful organization gave him what he wanted most, peace. What I want is peace. Not for the world, just for me. Fu gave Naruto a strange look, asking him to explain. I was created to be the best, the one to stand above all others, but having that much power isn't all it's cracked up to be. When you have so much power, people become afraid of you, and when people are afraid of you, they either want you on their team or in the ground. Every day people would come after me, trying desperately to prove that they had what it takes to bring me down, but to this day I can count on one hand how many people have actually hurt me, but that's not enough for them. They'll keep trying until I'm brought down. I decided to join the Akatsuki because they didn't need me. Even if I had denied their offer, they wouldn't have bothered me unless I attacked them. So the reason I joined the Akatsuki is because I didn't need to. So if you want to know what my goal is, it's never having to use my powers again. To live a normal life just like you wanted, but the only way for me to do that is to surround myself with other powerful people like the Akatsuki, or become so powerful that even the best of the best will be too afraid to fight me. And you want to know something? For the first time it happened. Your village saw me and realized that fighting me was like going down a one-way road. There would be no return. Fu looked at Naruto in a whole new light. He wasn't that different from her. They both just wanted to live normal lives. They were both too high for people to understand them. The only difference was that Fu wanted to lower down to the regular world. One where she could have friends and people wouldn't fear her for her power. But Naruto wanted to rise even higher, so much so that people wouldn't even be able to see him. Hey, how about we be friends? Fu said with a warm smile. Naruto looked at her like she was insane. Friends? You do know you're going to be dead soon, and I'm going to be the cause. I know, but I still have a life to live before that happens, so I'm not going to waste it feeling sorry for myself. Fu said, holding out her hand. Naruto looked at Fu's outstretched hand and chuckled. You know, with all the stuff you were saying earlier, I thought you were intelligent, but now I can see how much of an idiot you really are. So you don't want to be my friend, Fu said, the smile that was on her face disappearing and her hand lowering. But before she could pull it completely back, Naruto took a hold of it. Fu's face immediately lit up while Naruto was unreadable with a blank expression. I guess the world does favor the stupid, Naruto said, looking at his new friend. A few days later, Orochimaru was his office, thinking of a way to stop the oncoming disaster. The Akatsuki had found him out, that much was clear. If Orochimaru's prediction was right, then the Akatsuki team would be here by sundown. Orochimaru turned to see his Akatsuki ring on a table on the other side of the room. That's what the Akatsuki would be after, but there was another thing that was being targeted. A notebook was sitting on the desk in front of Orochimaru. The title on the cover said Vector Control, Test Subject 001. This is what the other group wanted. Orochimaru's spy had told about the brats that were currently squatting near his base. No doubt Naruto had sent them to erase any information that could present a problem to Naruto in the future. The notebook on his desk was the only copy, and Orochimaru was the only one to have read it. After all, the last thing he wanted was for this information to be stolen. Hell, the only reason he had made the notebook in the first place is because with all the tests he was doing simultaneously, he would tend to forget the specific details of one particular test, and he needed to keep that information sorted out somewhere. Orochimaru considered destroying the notebook right then and there, but that would only be completing Naruto's mission for him. Besides, if the worst were to happen, then Orochimaru would be sure to release this information and bring Naruto down with him. On the other hand, Orochimaru could attack the girls now, or send some of his minions to do it, but Orochimaru felt that if he did that it would cause the Akatsuki to move faster than they already were, and that was something Orochimaru wanted to avoid at all costs. He still needed to move some of his more important equipment out of the base before the fight. So for right now, Orochimaru would plan for the battle that was soon to come. The girls and Suigetsu were preparing for the fight. Zetsu had already contacted them to help with the mission, and the two-man Akatsuki team would be here soon. They weren't supposed to move until they got here, but Orochimaru was moving more things out of his base by the minute, and the girls were afraid that the information they were supposed to destroy was going with it. Orochimaru must have realized that he had been found out because he had given up on moving the items secretly, instead focusing on speed. This not only made it more likely the information about Naruto would be moved, but also presented the problem of outsiders catching on, most notably Jiraiya's spy network. It required no explanation on how bad it would be if the Leaf also got involved. It was a few more hours before Kakazu and Kisame showed up, but better late than never. With a quick planning session they were off. Orochimaru's base was located underground, and with Hanabi's Byakugan they were able to find the perfect entrance point. The only thing that was missing was a door. Kisame, using his godlike strength, fixed that problem by smashing his sword into the ground, creating a crater that led all the way to the base. The group dropped into the base, surprising two guards who weren't expecting their enemy to blow a hole into the base. They were easily taken care of. Now that they were in the base, they could hear the frantic patter of feet all around them. Orochimaru's minions were on high alert. "You better now slow us down," Kakazu said to the girls. "You sure you can handle this, old man, because I'd be glad to take over," Mito retorted. "What a cocky girl. She must think she's a badass. Let's see her fight Orochimaru," Kisame said. "You better not look down on us, or we just might take your spot in the Akatsuki," Hitomi said. "If you were strong enough to be part of the Akatsuki, you would have already filled one of the empty spots. Naruto has deceived you into believing you're S-class level," Kisame said. "Not that I don't love the banter," Hanabi said as she used her Byakugan to look through the walls and see all the intersecting hallways. But Hanabi threw Nuabari through a wall where it pierced a ninja in an adjacent hallway. "We've got a job to do." "Fine," Kisame, as they all took off down the halls. They split up into 3 groups, and if any of the groups found Orochimaru, then they would alert the other groups. The groups were Hitomi and Suigetsu, Hanabi and Mito, Kakazu and Kisame. The groups fought down hallways of cannon fodder, checking each room as they went. It looked like most of the rooms had been cleaned out. Mito had expected some stronger ninja being in Orochimaru's base than all. Most of the ninja she and Mito ran into were easily taken care of. It might have had something to do with the close corridor combat which Mito and Hanabi excelled at, or it could be that all the stronger ninjas were being sent to Kisame and Kakazu as they were the bigger threat. This would be correct, as the 2 Akatsuki members were currently tearing through the sound for. Mito and Hanabi burst into one of the many rooms. The room was some sort of lab with tables full of strange substances. It must have not been that important, as it hadn't been cleared out. The girls only spent the minimal time looking through the room. They didn't find anything of importance, but as they went to leave, someone was blocking the door. It was a girl with blue hair wearing a green dress. "So you're Naruto's lackeys," the girl said. "And you're Orochimaru's," Mito said, readying her fighting stance. "The name's Girin, and I am not just some lackey. I'm one of Orochimaru's elite," the girl said with a smile that reminded the girls of Naruto's. "So you're the elite. Wow, Orochimaru must have fell on some hard times after Naruto left," Hanabi said, enjoying the tick mark that appeared over Girin's head as she talked. "I'm way more powerful than that traitor could ever be," Girin screamed as pink crystals emerged from the ground, attempting to skewer Hanabi and Mito. "Sure you are," Hanabi said as she jumped out of the way and threw Nuabari at the crystal girl. Girin blocked by making a wall of crystal between her and the needle. The Nuabari only pierced through the wall hallway before coming to a stop, forcing Hanabi to retract it. Mito wouldn't just let Girin hide behind her wall, however. She positioned her swords in an X position and slashed them, sending an X of pure lightning at the wall. It was strong enough to shatter the wall, but that may have been a bad decision. Girin used the shattered pieces of crystal as projectiles. Mito and Hanabi were forced to dodge the incoming objects. Glass tubes and beakers shattered as the crystal made contact. Once all the crystals were shot, Hanabi rushed Girin, ready to cut off all of her chakra points. Girin didn't have time to make another wall, however her taijutsu was a lot better than Hanabi would have expected. Hanabi wasn't able to land a hit at the beginning, but even if Guren's taijutsu was good, Hanabi's was better. It was only going to be a matter of time until Hanabi made contact. That was until Guren used her foot to crystallize the floor. Hanabi had to quickly jump away to avoid being crystallized herself. "Come on, surely you can do better than this," Guren taunted before having to quickly crystallize a beaker that Mito threw at her. It fell to the ground like a rock. What was the point of that? No point, just wanted to get your attention on me so you could see what was going to kill you, Mito said, pointing her two blades at Guren. Lightning rife, Mito yelled as two long stains of energy shot out towards Guren. Guren quickly made a crystal wall, but Mito attack easily destroyed it. Guren was forced to roll out of the way, but when she was in the middle of her roll she noticed long piece of metal coming straight at her. Guren didn't have any time to react as the Nuabari shoot through her brain. "So much for the elite," Mito said. Meanwhile, in another section of the base, Hitomi and Suigetsu were in a predicament of their own. "Well, aren't we the lucky ones?" Suigetsu said as he stared down Orochimaru. Hitomi had already sent 2 clones to inform the other teams, but until they got the message they were on their own. "Now you've found me, what will you do?" Orochimaru said, not looking the least bit worried. "Kill you, of course," Suigetsu said as he attempted to lop off Orochimaru's head with his sword. Orochimaru bent back at an impossible angle to avoid and used a light wind jutsu to push Suigetsu back. "Come now, you can do better than that," Orochimaru said mockingly. Hitomi, in response to Orochimaru, created a wall of fight that went the entire length of the room at Orochimaru. Once the firewall had hit the other side of the room, Orochimaru was nowhere to be found. Hitomi scanned the room with her Sharingan looking for his chakra signature. She was looking at the ground, having expected him to dig underneath her, but was shocked when she sensed him above her. Orochimaru fell down from the ceiling with a sword in his hand. Hitomi wasn't able to dodge fast enough and got a long cut down her back. Luckily, it wasn't too deep, but Hitomi didn't have time to think about her wound as Orochimaru summoned a snake right when he landed. The snake tried to shallow Hitomi whole, but she used a new scythe to stab the snake through the jaw. The snake, unable to move, was an easy target for Suigetsu, who sliced off its head. Orochimaru, seeing that Suigetsu was in the air, shot a snake at him from his sleeve. The snake had a sword in its mouth, which was going to be so stab Suigetsu. Being in the air, Suigetsu couldn't dodge, but it wasn't like he needed to, as the snake passed harmlessly through his body. Suigetsu landed by Hitomi as the snake returned to Orochimaru. "Did you really think that would work?" Suigetsu said. "Of course not, but I'm sure this will," Orochimaru said as he did some hand signs and a seal appeared above Suigetsu. It shot out chains of lightning around Suigetsu, creating a cage around him. Then a few blots went through him, making his body into a sort of gooey puddle. "Shit," Hitomi said as she realized that Orochimaru had made that seal when he was climbing on the ceiling after her firewall. Suigetsu was useless at this point, so it would be up to Hitomi to fight Orochimaru. Hitomi just hoped her reinforcements got her soon. Mito and Hanabi were searching around a set of rooms near the back of the base. Things had calmed down since all the ninja on this side seemed to be dead. Mito was alone searching what looked to be an office, and she struck a gold mine. On one of the tables was the ring they had been looking for, and on the main desk was a notebook titled Vector Control. Test Subject 001. Mito knew the only ninja to ever have vector control was Naruto, so that was no doubt that this was the information they had been looking for. Mito knew she should destroy it, but it was everything about Naruto ability, and Mito would be lying to herself if she wasn't curious. Maybe just a little peek. Mito opened the book and started reading. Test Subject 001, aka Naruto, has just completed his first test. So far nothing impressive, he only merely threw a rock at high speeds to kill his opponent. I am however hopeful for the future. All the data has suggested that the operation worked perfectly. 001 has complete control over any vectors that comes into contact with his chakra, even if he doesn't know how to properly use it yet. 001 has progressed better than I had hoped. His mind has finally caught up with his chakra and he now has complete control over vectors. He has just mastered the vectors of lightning, which has given him a defense against all 5 of the chakra natures. 001 has become a little uncooperative lately. He has demanded I bring him books on just about everything or he will stop participating in my test. While I could just deny him his request and force him to participate, it could greatly skew the data, as he would most likely just still there letting his reflection do all the work and not come up with new ways to use his vectors. So I will grant his request. After all, gaining more knowledge could only make him more powerful. 001 has read almost every book in my library, everything from basic jutsus to the history of Iwa. While I expected him to try out some of the non-vector jutsu he must have learned from those books in the tests, he is yet to do so. I wonder why. 001 has become even cockier these past few weeks. He has demanded that I tell him who his real family is. I realize now that giving him those books was a mistake. It's not the books themselves that are the problem, it's that I gave them to him. Naruto certainly is intelligent. After all, he has to be to manage his vector control. He has been testing the waters for a while now, seeing how much he could get away with. He was figuring out how important he was to me, and the unfortunate truth is he figure out the answer is very important. As much as don't want to do it in order to keep the tests on schedule, I will have to tell him. I could lie to him, but if he were to ever find out the truth it could stop the test indefinitely, so I will just have to see how it plays out. 001 had a very interesting response to the knowledge of his family. While he did seem like he would like to be with them, he did not show any signs of anger at being taken from them. The tests have gone on smoothly with no change to 001 behavior. If I were to mentally evaluate him, I'd say he has just accepted what happened to him. So while I believe he really wants to get back to his family, he is patient and will not act out on his desire to see them. I do have a countermeasure if 001 ever does try to escape. Then there was explosions, fighting, intense heat, all signs of truly powerful people fighting. Hitomi in her pain-induced mind realized that classes were something that a person like her could never hope to fight on equal footing. The pain finally became too much, and Hitomi passed out. By the time Hitomi woke up, the fight was over. She was no longer inside Orochimaru's base, she was on a bedroll looking up at the green of the trees. She forced her stiff body to sit up as she brought her hand to the left side of her face. She felt a number of bandages wrapped around her eye, but to her surprise she could feel her eye was back where it was supposed to be. "How are you feeling?" Mito said from beside Hitomi. "I felt better, but at least I have my eye back," Hitomi said. "You can thank Hanabi for that. She was able to use her Byakugan and few medical jutsu to put your eye back in place. It's just a good thing it was recently removed. Hanabi didn't think she'd be able to do if we had gotten there much later," Mito said. "So what happened?" Hitomi asked, lying back down as a headache started to set in. "Well, for one, Orochimaru is dead, but so is Kakazu," Mito started but was quickly interrupted by Hitomi. "How?" "It was 4 against 1, 8 if you count all of Kakazu's hearts." "How'd you lose Kakazu?" Hitomi said. "Well, it wasn't exactly 8 against 1. Hanabi and I figured out pretty early on that we were just getting in the way, so we spent our time healing you and freeing Suigetsu while they fought. Also, Kakazu lost his wind heart even before fighting Orochimaru. There was also the issue that they were fighting Orochimaru on his own turf. So basically what happened was Orochimaru would use tricks and traps to take out Kakazu's hearts one by one until he finally killed him. That's not to say Orochimaru didn't take serious damage, because by the time he took out Kakazu he was too weak to beat Kisame. After that we got your eye and got as far away from the base as we could," Mito said, giving a brief explanation the devastating fight that must have occurred. "But it's just so frustrating. Hanabi and I took out a girl that claimed to be Orochimaru's elite so easily, but when faced with the Sannin we were nothing. All Naruto's training and all that planning didn't do anything to lessen the gap between S-class and regular ninja." "Is it really that wide?" Just calm down, the mission was a success, so there's no point in beating yourself up over it. Hitomi said. I guess you're right. Mito said, giving a weak smile. So what are we going to do now? Hitomi asked. Mito handed Hitomi an Akatsuki ring. You get a day to rest, but then we're going to seal the 7 tails. So we're now official members. Hitomi said, looking at the ring. Well, it more to fill space to make the sealing go faster since we're not on the Akatsuki's level, not even close, but technically yes. Our partners have already been decided. You get Kisame, I get Deidara, and Hanabi is with Naruto. Mito said. I'm sure she's happy. Hitomi said, knowing how much Hanabi wanted to be with Naruto. But what about Suigetsu? Well, he was supposed to be partnered with Zetsu, but he turned them down saying he didn't want to be part of the Akatsuki, although he did agree to help with the sealing. He's basically already part of the Akatsuki. Why'd he turn them down? Hitomi asked. I don't know, but something tells me that it has something to do with that conversation he and Naruto had. Mito said. Naruto's here. Hitomi said, nearly jumping out of bed in excitement. No, he's not. Apparently Naruto demanded Suigetsu's presence and Zetsu was forced to bring him to Naruto and then back here. Once Suigetsu returned, he refused the Akatsuki's invitation. Mito said, showing she didn't even know what Naruto was up to. That's pretty suspicious of him. Hitomi said. You're not the only one who thinks that. I've heard Kisame talking about how the Akatsuki is question Naruto's loyalty. Apparently Naruto caught the 7 tails a while ago, but because Kisame and Kakazu were dealing with Orochimaru they postponed the sealing, and apparently in that time he and the 7 tails have become rather friendly. So the Akatsuki thinks he might not seal her. Hitomi asked. Exactly, but only time will tell, so get some rest and just remember whatever Naruto decides we go along with him, not the Akatsuki. Mito said, getting up and leaving Hitomi to get some rest. Right, Hitomi said as she fell back into a dreamless sleep. Jiraiya was walking around Orochimaru's destroyed base. Leaf Umbu were searching the whole base, but so far nothing had turned up except a whole lot of bodies, Orochimaru's and the Akatsuki member Kakazu's include. Jiraiya's spies had informed him of Orochimaru's base as they had seen all the stuff being moved. Jiraiya rushed here as fast as he could, but by the time he arrived the party had already ended. All that stuff that had been moved would be worthless to Orochimaru now. Jiraiya was thinking about calling it quits and return to the leaf, but Kakashi came up beside him. Jiraiya, we found a survivor. Take me to him, Jiraiya said, happy that the trip wasn't a complete waste. Kakashi led Jiraiya into a small room where a boy was being guarded by 2 Umbu. The boy looked up as soon as Jiraiya entered the room. Hello, Master Jiraiya. My name is Kabuto. It's a pleasure to meet you. The boy said with a smile but screamed deception and cunning. Naruto was more than willing to begin the sealing. A lot of the Akatsuki members expected this, but most of them thought he would do something during the sealing. He was the only one whose real body was present after all, but no, everything went off without a hitch. It also helped Naruto's case that Fu was less than willing to start, but in 3 days the statue had the chakra and Fu was dead. This didn't mean the Akatsuki wasn't still suspicions of Naruto. After all, you'd have to be a complete idiot to not see he was planning something. But in an organization that was made up of traitors and terrorists, everyone was planning something. So for right now, Naruto could be overlooked. Only 3 jinchuriki and 1 tailed beast was left. Things were not looking good. Orochimaru was also dead by the hands of the Akatsuki. Kabuto, the only survivor, proved to be no help at all. Going through his brain had only revealed that Hanabi, Mito and Hitomi were part of the attack, and other information that would have been valuable if the snake was still alive, but the worst part was the memories Kabuto had of Naruto's childhood. Minato, despite knowing he would regret it, asked Inoichi to show him those memories, so they watched as Naruto devolved his powers at the hands of Orochimaru, sat in a cage, killing people for the sake of progress, sat in a cage, devolve his ideals, but more than anything sat in a cage. It hurt Minato to watch, and it was even worse knowing that Kabuto had spent a lot of his time spying on the leaf. Someone who could have led them to Naruto had been so close all this time. While Minato was suffering watching his son Inoichi seemed to be enjoying himself after all this was the monster that killed his daughter, and that's what scared Minato the most. Was it too late for Naruto? Did the village already hate him enough that he would never be able to return? The logical part of his brain told Minato that it was, but he just couldn't believe that. And even with all these memories of Naruto, there was nothing that gave them any sort of weakness. Everything that was in these memories were stuff they already knew, although Orochimaru apparently had a notebook about Naruto that Kabuto strongly expected had a weakness written inside it. But that notebook had gone to the grave along with Orochimaru, exactly how Naruto wanted it. It wasn't all bad news, because Naruko had succeeded in making an elemental Rasengan. She knew that now that she was part of the Akatsuki she would have to play the part, which basically meant walking around with a scowl everywhere she went, but she was just too excited to see Naruto. She hadn't seen him in forever, and now she was on the same level as him. Well, Hanabi didn't actually think that. She knew she was nowhere close to Naruto, but at least now she could help him as a fellow Akatsuki member. Plus she was all alone with him, which made her even happier. Hanabi was so happy that she didn't even notice Naruto when he was in her sight. "What are you doing?" Naruto asked with a very confused look. Hanabi stopped so fast that she tore up some grass. She had a horrible blush on her face that she tried desperately to cover up, but all she could think of was how Naruto had seen her skipping. That is something no serious ninja do, or any ninja for that matter. I was just... Hanabi couldn't come up with anything to say as she stood there with her hands clamped together in front of her and looking to the side. She was feeling herself melt from embarrassment from the gaze she couldn't. This is not how she wanted to meet Naruto after all this time. It made her feel like nothing had changed from that fateful day in the Land of Frost. Naruto waited a little bit for an answer to explain what he just saw, but seeing Hanabi's reaction gave him all the answer he needed. He had almost forgotten that Hanabi had a huge crush on him. "Fine, whatever, I don't really care," Naruto said without any emotion, but on the inside was laughing very hard. Hanabi felt relief wash over her as Naruto didn't press any farther. She waited for her blush to die down before turning back to face Naruto, but when she did her blush came back darker than it was before. "Why aren't you wearing a shirt?" Hanabi screamed. Naruto had his Akatsuki cloak on the ground beside him, and apparently Naruto had stopped wearing a shirt underneath it as Hanabi could see the pale white skin of his chest and blushed madly, even if to most people Naruto looked like an anorexic vampire, which would give very little sexual appeal. Naruto's sweat dropped as he hadn't been wearing his Akatsuki cloak since Hanabi had arrived. She must have been too caught up in her skipping to have realized, Naruto thought. He had taken it off because he felt like his arm had healed enough to where he didn't have to bandage it up, and he had taken his cloak off to take them off. This was something Naruto was going to explain to the blushing girl, but the moment he lifted his unbandaged arm Hanabi freaked. In Hanabi's world she saw Naruto's arm and about had a heart attack. There were large patches of fresh pink skin surrounded by a red outline that stood out against Naruto's pale skin. Hanabi had heard that Naruto had been injured by Itachi, but she didn't think he had been hurt this bad. Hanabi had seen this after the fact, so it wasn't that bad, but she knew you didn't get scars like that unless you were seriously burned. Hanabi immediately rushed over to get a better look at Naruto's arm. "What are you doing?" Naruto asked, a little uncomfortable with the sad look Hanabi was giving as she stared at his arm. "You didn't get this treated, did you?" Hanabi asked, looking up at Naruto's face, giving him a very angry look. Now a normal man would have died on the spot with a look like that, but Naruto was the strongest ninja in the world, or so he told himself, so he was not going to be intimidated by a girl 3 years his junior. "No, I didn't." "Why should I have? It healed fine on its own, and my ability kept me from bleeding out," Naruto said. "But what if it had gotten infected, or what if the pain had made you make a mistake in battle?" This isn't just some minor wound, your whole arm was burnt to a crisp. Hanabi yelled with worry and anger. It can't get infected because my reflection keeps all germs away, and I even banged it up just in case. Naruto said, feeling rather let down that Hanabi thought he could die from something as minor as that. Still, let me heal it and bandage it. Hanabi said, already preparing to use the small amount of medical jutsu she knew to help Naruto. It's already healed enough, and I don't need it bandaged. Naruto said. What is with you guys and having so much of an ego that you can't accept help when it's offered to you? Hanabi said, very irritated. Yes, I know that it's mostly healed, but there's still some damage here. I know that doesn't mean much to the Accelerator, the world's strongest ninja. Hanabi said sarcastically. But it's not going to do any more damage, and besides, with my help those scares could go away faster. Hanabi said, now getting a little desperate for Naruto to accept her help. Naruto looked at the girl who only wanted to help. Didn't she realize that he was fine? That he would have to take down his reflection for her to help, and that would put him in more danger than just letting the wound heal on its own. Logic would tell Naruto to ignore Hanabi, but the sad look she was giving him made him feel a little guilty. Fine, what were the odds that they would get attacked here? Plus, as much as Naruto didn't to admit it, he did have soft spot for Hanabi. Go ahead, Naruto said, holding out his arm and disabled his reflection. Hanabi looked so happy while she was healing Naruto that the pale boy actually gave a little bit of a smile, and it was all done within 20 minutes, including new bandages. So what's the plan? Hanabi asked Naruto, looking pretty pleased with the work she had done. We don't have a plan, Naruto said. What? Hanabi said, her jaw dropping slightly. Hayden and I both captured our targets. Which mean it's the other group's job to capture the rest, so we don't have any work to do, Naruto said, falling down to the grass in a carefree manner. But we have to be doing something, Hanabi said, scared that she wouldn't be able to show Naruto anything she had learned since they parted. Nope, we're done, Naruto said, looking at the sunset. Anyways, I'm going to bed. But we could at least do bounty hunting work, Hanabi said, but although Naruto wasn't asleep yet, he did give her a response. Hanabi, severely disappointed with the outcome of these events, made her bed as close to Naruto as she dared. When the moon was high in the sky, Hanabi stirred awake from a dream she could no longer recall. She planned to fall back asleep, but she noticed something strange. Naruto wasn't asleep. Instead, he was sitting cross-legged with a cup of water in his hand. Now there was nothing strange about this. Naruto's could have simply gotten up to get a drink, except he wasn't drinking it. He was tapping his finger in the water at different intervals. Hanabi realized that he must be contacting Suigetsu. Hanabi wasn't exactly sure how it worked, but somehow Suigetsu was able to get information from water. Naruto must be sending Suigetsu a message. All the members of the Akatsuki suspected Naruto was up to something, but this was solid proof that Naruto was using Suigetsu for something. But what could that something be? Hanabi was greatly disappointed that Naruto didn't trust her enough to let her in on his plan. Didn't he know that she was loyal to him and not the Akatsuki? It hurt Hanabi, but there was nothing she could do about it. Hopefully, Naruto would tell her in time. That night, while Naruto was putting together his plan, while Itachi was finally returning to the village after healed enough to make the trip back, while Minato was just getting home to his wife who had been waiting for him, while Naruko was wide awake in her bed thinking about the power she now possessed, while Pain was looking over his village with Conan next to him, while Toby was making his final preparations for the end game. A huge chakra pressure emerged and alerted every sensor near and far away. It was so large and so sudden it would be better to call it a chakra explosion. There were only 9 things that could give off that sort of pressure, and there was only one that was unaccounted for. That night the Three Tails made itself known. The Hokage's office was filled to the brim with ninja early the next day. As most of you have probably heard, the Three Tails location has been discovered, Minato said. Inside the office was Kakashi's team, Guy's team, Kushina and Jiraiya. So we have to seal it before the Akatsuki can. Kushina said. But why did you call all of us in? Surely the other villages will be sending their own ninja. Niji said, looking around at all the familiar faces. It would be better than send in umbu teams for this sort of thing. About that, the Leaf wasn't invited to help, so umbu teams would be a quick way to send the wrong message. Minato said. Then why are we going? Sasuke asked, irritated that he had been called for a mission as soon as his brother got home. Because even if we aren't supposed to come, it can't hurt to have a few extra people to help, and more importantly, by sending regular ninja, it will ease the other members of the alliance into letting you help. Minato said. Some of the smarter people in the room could tell what the true purpose of this mission was. Minato was trying to mend his relationship with the rest of the alliance by sending his not-so-regular ninja to help out, in other words, his best ninja. Minato just wanted the alliance to recognize the ninja he was sending. It had nothing to do with what kind of message umbu teams would send. If Itachi wasn't too injured to go on this type of mission, he'd probably be here too. However, this was double-edged sword. If they captured the Three Tails successful, then it would help Minato regain favor, but if they failed, the alliance could blame it all on Minato, and that would break the relationship beyond repair. I see, but I have one more question. Kakashi said. In a mission that's objective is to stop the Akatsuki from capturing another tailed beast, is it really such a good idea to send a jinchuriki on this mission? What's that supposed to mean? Naruko yelled. Quiet, Naruko. Minato said, getting the attention of everyone in the room. I can see what you mean, but Naruko hasn't been able to go on missions recently because of that very fact. If I keep her in the village, she won't get the experience she needs to defend herself against these high-level opponents. Besides, it's not like I'm sending her to fight a tailed beast alone. You're all going with her, and honestly, with all of you on this mission, it might be safer to send her with you than leave her in the village. Also, if things get really bad, I'll make sure Minato gets his ass out there in a second thanks to the seal on my back. Kushina said. I see, then I guess there's nothing left to do but head out. Lee said. By the time they got there, the battle was already long underway. There were Iwa and Kumo forces running around a big lake with what looked like a giant gray turtle. Although the Three Tails was way more dangerous than any turtle could hope to be. A giant wave of water smashed onto the shoreline, breaking trees and carrying them away. There were a few bodies in the water that moved with the waves that the Three Tails was creating. What the hell are Leaf Ninja doing here? Said a female voice as she jumped down from one of the few remaining trees. She was wearing the Iwa uniform and had black hair with pupilless eyes. She was Kuratsuchi. That Tsuchikide's granddaughter were here to help. Kushina said. We don't need it. Kuratsuchi said, but then an explosion rang out along with the death screams of a few ninja. Doesn't look like it. Kushina said, giving the girl a cocky smirk. Kuratsuchi clicked her tongue in annoyance, obviously not happy with another village interfering with the mission, but she couldn't deny that any ninja they could get would help. Fine, just know that you're not in charge here, she said as she led them to the main battle. They reached a small hill by the river that had a bunch of ninja focusing firing on the Three Tails. Black Panther. One of the Kumo ninja yelled as black lightning struck the water and electrocuted the whole lake, and surprisingly the Three Tails was actually affected by it. That must be some power lightning jutsu, Minima said, admiring the man's jutsu. Hey Darui, guess who decided to show up? Kuratsuchi said as she ran up behind him. Darui took a brief look behind him, but didn't have time to take his eye off the Three Tails as it was already recovering. Hey, didn't you see? They're damn Leaf Ninja? I don't care if they're part of the Akatsuki, if they're here to help them, let them. We're going to be charging the lake soon to attempt a capture. Hopefully you Leaf Ninja aren't scared of getting a little wet. Darui said. Of course not, Sasuke said, activating his Sharingan. Every ninja there got out on the lake and started heading for the Three Tails. The Three Tails wasn't going to let them run straight at him, however. A rain of huge water bullets were shot at the approaching force. Iwa Ninja made brought-up rock walls all the way from the bottom of the lake to block them. The Three Tails reacted by upping his power. "Shit, he's about to use his tailed beast ball," Jiraiya said. "Everyone get as close as you can. That's no point in trying to block something like that, but it might think twice about firing it too close to itself," Kuratsuchi ordered. Everyone ran as fast as they could towards the tailed beast, hoping to avoid the blast. Kuratsuchi seemed to be right in her prediction because the Three Tails shot the ball behind them, but even if it wasn't a direct hit, didn't mean they were safe. The shockwave caused more than a few ninja to faceplant in the water. This was much more dangerous than it normally would have been because the water in the lake had become incredibly unstable due to the attack. Some ninja were pushed under the water and wouldn't be seen again until their bodies washed up on the shore, but the group didn't have time to worry about the water below. They were now close enough to the Three Tails where they could be easily hit by one of the swinging tails. "I've got this," Kushina yelled as she used her chains to wrap around one of the tails and stop it from swinging. The Three Tails wasn't going to have any of it, as he swung one of his other tails towards Kushina. "I don't think so," Minima said as she used her own chains to stop the tail. This made the Three Tails pissed as he stranded, shaking back and forth, and swung his last tail around wildly, trying to hit the redheads. "I can't let the Leaf Girls have all the fun," Kuratsuchi as she shot a white substance from her mouth at the last tail. When the Three Tails dipped his tail back in the water from swinging it around, the substance hardened, making the tail much heavier. Although the Three Tails was having trouble moving its last tail, it wasn't immobile, so the time to strike was now. Tenten shot hundreds of explosive tags. Lee and Guy opened one of their gates and started wailing on the beast. Sasuke, Kakashi and Darui used their lightning jutsus all at once to make an extremely power lighting beam, and all the other ninja started firing their own jutsus. Not even a tailed beast could take that many jutsus without being affected. The Three Tails seemed to howl in pain as the jutsus just kept coming, but the worst was yet to come as Naruko charged up her Raisin Shuriken. Naruko was going to hit the Three Tails with her best attack, and hopefully it would do enough damage to capture it. The Three Tails must have realized that if it was hit by Naruko's attack, it would do a lot more than just cause some pain. It curled itself into its tails, making himself a sort of ball. Then it started spinning at speeds that were impossible for Minima and Kushina to hold on to their chain. They had to cancel them unless they wanted to be sent flying. The spinning was so fast that the substance Kuratsuchi had chewed onto the last tail just peeled off, and with that the Three Tails raced around the lake within seconds and came right back at them. It was so fast most ninja didn't even have time to think. The ones who could cut off the chakra to their feet and fell into the lake. "Tenten, get down," Niji yelled, since Tenten was one of those ninjas that forgot how to think. Niji raced after her and pushed her into the water just as the Three Tails passed overhead. However, in saving Tenten, Niji had not been able to get down far enough and got his back chopped up like a raw steak by the Three Tails' spikes. The water turned red from not only the blood coming from Niji's back, but also the handful of ninjas that had stayed above water. Meanwhile, the Three Tails kept making passes above them, making it impossible to surface, but they couldn't stay in the water, they'd drown. A sudden burst of smoke turned the group's attention elsewhere. The group was amazed to see a giant toad underwater with them. Jiraiya had summoned the Toad Boss. Without saying a word, the Toad Boss took out his sword and jumped through the water with Jiraiya on top. It was like they had a telepathic connection, because he was not surprised at all by the giant spiked shell spinning at him. The Three Tails hit the Toad Boss' sword and sparks flew everywhere. Slowly, but surely the Three Tails started losing speed and grinded to a halt. The Three Tail uncurled itself only for the Toad Boss to plunge his sword through the middle tail. A new barrage of attacks ensued as the ninja started to get back onto the water. The Three Tails was clearly in a lot of pain and victory seemed at hand, but things never came that easy. Whether the Three Tails was desperate or simplified panic didn't matter. All that mattered was that the Three Tails created another tailed beast bomb. He shoot it so close to him that it was more like the three tails dropped it. Everything was blowback, the toad, the people, the water, itself, everything. The first thing Naruto realized after the tailed beast ball went off was she couldn't breathe. Naruko, who was lying face down in the water, quickly pulled her head out. The next thing she realized was how much her body hurt. There was blood dripping into the water, giving Naruko's reflection a reddish tint. Naruko supposed she should be happy. After all, it was only due to the fact that the three tails hadn't charged up its tailed beast ball that much that Naruko was alive. Naruko got to her feet and looked at the surrounding area. She must have not been out that long, as the water of the lake was still trying to settle itself down. The three tails could be seen slightly under the lake. It didn't look to be moving. "What do you know, it took itself out," a voice said from behind. Naruko turned to see Kakashi, a little bloody, but since he was giving his signature eye smile, Naruko didn't think he was too bad off. "Come on, let's go find everyone else." It didn't take long for everyone who was still alive to regroup. Surprisingly, there were very few casualties in the explosion, although Niji had apparently not been able to survive since he had already lost too much blood from saving Tenten. Naruko knew Tenten would blame herself later, but right now they had to capture the three tails before it was able to get up again. They started heading towards the three tails just as the lake's water calmed. "That was easier than I thought," Sasuke said, already forgetting that one of their friends had died. "It was only easy because you got here late. We've been spending hours weakening it," Kuratsuchi said bitterly. "This is now time for celebration. The three tails could get up at any time we need to move," Kushina said. The three tails wasn't too far away from the shore, but right when every ninja got onto the lake, the previously calm water started to move again. It wasn't even close to what the three tails had been able to do, but it was noticeable. "That's not us, is it?" Minima asked. "No, but watch yourselves, we don't know what's going on," Darui said as he looked around the whole lake to see what the cause could be. Everyone saw it at the same time. Across the lake were two figures wearing Akatsuki robes. One was obviously male with a slightly shorter female beside him. There was whispering all throughout the group. "Everyone calm down, we knew the Akatsuki could show up, so we'll just show them what happens when you come late to the party," Darui said. His words might have been spoken with the courage expected from a leader, but it didn't do much to calm the group's nerves. As the figures came closer, the water became more and more restless. The group was silent. The only noise was the slight splashing of water as the Akatsuki members walked towards them. They could start to see their features, and that was enough to make the Leaf Ninjas' voices get caught in their throats. Pale skin, hair that looked like it had been bleached, red eyes. There was no doubt about. He seemed to be grumbling about something. The group of ninjas was able to catch the last of it as he came to a stop. "Stupid Zetsu, making me come all the way out here even after I've captured my jinchuriki," the disaster said. Suigetsu was walking along a dirt road with a map in his hand. "Well, Naruto, you sure are an interesting guy. Who knew when I joined your little group things would turn out like?" Suigetsu said, talking to himself out of boredom. "You didn't seem like the type of guy who would plan something like this when I first met you, but man, when you get to work, you get to work. It's just a shame you left us with the cleanup work, although it's still going to be more fun than anything the Akatsuki had me do. Speaking of US, I'm almost at the rendezvous point," Suigetsu said, checking his map again. "I really have to hand it to you, Naruto, you pulled the wool over everyone's eyes. Who could have known that she was still alive? I'll have to ask her how you did it." The group whose job it was to capture the three-tail knew that the possibility of running into an Akatsuki team was high. Even so, everyone who was brought onto the mission figured that the three tails was the main threat, and even if an Akatsuki team did show up, they would have to fight the three tails too. Yet Naruto had employed a strategy so simple a civilian could have come up with it: come in after the beast is defeated. Such an easy thing to predict, yet no one was prepared. Exhausted and beat, they had not thought about conserving their strength while fighting the three tails. But while they were trying to find the strength to deal with Hanabi and Naruto, Naruto was standing on the water, making waves due to the unusual way he stood on it, looking rested and relaxed. It seemed he could care less if a fight did occur. Naruto! Kushina screamed and stepped to the front of the crowd. She had been the only one to find her voice, but when she saw Naruto she lost it again. This would be her first time seeing Naruto since the Chunin exams, and back then she didn't know he was Naruto. She saw the boy she gave birth to standing there, having grown up without his family. It was so strange to see the son she had dreamed so much about after she had lost him standing there. He truly didn't look like he was part of their family. Once bright blue eyes had changed into indifferent red eyes so long ago. Skin so pale that it would make you question if he had ever seen the sun, and his hair. Oh Kami, that was what made it impossible to relate him to the Namikaze family. The ominous feeling it gave, because of the way it remained perfectly still even though everyone else's hair was moving with the wind. If I want to sit back and do absolutely nothing while the world moves on, like most gods tend to do, then I will. That will never happen. Naruko screamed at the absolutely insane idea. Oh really? Well, I've got news for you. The gears have already started turning. The pieces are almost in place. It's only a matter of time. The would-be god said. That was it. Everyone there knew exactly what the thing in front of them was with those words. He was a person who had been born with power, being the son of the Hokage, had power thrust upon him, Orochimaru's vector control, and had achieved power, joining the Akatsuki and creating a group of loyal followers. Yet even having all that did not satisfy the person, because there would always be stubborn fools that would not accept his power. Those who despite the odds would keep fighting, would train, would believe that they could win. They were the people who throughout history had beaten the odds. Who had beaten the previously unbeatable. Was there any way to stop those kinds of people? The person standing in front of them had found an answer. Not only did he have an answer, he had a plan. A plan that sounded impossible, yet the way he was speccing no one doubted that if it went on without interference it would come true. Suddenly the entire group realized something: the Akatsuki wasn't nearly as dangerous as the person in front of them. In fact, it seemed the person in front of them was using the Akatsuki for his plan, but how could that be? He had never given a single order to the rest of the Akatsuki. He had always done what he was told, so why did it feel like he was the one in control? No one was unaffected by Naruto's declaration, even Hanabi couldn't believe it. Was Naruto really shooting to become a god? Hanabi knew that people attacked Naruto to prove themselves, but for Naruto to take it this far just to make them stop. Did it really make him that mad? Hey, egotist's bastard! Kuratsuchi yelled, stepping to the front of the group. Naruto didn't react to the insult. He simply turned to the new fly buzzing in his ear. So you want to become a god, and you have a plan to do it. That's fine and all, but if we kill you right here right now, then you'll never have a chance to become god. Kuratsuchi said, charging forward, already getting ready to shoot that substance at Naruto. Hanabi looked ready to defend Naruto, but he put his arm out in front of her and she stopped. You seem to have missed a very important part of the conversation. Naruto said, like a teacher talking to a kid who had misunderstood his lesson. I'm already the best. The only reason I want to become a god is to stop people who will throw their life away just to prove something to me. People like you. Naruto tapped the water with foot, and a wave, not as big as the ones the Three Tails had made, but so much faster, was sent Kuratsuchi's way. Not even a second later the wave engulfed Kuratsuchi's body. There was a terrible crunching as the wave broke over the girl. A couple Iowai ninja went to her rescue and pulled out her mangled body. Her arm was in an L shape, her ribs looked to be absolute destroyed, and both her legs had been crushed, but she was still breathing. You see, I can be merciful, Naruto said, acting like what he did had been the best outcome for Kuratsuchi. Honestly, I have no reason to fight you. All I want is the three-tail. It seems like a good deal, since none of you will die. Shove your deal up your ass. Kuratsuchi said with the last bit of energy she had before the pain was too much for her, and she went under. Hanabi looked like she wanted to kill Kuratsuchi, but once again Naruto stopped her. I'll ignore that since she is angry, and does not speak for the whole group. I really do think I'm being nice here since I could just kill you all and not only take the 3 tails but also the 9 tails. All eyes turned to Naruko with a look of pity. Naruko didn't want that. It was like she was holding them back. Even Minima and Kushina looked at her like she was holding them back. Naruko couldn't accept this. Naruto was using her to get the group to give up, but that couldn't happen because if it did it would only prove that Naruko needed to be kept in the village at all times. I'm not some bargaining chip. Naruko screamed. So what if he's threatening to take me? What difference does it make even if we leave right now? The Akatsuki will just come after me some other time, and they'll definitely get the 3 tails. But if we fight then we have a chance to not only keep the 3 tails, but take down 2 Akatsuki members. No one answered her. They just looked at her, but it was no longer with pity, it was with determination. People tightened their grip on their weapons, and turned back to Naruto. Sure, they were scared, but it didn't matter because if they gave up here then nothing will have changed. The Akatsuki would still keep attacking until they had what they wanted, but if Naruto was defeated then the Akatsuki's combat strength would be cut tremendously. Kuratsuchi was right, Naruto wasn't a god, he was just another member of the Akatsuki, and Akatsuki members had been beaten before. Naruto knew the moment Naruko gave her speech that they weren't going to run away. It was sad really, they still believed they could beat him. This is why Naruto was going to become a god, because once he did, not even the most motivating speeches could convince people that they could beat him. You had your chance, Naruto said, making cyclones of wind and water. The Iwa ninja erected a stone wall to protect it against the attack, but the defense was completely blown away by Naruto's cyclones. The ninja abandoned the wall and ran to all sides of Naruto. One Kumo ninja started doing signs for a lighting jutsu, but a long piece of metal suddenly priced his heart. Don't forget I'm here too, Hanabi said, retracting the Nuabari, and not very happy that the group seemed to have forgotten about her. She was here to prove that she was useful to Naruto. She would show them that they had just as much to fear from her as they did from Naruto. Hanabi did some hand signs and created a water cyclone very similar to one Naruto owned. Hanabi's, however, had a distinctive difference from Naruto's. While Naruto's were much more powerful than Hanabi's, he could only control them up to a certain range. Once he launched them, they would continue on their path until they hit something or broke apart due to not being held together by Naruto's vectors. Hanabi could control hers freely, and that's just what she did. She sent her water cyclone towards a random Kumo ninja. He dodged, having thought that it was one of the many cyclones Naruto was throwing at the group, but when the water cyclone suddenly changed directions he was unprepared and took the full force of the hit, which was deadly. Hanabi killed a couple of people before she got noticed and had to fight for real. Her opponent was girl Hanabi thought she remembered seeing when Nage got his genin team. Was it 10-10? Hanabi guessed it didn't matter, but by giving her a brief examination Hanabi was confident that she was a weapons specialist. It would make sense if she is throwing weapons at Naruto was practically worthless and could cause damage to your own side because of Naruto's reflection. Hanabi didn't think the girl would be too difficult, but she would still follow the words Naruto had parted them with, to not underestimate your opponent. Although even Hanabi, who believed in everything Naruto did and said, knew that those words meant nothing to him. He hadn't moved since that start of the fight. He just made cyclones and sent them off to a random person he saw. Sometimes they were killed, sometimes they weren't. It didn't matter to Naruto, anything that got close to him was reflected anyway. Naruto wasn't planning on moving that entire fight until he saw a familiar green blur. He was one of them, a group of less than 5 people who had actually damaged Naruto, and that meant he was by far the biggest threat to Naruto in this battle. Naruto sent all his cyclones at the blur, but none of them made contact. Naruto noticed that the blur was moving a lot faster than the last time they had met. The blur also seemed to have a little red mixed in with all the green. The blur was too close now. Naruto didn't have time to make any more cyclones, So Naruto did something of a rarity. He punched the oncoming blur with a vector-enhanced arm. Two fists collided on the lake. Anyone who hadn't seen it before was shocked to see that there was someone making contact with Naruto's skin, of course as it was only the knuckles of their fists. I see you haven't forgotten how to get through my reflection, Naruto said, looking at the person across from him. His skin was red and his hair was in the shape of a bowl, but even with how stupid he looked he had something to be proud of. Looking at the two boys' fists again showed that Naruto's knuckles were bleeding slightly. The boy had used Naruto's own reflection against him. By pulling his punch back at the last moment he was able to trick Naruto's reflection into reversing the punch towards him. This was something only he could do. It's like riding a bike, Lee said, giving a victory smile as he saw a little bit of crimson liquid drop into the lake. Both boys pulled back, so they were a little bit apart. Naruto looked at the blood coming from his hand and confirmed that Lee was indeed still dangerous, but he would not freak out like he did last time. All Lee had was the ability to get past his reflection. If that was the case, all Naruto had to do was keep him from his reflection until he was able to kill him. Naruto created 4 cyclones and flew above the lake. Naruto smiled as Lee stayed where he was, glaring at Naruto to come down. Lee could have jumped to where Naruto was, but that would take away the only advantage he had. In the air he would not have the balance to pull back his punch, not to mention that he would be destroyed by Naruto since he would still be able to move freely. Lee's only option was to wait until Naruto made a strike. Naruto looked at Lee past the tips of his knuckles. Naruto knew he could easily take out Lee by touching him and reversing his blood flow, but Naruto wanted to take out Lee with an incredibly powerful punch. Naruto felt it was only right to kill the taijutsu master that way. Naruto increased the power of the vectors in his hand while ignoring the swinging chains that were hitting his reflection. Naruto's punches now had enough power to rip through Lee's body. Of course Lee didn't know that as he had just exchanged punches with Naruto, so Lee would probably try to take Naruto's punch head-on again. This attack would wipe one person off the incredibly short list of people that had hurt Naruto. Naruto dived bomb Lee, winding up for a punch. To Lee it looked like nothing had changed with Naruto, but without Neji he had no way of knowing that Naruto had increased his power. Lee wound up for another exchange when he heard a shout. Lee, watch out, he has a lot of chakra built up around his fist, Sasuke said, having watched Naruto transfer his chakra to allow him more power for his taijutsu. This doesn't concern you, Naruto yelled in annoyance as he reached into his pocket with his other hand and threw some fast-flying pebbles at Sasuke. Lee had heard what Sasuke said, but having Guy as a teacher he had completely misread what Sasuke had warned about. Lee took it as to increase his own power instead of to avoid the attack. Lee opened all his inner gates up to the 5th. His body burst with red energy as he rewound his fist. Lee and Naruto again exchanged blows, their fists meeting above the water surface, but this time it was not Naruto's knuckles that started bleeding. Naruto had his arm out, ready to reverse Guy's blood flow, but when he reached out Guy was no longer there. Instead, he and Tenten had instantly appeared back with the group. Naruto was confused for an instant, but once he saw what had happened he lowered his arm and smiled. Why, hello father, I wasn't expecting to see you here today. Did Kushina call you? She did, but that's not important. What is important is that I've wanted to see you for quite a while now, and we need to have a serious talk on what kind of son you've been, the Hokage said a few meters in front of Naruto. The time for you to act like some moral figure to me ended when you shoved a Rasengan in my stomach, Naruto said, sounding a lot more cheerful than one would have thought possible when faced with one of only 5 Kages in the world. Oh, and I've already got an idea on how to pay you back, Naruto said, getting into a real fighting stance for the first time since he had arrived. Any other ninja that were on the lake at the time quickly backed off, with the exception of Hanabi, who wanted to stay by Naruto, as no one wanted to be caught up in a fight between those two. They were both monsters with unimaginable power. Fighting Naruto alone had been naive of their part, but getting in between those two was just plain suicidal. And as if the universe was making sure no one would try to be a hero, the water to the side of Naruto and Minato rose, revealing a very functional and very pissed off Three Tails. It would seem to any ninja that we're witnessing a historic battle between two of the most powerful shinobi alive that nothing else could be happening in the world. But the world would not stop for something as little as that. In fact, there was another situation going on at that very moment that would certainly make it in the pages of history. Iwa was in panic. Clay birds were raining from the sky, blowing up anything and everything. Normally something like this would be put down swiftly since Iwa had a force of highly skilled. The only problem was that most of their highly skilled ninja were off fighting the Three Tails. With that limitation, Deidara was making Iwa a huge piece of art while flying atop his bird. Han watched Deidara from the window of his house. Han knew he was here to capture him, but right now he seemed preoccupied, so Han would wait to fight him. That was if the Tsuchikage didn't kill him first, because while Deidara was strong Kage, he was not. It might seem cruel that Han wasn't doing anything to help his village to defend against that attack, but the village didn't care about Han, so why should he care about the village? He would actually rather like to see it turn into one of Deidara's pieces, as long as he wasn't part of it. Then something that wasn't a bomb struck Han's house. Han jumped out the window he had been looking through. Han looked back to see his house on fire, but it didn't faze him. If something like his house being destroyed was enough to send Han into sorrow, he would have died at the hands of the villagers long ago. What he was curious about was the young girl walking out from behind the house. The fire gave a nice backdrop to her as the flames of destruction matched her hair perfectly. So you dodged that. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Mito said, looking at the house longingly like she was hoping it would put itself out and she could have a redo. I see, so Deidara's just a distraction. Han said. No, a distraction is something that's supposed to keep your attention away from something more important, but I'm sure the people of your village find it more concerning that a maniac is blowing the place sky high than your safety. Mito said. Do you really think you can take me? Han said, looking at the girl in front of him and wondering why she was even part of the Akatsuki. Probably because of her brother. Now he would be a worthy opponent, but as Han was thinking this, multiple explosions erupted at his feet. Han had not even been remotely prepared for an attack, so he clumsily rolled to the side as he felt his armor get dented. Wow, I really didn't expect that to work. Is that all it takes to catch a jinchuriki off guard? Mito asked. Han got up to his feet. He wasn't really hurt, but his armor had been damaged, which really pissed Han off. Steam lifted up from a furnace on his back and seemed to cover him like a second set of armor. You really shouldn't have done that, little girl. Then Han was right in front of Mito. She tried to block with her swords, but Han's punch was too powerful and knocked her through a wall of the burning house. Mito came out coughing and a little blood coming from her forehead. That wasn't very pleasant. Mito said, like she pitied him. Han once again shot up in front of her and tried to punch her, but this time Mito dodged to the side, letting her sword scrape Han's gauntlet. Han quickly changed his tactic and tried to sweep Mito's feet from under her. It worked, but once again she scraped her swords along Han's armor as she went down. You know, if you're trying to break my armor, it's going to take a lot more than that, Han said as he brought his foot down on Mito. She rolled out of the way before her skull could be crushed. I'm not trying to break your armor. I just wanted to sharpen my swords, Mito mocked. Han did not take well to that comment. The steam around Han expanded to make what looked like an arm with a claw hand. The claw hand wasted no time striking at Mito. It was too fast and Han was too close for Mito to be able to dodge, so she blocked with her swords, but the claw hand was just a line of steam and passed right through them. Mito felt her skin burn as the steam enveloped her. She dropped one of her swords on the ground as it was getting too hot to hold. Mito ran out of the steam with her one sword, her skin having a slightly red tint. The steam worked its way back to Han and returned to being his second layer of armor. You really made a mistake coming here, little girl. You should have known that someone as young as you had no chance of beating me. Oh, I knew that. Mito said as she pointed her sword at Han and shot a lightning bolt at him. Han dodged it, making it completely miss him, except it didn't. Han felt his whole body freeze up as the lightning coursed through his system. Han fell to the ground, was unable to move. I knew that there was no way I could beat you if it came to strength, Mito said, walking over to her other sword and picking it up. I'm weak when compared to you, but unlike you, the weak have to struggle every day to stay alive while the strong get to course through life with their own power, but that also means the strong don't use the tricks the weak depended on to survive. Han couldn't talk because his entire body had been paralyzed, but if he could he would surely be asking Mito how she had done it. His armor was made so it wouldn't be affected by lightning, and even if he didn't have it, his enhanced body should not have been paralyzed by a single lightning bolt. Mito seemed to pick up Han's frustration. I bet you're wondering why you're on the ground and I'm still standing. Well, let me explain. I did a lot of studying, and a lot of research to figure out how to beat you without Deidara's help. But nothing showed me a way I could defeat you, so I came up with my own play. Mito explained as she walked around the yard. The first thing that I realized was that if you went into your cloaked mode, I'd have no chance of winning, so I had to come up with a plan to defeat you without you realizing you were being defeated. Mito dropped down to her knees and dug into the ground, pulling out a paper bomb. I beat you, thought that I had predicted where you were going to land, but the truth was I put these things everywhere, so no matter where you ended up you'd be on top of them, but these aren't just regular paper bombs. Mito blew on the bomb she was holding, and something that looked like dust scattered through the air. Copper partials, very conductive, and all over your armor. All I had to do was create a suitable charge, so my lightning would follow you, by running my swords along your armor, and boom, you're like a living lightning rod. At that moment a clay bird landed by Mito. How does it feel to get outsmarted by this little girl? Mito said as she loaded Han onto the bird. Another jinchuriki had been captured, and this one had lost in the most pathetic way so far. Only 3 remain. Naruko watched the 3 tails charge up a tailed beast bomb. It was far bigger than anything that it had created before, yet 2 of the 3 people in its sight didn't seem concerned. Hanabi, maybe you should watch from the sidelines, Naruto said. Hanabi put up no complaints as she ran to the other side of the lake. By the time she got there, the 3 tails had finished its bomb and shot it towards Naruto and Minato. Minato looked like he was going to activate a seal to send it somewhere harmless, but Naruto had different plans. How boring, Naruto said as he let the bomb hit the back of his hand. The bomb seemed to stop for a moment before heading back towards the 3 tails. The beast took a direct hit by its own destructive attack. It was down for the count, and this time it wouldn't be getting up anytime soon. Naruko couldn't believe it. They had a group of 3 major villages to fight that thing, and they still had to fight their hardest just to survive the fight, but Naruto had beaten it without even trying. How he must have laughed at their struggles. How he must have watched them fight their hardest against an opponent that he could beat with a flick of his hand. This was the reason why Naruto called himself the strongest. Now that's out of the way, let's get to the main event. Naruto stomped the water and a wave sprung up not too far from Mito. Minato tossed a kunai into the wave and teleported out the other side, however, he quickly had to teleport again to avoid one of Naruto's cyclones. Come on, how do you expect to win if all you can do is dodge? Naruto yelled as he shot off towards Minato. Minato threw a kunai behind Naruto and teleported to it in an attempt to stab Naruto in the back. Naruto's reflection broke the kunai. You should know that won't work, Naruto said as he turned around and tried to punch Minato. Minato teleported away again before Naruto could get him. Minato threw about 100 kunais at Naruto, but not one of them touched his reflection. Instead, they missed Naruto, completely scatting into the water around him and actually started floating. Giving yourself more places to teleport won't get you past my reflection, Naruto said, running towards Minato. Oh, won't it? Minato said. Minato teleported again, but this time he was directly in front of Naruto, crouched down with a kunai out to his side. Naruto was still running at this point, and ran right into the kunai. His leg only received a minor cut, but his reflection had been bypassed. "You bastard," Naruto said, turning around, but as he did Minato teleported himself again and positioned his kunai where Naruto's body was twisting to make his turn. Naruto once again received a minor cut to his side. The onlookers watched in amazement. Minato had gotten past Naruto's reflection by making Naruto move into his attacks. Once again, it had been proved that Naruto's reflection was not an ultimate defense. Naruto stood up straight to look at Minato, who had teleported a fair distance away from Naruto. "So just because you can hit you think you've won? Do you really think I'll die from these minor cuts? If your goal is to try to get me to bleed out, then I've got news for you. No matter how many cuts you inflicted, I can just use vectors to keep my blood where it's supposed to be. You'll run out of chakra long before you do enough damage to threatening me. There's also the huge hole that if I don't move you can't hit me." Staying perfectly still, 4 water cyclones were created and shot at Minato. Minato teleported to avoid the attack. "I know very well that if you don't move then I can hurt you, but you forget I'm not alone," Minato said with a smile. At that moment Naruto felt something behind him. Naruto didn't know how to describe it. It was like a tear in the world, but the simple fact that Naruto could feel his hair moving because of it meant that whatever it was could get past Naruto's reflection. Naruto shot away from the unknown attack, but doing so let Minato give him a few more cuts as he teleported in front of him. But Naruto really didn't care about Minato right now. Naruto was more concerned that there was someone with an attack that was unknown to him. Naruto looked at the crowd of onlookers to see who had used it, and he saw Kakashi with a Sharingan eye that looked like Itachi's had when he had used an attack that was unknown to Naruto. "How many different attacks is that stupid eye capable of?" Naruto said. He changed his course to Kakashi. Even if he had an attack that could break Naruto's reflection, he knew from his fight with Itachi that using those kinds of attacks were very taxing on the body. Kakashi probably didn't have the strength to use another one so soon, so all Naruto had to do was kill him and then he could stay still and keep blasting Minato with cyclones until Minato ran out of chakra. There was no way he could lose. That thought was absolute in Naruto's mind until his entire body froze. He became very stiff and a slight pain was starting to affect his entire body. Naruto stopped his assault and looked back at the only person who could have done this, Minato. "It's true that getting you to bleed out would be a losing battle, but your healing methods might be too good," Minato said with a smile. Then Naruto saw it. There was a clear liquid on Minato's kunai, the one he had been cutting Naruto with. Normally a poison like this would be purged from your body because you'd bleed it out, but since you make sure to make your blood bypass your cuts, my poison is able to spread through your body. Don't worry, it's not going to kill you, I just want you to be out of it when you're taken back to the leaf." "Damn it," Naruto said, his vision already starting to blur. He could feel himself losing touch with reality. He had pushed Minato's poison too far in his body. "I won't let you take him," Hanabi screamed as she came running from the sidelines to help Naruto. Minato looked more than ready to fight her, but a voice stopped both of them. "Hanabi, stop this nonsense," Naruto said. "But you're going to what?" Naruto yelled. "Going to lose. Have you already forgotten I'm the strongest? You think I need you to come and save me? Well, get this into your head, I'm the one who does the saving, I'm the one who wins. And it's about time I got serious." Naruto stood up, not looking the least bit affected by the poison. "You're right, Hokage, I can control my blood perfectly, but that also means I know where the blood is that you infected with your poison." Suddenly blood gushed from wounds that were no worse than cuts. The water beneath Naruto turned a sickening red as more blood dropped into the lake, but just as suddenly the blood stopped altogether. Minato looked at his son with wide eyes. "Are you crazy? Do you know how much blood you must have lost right there?" "Oh, I know exactly how much blood I lost, but don't worry, it's not enough to kill me," Naruto said, looking somehow even paler than before. "Besides, not only is the poison gone, the fight is fairer that I've given you this handicap. And for the record, I'm not crazy, I'm insane. With that said, Naruto raised his arm and the wind started spiraling towards it. Minato knew what this was from Itachi's report. Naruto was creating plasma. Let me show you what happens when I get serious. Naruto laughed. It was due to luck and the fact that Naruto's senses were dulled thanks to the loss of blood that Minato had avoided a direct hit, but if he attempted that trick again then Naruto was sure to land. Minato prepared himself for Naruto to rush him, but instead Naruto backed away from Minato. He stopped at one point on the lake, apparently content with staying there. He started his usual attacks of sending cyclones at his opponent. Minato was confused. Why had Naruto backed off? He had no reason to. He could have just kept rushing Minato. It wasn't because of the plasma, it was still sitting in his hand, like normal. It wasn't because Naruto had suddenly become fearful of getting too close at Minato. Minato went through every reason in his mind as he dodged Naruto's attacks. Naruto also wasn't staying completely still. He was running around, but staying close to the spot he had stopped on. He could have been moving around to keep Kakashi from using that jutsu on him, but seeing as Naruto could dodge it from a standstill position without any repercussions made that theory unlikely. The only reason Naruto would be there is because there is something he wants to do that can't be done where else. Minato had no idea what that could be, but if Naruto had stopped his charge to defended that spot then it must be something big. Just then, two cyclones came from either side of Minato trying to crush him. Minato teleported closer to Naruto and almost dropped to his knees. Minato had been using too much chakra. He couldn't keep teleporting like this. He had used more than half his chakra already. But that also had to be true for Naruto. Using all these attacks must really be taking a shot to his chakra. In fact, it looked like it was way worse for Naruto. Minato could already see that the cyclones Naruto was using had become less powerful and less frequent. It was even more obvious when you looked at Naruto directly. He was sweating badly, and you could see he was struggling to keep on the move. That's when Minato realized that Naruto didn't have enough chakra to keep fighting. Instead, he was going to do something at that spot that would end the fight, and it probably had something to do with the plasma in his hand. Minato griped his kunai. If he could just interrupt whatever Naruto was doing, then Naruto would be forced to use the chakra from his reflection as backup, and once that happened it was game over. Luckily, for whatever reason, Naruto was moving around, so if he could just cut Naruto then the poison would at least stall him. Minato threw a lightning-enhanced kunai at Naruto. Naruto smiled as he aimed for the spot he knew Minato would teleport to. Except Minato didn't teleport to that kunai. Naruto had been too focused on that kunai and missed the second one Minato threw directly behind it. That was the one Minato teleported to, and by the time Naruto noticed it was too late to stop his momentum even with vectors. However, the smile never left his face. Minato saw it out of his peripheral vision just before it hit the side of his mouth. Minato knew what it was Naruto's rubber ball, but all Minato could think about as the ball shattered his jaw is when Naruto had thrown. Then, as if time had stopped right before Minato would be sent skipping on the water's surface, Naruto gave him an answer. It was when I created the plasma you were too busy to notice. I knew where it would be and what time it would be here, so I took a bet. I know I can't drag out this fight much longer, but I couldn't hit you, so I went to the spot I knew the ball would come and moved, making it look like I had something planned, all in hope of you teleporting right into the ball's path. Like I told you, Hokage, when you know the where it's easy to figure out the when. Minato's body was ravaged by the collision with the water. He wasn't even up on his feet when Naruto was above him with the plasma coming down. It's game over for you, Hokage, Naruto yelled. Hanabi was afraid that they were going to crash, but Naruto got his vectors under control long before they hit the ground. Sorry about that, just lost my concentration there for a sec. Now Hanabi knew Naruto was in bad shape. Lifting something up should have been something Naruto could do in his sleep. Naruto, I really think we should land somewhere. We are not landing, Naruto yelled, looking at Hanabi like she was the enemy. Hanabi was taken back by Naruto's harsh look, but slowly Naruto's expression turned back to normal. You don't understand. Minato came this close to ruining everything. If the onlookers had grown some balls and attacked after Minato was sent flying, I would have lost. We could have run and come back for the three tails another day. It wouldn't have been so bad. Hanabi mentioned. No, I can't run away or lose until the plan is complete and I become a god. Then I won't be able to lose. You can still become Go even if you lost once. Hanabi said. I know I can, but that's not the point. The whole plan rides on me becoming god as the strongest ninja alive. If I don't, then people will just say I became god to get more power and beat the people who defeated me. Then nothing will have changed. They'll still try to prove they're better than me. But if I become god with a flawless record, then people will say that I was unbeatable before I gained all this power. How could he possibly be defeated now? Then what is this plan? Hanabi yelled, tears streaming down, not being able to take Naruto's talk about some plan she knew nothing about. Why won't you tell me? I know Suigetsu's part of it. Am I really that untrustworthy, or am I too weak? Hanabi tried to wipe the tears away, but they were coming out much too fast for her to deal with. Naruto looked at the girl, his face cracking with the hints of guilt. There was no point in telling you before your part came, but I guess if you're going to cry about it, I may as well tell you. Take a seat. Hanabi quickly took a seat across from Naruto, waiting for his explanation, but Naruto didn't give one. He sighed and created a mini cyclone. He sent it around to Hanabi back. It hit her, but it wasn't strong enough to do any real damage. Instead, Hanabi was flung onto Naruto's lap. What are you doing? Hanabi said, a blush spreading to her entire body. Naruto didn't say anything, but he started rubbing her head like a dog. What are you talking about? This is what you want, right? Naruto said, acting like this was a completely normal thing to do. I do not. Hanabi said, but it came out as a squeak. Okay then. Naruto said, taking his hand off Hanabi's head. Wait, Hanabi said without meaning to. Naruto looked at her, already knowing what she was going to say. Could you keep doing that? It feels good. Naruto smiled and he put his hand back on Hanabi's head. So you want to know how I plan to become god? Minato was being rushed to the leaf. His condition was absolutely terrible. You could hear the bones bounce around in his body as he was being moved. All the leaf ninja were following behind a toad that Jiraiya had summoned. The Iwa and Kumo ninja didn't bother to stick around, so it was left to them to save Minato. There it is. Naruko said, pointing to the gates of the leaf. You two get out of the way and find Tsunade this instant. Kushina yelled and the guards immediately moved from the sound of an angry Kushina, despite them still being a good distance from the gates. Minato was rolled in surgery not long after. Everyone who had gone to capture the Three Tails was sitting in the waiting room with the expectation of Ten, whose injuries were bad enough to require medical attention, and Guy, who went with her. What are we going to do? Minima asked. Naruto beat Minato. How can we stand up to someone as strong as him? What are you saying? Naruko said, jumping up from her seat. Sure, Minato may have lost, but Naruto had barely been able to stand. We can still bring him back if we work hard enough. Are you an idiot, Naruko? Minima screamed. Aren't these words similar to what you said right before when went to fight Naruto? Everyone believed you, but look what happened. We got our asses handed to use, our friends got killed, our Two-san almost died and still might, and in the end he still got the Three Tails. Naruto isn't someone who can be beat. Didn't you hear him? He's crazy enough to claim he's going to become a god. I know you want to make it up to Mito. I really do. But I'm done convincing myself that Naruto's still part of the family. He's not coming back. We're not going to be able to live a happy life when this is all over. What are you talking about? Of course Naruto's part of the family. He's your brother. Kushina said, giving Minima her famous death glare. But Minima was unfazed. Naruto is not our brother, he's a monster. Her words held unbelievable pressure. There were only a few people left. You truly believed Naruto could be brought back? he had made an enemy out of the entire world and was considered by most to be the most dangerous person alive. He killed without regret. He was strong enough to beat a Kage. How many people were left that believed he still had good in him? Minima had just jumped ship. So it was Naruko, Kushina, Kakashi, Jiraiya and possibly Minato, but with the state he had been put in, who knew if he still saw Naruto as his son? But I will not abandon the family, Minima said as she stood up to leave. Mito is still a good person. She can still be saved along with her friends. I will make sure to get her away from that monster. The door slammed shut as she walked out. This is terrible, Kushina said, shaking from head to toe. Naruto can still be brought back. As long as we can reverse what Orochimaru did to him, then everyone will see that he was just being manipulated. Orochimaru's dead, Sasuke said without any mercy to Kushina's feelings. I know you don't want to hear this, but Naruto's been forging his own path for a while now. But the Akatsuki, they have to be forcing him. Do you even hear yourself? Sasuke yelled. You saw how strong he was. Do you think anyone can force him to do anything? Do you really think the Akatsuki is going along with his plan to become God? Because I don't. You all need to realize something. This isn't just the Akatsuki versus the Alliance. It's the Akatsuki versus the Alliance versus Naruto and whatever groups he's formed. But Naruto can't fight the Akatsuki and the Alliance. Even he'd be killed, Kakashi said, trying to poke a hole in Sasuke's theory. If he becomes a god, I bet he can. That's the reason why right now he's doing the Akatsuki's bidding, but mark my words, that won't last for long. He's going to betray the Akatsuki. And I bet it's going to be sooner rather than later, and I'm not going to wait around for everything to go Naruto's way. Sasuke got up and left without saying any more. The room was silent. What was there to talk about? Sasuke was right after all. No matter how you look at it, the moment Naruto escaped from Orochimaru was the moment he was responsible for his own actions, no matter what Kushina and Naruko wanted to believe. Hey Naruko, can I talk to you alone? Jiraiya said, standing up. I guess, Naruko said, looking at Jiraiya strangely. They left the waiting room to talk somewhere more private. Even after everything you've seen, do you still want to save Naruto? Jiraiya asked with none of the carefree tone he usually had. Naruko didn't even think about it. Of course I do, Naruko said, looking at Jiraiya with eyes of steel. I know that Naruto did some terrible things, and I know no one forced him to do it, but I was the same way. I know most people wouldn't even draw comparisons between me and Naruto. After all, he's killed so many people and made all the major villages despise him. But I made my little sister despise me just because I wanted to be mean to her. Jiraiya said, happy that it went over so easily. So when do I leave? Naruko asked. Right now. Don't worry, I'll tell Kushina and Minato everything, Jiraiya said, and before Naruko could protest, she was teleported in a puff of smoke. Jiraiya should have gone to a casino on that day, because he had been right on the money. The Akatsuki were indeed going to attack Kumo and Konoha simultaneously. The teams of two had been thrown away. There were now two teams that would each attack a village. It seems the Alliance has prepared for us. Kirk and Iwaya have gone to Kumo to support them, and Suna has gone to Konoha. It's going to be an all-out war. Even the Kages have left the safety of their home villages to protect the last two jinchuriki, Zesta said. What's Minato's condition? Naruto asked. Alive, but weak, very weak. It has only been a week since you humiliated him. Even if he's not at 100%, I doubt he's so out of it that he can be called weak, Conan said. Enough chit-chat. We've already sealed the 3 and 5 tails. This will be our last mission, Pain said to the group. I wish you all the best of luck. I won't let you down, Master Pain, Toby said, jumping up and down like an idiot. Once Pain dismissed them, the Akatsuki split off into two groups. Pain, all 6 of them, Conan, Hanabi, Mito, Hitomi and Zestu headed to Konoha. Kisame, Deidara, Naruto, and Toby headed to Kumo. Wow, this is so exciting, Toby said as he led the group to Kumo. Why is our group so much smaller than the Konoha group? We only have 3, and they have 11 if you count all the pains, Deidara said. What about me? I'm here too, Toby said, trying to get their attention. Stop complaining, Hisame said. Zesta isn't meant for fighting, and the girls aren't S-class. Besides, they lived in the Leaf, so it makes more sense for them to go there. Besides, I'm sure the 3 of us won't have any problems, Naruto said, not thinking too much of the battle that was coming up, but that battle that Naruto planned after this. I'm still here, Toby yelled, but none of the Akatsuki members paid him any mind. Toby seemingly burst into tears, but behind his mask a red eye was thinking about what was to come. It was ready to keep Naruko in check during this mission, and if Naruto proved to be unreliable then it would have to cut him loose. The endgame was almost here. The only question was, who had put their pieces in the winning position? The moon set, signaling the start of another day. This day would not be an ordinary day. Everyone could feel it. Today was the day that the lines of fate would be drawn. There was no stopping it, for it was far too late in the game. By the end of the day, the ground would be scorned red, and the victor or victors would have the special privilege to steer this boat that they call the world in whatever direction they desired. The people who felt the pressure of that day the most weren't the top-tier ninja or the leaders of the Akatsuki. It was the simple ninja that were guarding the way to Kumo and Konoha. Even the night before they could feel the icy cold touch of death and war, and it had yet to let go. There was no reason that the Akatsuki had to attack on this day. In fact, some would even say that it would be too early, but anyone who had thought that knew they were wrong now. There was no big blowout, no speech, no nothing that would put this day anywhere out of the ordinary. Why would there be? There was no proof that the Akatsuki would attack, but everyone knew they would. It was as if the world itself had marked this day as the day the battle would begin, and it would not accept it on any other day. It started at Kumo. The guards, already prepared for the attack, waited in dead silence for their foes to appear. Off in the distance a cloud of dust could be seen. It was heading towards them at an incredible pace. Even though it was clear what it was, the Kumo guards didn't react. It was like they were dreaming, and they would be woken up right before the climax. And it wasn't until they saw the person with pale skin wearing the Akatsuki cloak who was creating that dust did it become real. "They're here," yelled the chief guard. "Someone inform the village. Everyone else stay here, even if we can only stall them for a minute. That's one more minute the ninja inside can prepare." The guards nobly stood their ground against the oncoming disaster, but asking for a minute had been shooting 59 seconds too high. Naruto blew right past them. He punched the gate, making it twist and crinkle. The gate blew off, creating such a large gust of wind that the guards were knocked away. Naruto paid them no mind as he entered the village. "I told them that it would just be easier to go through the front door," Naruto said as he kicked the gate towards one of Kumo's building, which like many had been built around a mountain. That only made it more impressive when it was sliced in half. Meanwhile, up in the sky were 2 clay birds. Wow, look at Naruto go. He was able to bring down a mountain. Maybe we should just let him handle this, Toby said, watching the mountain collapse onto the rest of the city. "Don't be such a baby," Deidre said as the bird that Toby and Kisame were on nosedived. Hey! 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 I'm not ready," Toby screamed as the ground got closer and closer. Kisame remained completely silent with a smile on his face. Below them were a lot of ninja rushing down the street. They were probably going off to fight Naruto. Kisame decided to help lighten Naruto's load. He jumped off the bird and landed on one of the ninja, crushing him. As the ninja turned to face the new threat, the bird that Toby was riding crashed into part of the group and exploded. "And there will be more of that if you mess with me," Toby yelled like a little kid, having had his ego boosted with that display. The Kumo, Kirk, and Iwa ninja ignored their previous mission to fight Naruto and rushed Kisame. The man in question gave a smile that could rival Naruto's in the psycho department before smashing his giant sword into the ground. The village, hidden in the clouds, suddenly found themselves having some water problems. Deidara saw from above the water rushing through the streets, sending ninja that had been trapped into the current into buildings and mountains, if they were lucky. If they weren't, they were sent to another disaster. Naruto, who wasn't too happy to be suddenly fighting in the village hidden underwater, used any ninja that was swept towards him as a projectile. More often than not, they become a permeate part of a nearby mountain. We better hurry this up. We won't be able to play for long, Deidara said to himself as he dropped hundreds of bombs on Kumo. He blew up any buildings that looked important as well as dropping them on random places, just to keep the alliance on their toes. Naruto ran through the streets of Kumo. Naruto didn't have any need or desire to go on a rampage as Kisame. Property damage didn't appeal to Naruto. He was here for one reason and one reason only, to capture the Eight Tails. Although Naruto guessed that going on a rampage was just another tactic to lure Killer Bee out, Naruto would opt for the good old-fashioned hide-and-seek approach. His plan wasn't to find Killer Bee per se, but anyone who knew where he was. Alliance Ninja would try to stop him, but Naruto was way out of their league. If he wanted to, he could just ignore them and his reflection would take care of everything, but that would be a slow process and Naruto wasn't that nice. Any ninja that attacked him would just end up as another body on the street. It wasn't long before Naruto ran into someone who just might know a thing or two. Black lightning shoot towards Naruto at incredible speed, but was sent back at the same speed. Come on Darui, we've fought each other enough that you should know that won't work. Maybe not, but I'm not going to let you run around like you own the place, the dark-skinned man said. Naruto wasn't amused at his declaration. Come on, why don't you go fight Kisame, at least then you might have a chance to actually hit him. That may be, but I learned something from our last encounter, Darui said. Your chakra levels are low, so if I force you to waste a lot of chakra on attacks then you won't be able to keep up this invasion. Darui looked pretty pleased with himself, and was about to begin his attack when he suddenly felt Naruto's hand around his neck. Darui broke out in a cold sweat. Naruto had crossed the distance between them like it was nothing. Is that really your great plan? Naruto whispered into Darui's ear. Did you really think that I could be taken down just with that? I only have a very few techniques that make a dent in my chakra, the rest I could use all day and still be fine. Did you really believe that you were important enough for me to use those moves on you? Darui was a trained ninja. He had gone on many dangerous missions and had come a step away from death numerous times, yet he was scared. He was scared not because he knew he was about to die, but because of the look Naruto was giving him. It wasn't filled with hate. It was filled with disgusted. He was looking at Darui like he was a kindergartner who had walked up to a Nobel Prize winner and presented an idea that he thought would destroy Naruto's theory. Darui was regretting ever coming up with such a stupid idea like beat Naruto by running down his chakra. The idea that seemed so solid moments now seemed like he had suggested stopping a burglar by locking your doors. Of course the bugler would know the doors would be locked and bring something to pick the lock. It was the same with Naruto. Of course he knew that he had low chakra and would just not use the techniques that used a lot of chakra. You want to know something? Naruto asked. You're the type of person that irritates me second most. You're that person who comes up to challenge me with the first idea that pops in their head thinking, oh, he must have not thought of this, I'm sure I'll beat him now. The only people who irritate me more are the people who come and challenge me with no plan at all. They simply believe they can beat me if they try hard enough. Darui was squirming now. He wished Naruto would just end it already and stop looking at him like he was less than nothing. I was going to ask you about Killer Bee, but you just about ruined my day spouting your nonsense. Besides, there will be other. Naruto killed Darui by reversing his blood flow. Good work, Naruto. I thought I was going to have to come in and finish the job, but it looks like you did fine on your own, said a very annoying voice. What are you doing here, Toby? I thought you would be hiding in the sky with Deidara. Naruto said, making it clear that he didn't want Toby around. Funny story actually. First Deidara forgot that I was riding on the same bird as Kisame and set me down with him. Then Kisame accidentally swept me away when he used all that water. But that's okay, because I was lucky enough to find you. Naruto clicked his tongue. Why did those two have to drop off the idiot with me? Naruto watched in frustration as Toby started poking Darui to see if he was still alive. How Naruto wished Toby would just disappear. Then an idea, Naruto could just kill Toby. He had been planning to kill all the Akatsuki members anyways, and honestly, he would probably forget Toby was even part of the Akatsuki if he waited. No one would have to know how Toby died, and even if they did know, they wouldn't care. Hey Toby, Naruto said, walking up to Toby with an evil grin. Yes Naruto, Toby said, turning to look at Naruto. Naruto shot his hand towards Toby's shoulder. He was planning on just reversing Toby's blood flow, and then it would be bye-bye Toby. But that's not what happened. Instead of grabbing Toby's shoulder, Naruto grabbed nothing. His hand had gone through Toby's shoulder. What the hell? Naruto said aloud without meaning to. Naruto looked at his hand that should have been on Toby's shoulder, and Toby looked at his shoulder that should have had Naruto's hand on it. Then they looked at each other. Naruto was having an internal crisis. Naruto was scared, not because he was afraid that Toby would attack him. The day Toby became a threat to Naruto would be a sad day indeed, but because if Toby went crying to Kisame, his plan would be ruined. It was true that Naruto was planning to kill all of the Akatsuki very soon, but he needed them for just a little longer. He needed the captured tailed beasts to stay where they were. If the Akatsuki found out Naruto was a traitor before he was ready, then they would definitely move the tailed beasts. Damn it, why did he have to attack Toby? There was no point to it. Everything was going smoothly, but Naruto had flexed his muscles too soon and it was going to ruin everything. Naruto waited for Toby to run off screaming, but Toby's stupidness and ego saved Naruto. Oh, I see, you were just going to congratulate me for coming all the way over here even with my hardships. Yeah, I can't believe what you went through. Naruto said, his face so stiff that it felt like it was stone. He couldn't believe that Toby had mistaken an assassination attempt for a pat on the shoulder. Well then, let's go find the 8 tails. Pain will be so happy when we do. Toby sang, skipping off. Naruto followed him, not believing his luck had held out. It was impossible Naruto should be panicking to figure out how to keep his plan together, but he wasn't. His plan was still going on track. No. That couldn't be. Something was wrong. He had gotten off too easy, yet Naruto moved in behind Toby because there wasn't anything wrong. Naruto was still a part of the Akatsuki. The same feeling that swept over Kumo had swept over Konoha as well. And just like Kumo, the feeling didn't help with the actual battle. They were disorganized and confused when the attack finally came. The 6 paths of pain were leveling the place in order to find information about Naruko, because by now the Akatsuki had determined that she was not in the village. However, finding her would not be an easy task because the only people that knew where she went was Minato, Kushina, Jiraiya, Kakashi and Minama, although Pain knew that they were the most likely people to know and was already searching for them. The problems didn't end there. Thousands of papers were flying across the village, killing anyone who couldn't defend against them. There was also the fact that Hanabi, Hitomi and Mito were helping the Akatsuki. There was mixed opinions on what to do about them, but since the battle was so chaotic there was no orders about them being passed down, so it was under the notion that if you could capture them, great, but don't hesitate to kill them. Mito was running through the village that she once called home. The sound of destruction rang loud in her ears and the rubble made the village look so different, yet Mito could remember every street and every building, and with it came the memories, the good and the bad. She didn't want them. She had wanted this village to just be another target, but she couldn't stop them. She remembered when she first met Hanabi and Hitomi. She had met Hanabi at one of her sister's birthday parties. All the clan heads and their families had shown up, but that also meant that Hanabi was more or less forced to go to a party for 2 girls she barely knew, so in boredom wandered around and found Mito playing in the back of the room. they got to know each other and became best friends. So in a way Naruko and Minima had caused Mito to get her first best friend. Hitomi came later. Hanabi and Mito were playing ninja and ran by the Uchiha clan compound. Hitomi was outside the gate sweeping the entrance as punishment for breaking into her father's weapon kit. When Hitomi saw them, she decided that playing with them would be much better than sweeping and asked to join. Hanabi and Mito didn't have a problem, so the three of them played for the rest of the day. Although in the end they were all punished. Hitomi for ditching her previous punishment, Hanabi because her father found out she was disgracing the Hyuga clan by running around playing ninja when she should be training to be a real one, and Mito because Naruko had overblown the story, making it sound like she had caused damage to the village with her game. And of course, without even looking into it, Minato and Kushina punished her. There was also her first day at the academy where she was excited to find out her friends were in the same class as her. But that was basically the end of the good memories. The rest were filled with Naruko's constant bullying, Minima's apathy and her parents' ignorance. Mito didn't know if things could have gotten better if she had stayed in the village, but she did know that Naruto had been a better sibling than her sisters had ever been. Now Mito wasn't blind, she knew that Naruto was far from a good person. In fact, Mito wasn't surprised that the rest of the world saw him as a monster, but the world didn't know Naruto as well as they thought. Sure, in battle he was brutal and unforgiving, but they didn't know that Naruto, during peaceful times, would train a bunch of girls that had appeared out of nowhere. They didn't know that Naruto would listen if you had a problem and answer any question you asked. They didn't know that Naruto's power had forced him to fight. They didn't know that Naruto had only joined the Akatsuki because he wanted to stop being attacked. They didn't know that he would protect 3 girls no matter what, even if he would never admit. And last, they didn't know that if they stopped attacking Naruto, he would stop attacking them. So did Mito regret leading her friends to the person that would later be known as the world's greatest monster? Not a bit. Mito raced around another corner, and there was a leaf Chunin. He was frightened to see Mito round the corner and fumbled with his kunai when he tried to pull two out of his pocket. Amateur, Mito said, thinking about the scolding she would get from Naruto if she ever did something that stupid. Mito was going to quickly cut off his head and move on, but as her sword cut the air she hit something metal. The Chunin fell on his ass after having been saved by the sudden appearance of an object. To be more specific, it was a chain. Mito realized what was going on and quickly backed away, avoiding another chain that was shot from the roof of a nearby building. Then something else fell in front of the chain, or to be correct, someone fell in front of the chain. Mito smiled seeing the person in front of her. "Why did you save him, Minima? As far as I can see, I was trying to help your village. That guy can't even hold a kunai correctly. He's better off dead," Mito said, trying out some of Naruto's tricks to piss off her sister. Minima looked at Mito with anger, but it wasn't directed at her. Minima's anger was directed at someone who was not even here. "What has Naruto done to you?" Minima hissed. "He showed me what it was like to have a real family," Mito said with no regrets. Minima bit her lip in frustration just as the Chunin was getting up. "Thank you for saving me. I can help you fight." "No, just leave it to me. This is something I have to do alone," Minima said. It seemed like the Chunin didn't really want to fight as he ran off right after he was dismissed. "Wow, looks like you gained some balls while I was gone." "What was it?" "You get tired of being Naruko's lapdog and wanted to be the one to boss people around for a change," Mito taunted. "Mito, listen, I know we were awful to you, and I know you might hate us, but we've all changed and we want to make it up to you. There's no reason to suffer under Naruto anymore. We can be a family again," Minima said, holding out her hand. Mito shot a lightning bolt at Minima's hand with ferocious savagery. Minima quickly pulled her hand back and looked to see Mito shaking in anger. "Suffering? Is that what you call it?" Mito yelled. "Being with you people was suffering. You say you changed, but all you're trying to do is turn me against the only person who really cared for me." "Mito, he's a monster," Minima yelled back. "Even if Naruto is a monster and his only thoughts are to use me." At least he acts like he cares, and that was more than you ever did. Mito yelled. Let me show you what that monster taught me. Mito said, crossing her swords and getting into a fight stance. Naruto, I know your feelings aren't fake, so I'll make sure your training didn't go to waste. I won't lose. Minima bit her lip harder. If she wanted to get through to Mito, she would have to beat into her. Mito, please forgive me, but I'll show you that Naruto isn't your family. Your family is right here, and we're willing to do anything to make it up to you. Hitomi stood across from Itachi. They were inside the Uchiha compound. Why did you come here? Itachi asked. I'm here to do to you what you did to my parents. Hitomi said, her eyes flashing red. Do you really think you can beat me? Itachi asked. Maybe not, but you're still no fully healed from your fight with Naruto, so this is the best time for me to strike. Hitomi said, pulling out her scythe. Itachi could not deny that fact. He was clearly limping to one side, and his balance was favoring one leg over the other, although to give him credit, he was miles better than when Naruto had broken his leg. Even with this handicap, I'm still in class ninja. Do you really think you're strong enough? Normally I'd say no, but there's one other thing that has me to believe that you're not as healthy as you appear to be. Hitomi said with a smile. And what would that be? Itachi asked just to amuse the girl. You're not fighting. Even if you weren't in top shape, you'd be out there protecting the village. But you back here far away from where pain would come looking for people who know about Naruto's whereabouts. Itachi didn't give any outward reaction, although Hitomi was right on the money. Itachi had been ordered not to fight due to his condition combined with the damage Naruto did, but it looked like now he didn't have a choice. Hitomi was already charging him with her scythe. Itachi had already determined that Hitomi was a genjutsu and dispelled it, moving his arm behind him to block the real Hitomi's scythe attack from behind. Hanabi was walking around the leaf very calmly. It would seem to anyone watching her that she must be faking it just to make herself look cooler, but Hanabi was not acting. She really didn't care what was going on. This battle was nothing more than a scene to watch. All because she knew about Naruto's plan, and she knew that this battle had no bearing on the plan, at least not yet. Hanabi would walk around only keeping an eye out for potential attackers, but Hanabi didn't have a goal. She would rather be in Kuma with Naruto, but that's not how Pain decided it, so she was stuck here until the battle was over. The funny part was that it didn't matter who won this battle, at least in the terms of Naruto's plan. The only part that was required was that there was a winner in this battle. All there was to do was wait until the battle here and the battle in Kuma was over. Then all the prep work would be done and Naruto would take center stage. Hanabi could hardly wait. She was already blushing thinking about the life she would have after Naruto became a god. If only this battle would hurry up. Can't these people kill each other any faster? Hanabi, a voice said from behind. Naruto said and punched B in the stomach, forcing him back a few feet. Naruto walked up to B so casually that it looked like he might have started skipping. B, it could be argued that even if all of the jinchuriki were still active you'd be the strongest, but I'm absolute the worst person you could ever be put up against. Your power comes from your brute strength and lightning fast speed, but none of that matters to me. In order to beat me you need unique jutsus or a unique skill. You have neither of those. Naruto almost started laughing. You should just give up. Then I'll show you I do have a unique jutsu. B said as red chakra emerged from his body and covered him like a suit of armor. His speed and strength had been even further increased as he shot off the ground towards Naruto, leaving a crater in the ground from where he jumped. Naruto did the exact same thing and the two clashed in midair. Blood was sent into the sky, but none of it was Naruto's. B crashed into the ground, causing the street they were on to implode. His cloak immediately vanished as the damage Naruto had done had just been that great. Naruto stood on the edge of the crater that his attack had caused, completely unharmed, looking down at a barely conscious Jinchuriki. I thought I told you strength and speed mean nothing to me. All it does is inflict more damage to yourself. It's because you're so strong that this battle was so easy for me, you did all the work for me. And by the way, that unique skill isn't that unique. I can name at least 8 other people who could do it. B forced his broken body into a sitting position. His face was warped in anger and regret. He obviously wanted to fight, but his body wasn't listening to him, and what if it was? It wouldn't change anything. But slowly B's face changed into a sad smile. Who would have guessed that I would be taken down in one shot? B said with a dry laugh. Even if I was to go into my full beast mode, I doubt it would work, but even though I lost, I won't let you get your way. Naruto realized what was going on a second too late and wasn't able to stop B from taking one of his busted swords and stabbing himself through the heart, an instant death. And with B's death, not only went a beloved figure in Kumo, but the tailed beast that was inside him. The 8 tails would reform, but that could be years from now. The Akatsuki's plans had shaken to the core. The Kumo ninja that were there watched sadly as B's body fell to the ground. Naruto was pissed, but there was someone who was much more pissed than Naruto. So much so that he was shaking to his very core, and oddly enough it was Toby. "Damn it," Toby said in a tone that wasn't his. "That bastard ruined everything. Zesta, get out here." The voice that was no longer Toby's yelled. Zestu emerged from the ground, although it was only the white half. Who would have thought that he'd kill himself? Don't jinchuriki fight no matter what? I don't care about that. What the situation with the 9 tails? The 9 tails isn't in Konoha, and the way things are going now, Pain won't live to find out where she is. Zesta said in a mocking tone, like he was glad the plan was going to shit. Toby hissed as he spoke. Get your other half and return to monitor the leaf. If everyone on our side dies, then return to base. If not, continue as planned. And what are you going to do? Zestu asked. I'm going to finish us up here and gather up the Akatsuki members here. Toby said. I have to think of a new way to go about things now that the 8 tails ID dead. Zesta seemed content with that answer and phased back into the ground, but Naruto still had question. Who the hell are you, Toby? Toby turned around and Naruto could see a Sharingan eye. I am Madara Uchiha, the true leader of the Akatsuki. Well, it's Naruto's job too. And he did it way better than you. Metal clashed once again in a fury of emotion. He's not protecting you, he's using you to further his own crazy plan. Minima said, sweat dripping down her face and her shoulders rising up and down with each heavy breath. Mito wasn't in any better shape. They had both been running around a lot, and with the emotion running high, the mental strain was just as bad as the physical one. You talk about protecting me. You talk about how we need to be a family. But you call him crazy. You call him a monster. Tell me, where does Naruto fit in to this happy fantasy of yours? Isn't he family too? Mito yelled. Minima was about to retort, but the words died in her mouth. Where did Naruto fit in? Sure, Minima had decided that Naruto was too evil to ever be accepted into the family, but he wouldn't just go away if Minima brought Mito back. Did Minima want him killed? In the heat of her anger she may have said yes, but now no matter how evil Naruto was, Minima didn't want to visit his grave. But the only other option was to let him continue on and become a god, and if that happened, then who knows what kind of disaster he would bring. Naruto was evil, Minima had no doubt about that, but was it really his fault? He had been trapped in a cage with Orochimaru as his warden. Naruto may play it off like no big deal, but who knows what he went through. Maybe Naruto could step out of the darkness and into the light. He wouldn't be the first member of their family to do it. Minima looked at Mito. She obviously cared deeply about Naruto, and convincing her to come back to Konoha would be difficult, but Minima had to convince her. Not just because she thought it would be best for Mito, but because now she believed it would be best for Naruto. If he could be surrounded by family that truly wanted to set him right, then maybe something would change. Where does Naruto fit in? Minima said after a long period of silent thinking. Right beside us. Mito was taken back by Minima's complete reversal and crouched lower into her fighting position. You're lying, you want to see Naruto dead, and even if you did believe that, Naruto's already the brother I wanted, he doesn't need to change. I have no reason to come here when we already have everything we need. Now you're lying, Minima said with a low tone. Naruto isn't at all the brother you wanted. Minima took out a book and threw it at Mito. Surprisingly, Mito dropped one of her swords to catch it because that book was very important to her. It was the book that had all the drawings of what she thought Naruto would look and be like. She hadn't brought it with her when she left because she had been going to meet the real thing. You went to see a hero. A person who would save everyone no matter what, but most importantly you wanted him to save you. But you didn't get that. Instead you got someone who only cares for himself and his small group of allies. He doesn't believe in second chances, all it takes is for someone to get in his way. Then he has no problem with killing them. You don't understand. It's your fault for attacking him, he's the victim. He's nice when it's not a battle. No, you're the one who's wrong. Minima yelled, abandoning her chains and running towards Mito. What would happen if you all died here? Who would he be nice to then? And maybe people do attack him, but I'm sure you know that those attacks can't even be considered threats to Naruto. It's the same as them yelling that they're going to kill him, and yet when someone yells that at me I don't go and kill them because I know they couldn't really do it. So why is Naruto? Minima was getting closer. Mito could see, but her mind had been completely shot. All she ever believed and thought about Naruto was coming into question. As such, Mito couldn't even dedicate 1% of her brain to putting up a defense. Mito thought Minima was going to hit her, but instead she hugged her. But even if all that's the case, we're a family and need to help each other. I can see that now thanks to you. So what do you say, do you want to help us pull Naruto out from the darkness? Mito didn't give a verbal response, her brain would not allow for such a thing, but she wrapped her arm around Minima's back to return the hug. The broken family was slowly picking up the pieces and putting it back together. A ninja who was not part of the normal Konoha force was patrolling the sewers. He was part of an organizing known as Root under the leadership of Danzo, and yet none of the members of the organization were fighting the serious threat to the Leaf. Instead, they had come down to the sewer, which was hiding one of Root's many bases. They were waiting it out to see what would happen after the flames were out. Danzo wanted the Hokage seat, and there was no better chance to take a grab at it than right after the battle. The ninja was patrolling to make sure no one would find out about them, at least until they were ready. Unfortunately, a group had already made their move. The Root ninja heard the sound of someone landing behind him, but before he could turn around he was pushed into the sewer water. Normally he would have just surfaced and raised the alarm, but something was keeping him from swimming up. It felt like something was grabbing, but the only thing around him was water. Unable to break free of the mysterious power, the Root ninja drowned. Fu watched the ninja's body float back up, then push downstream. A moment later, Suigetsu's head popped above the waterline. And another one meets a watery grave. No one's caught on yet? Fu asked. The water is still undisturbed, they have no idea we're here, Suigetsu said with an easygoing tone. That's good. Fighting Danzo head-on would be a problem, Fu said, only knowing the man from what Naruto had told her. Yeah, but he has to unlock that arm of his before he can really stand up to us. A quick assassination will be the end of that odd fart, Suigetsu said as he started swimming. How do you know all this? Fu asked. Same way Naruto does. Danzo made all kinds of dark deals with Orochimaru. I only saw him a couple of times myself, and that was only as he was passing by, but the prisoners didn't have much to do but talk about what was going on, so information got spread around. Besides, I'm sure the Hokage's son got to meet him on a more personal level than I ever did, Suigetsu said as he stopped his swimming and disappeared back underwater. Anyways, let's get a move on, we've still got more ground to cover before we get to Danzo. Suigetsu's voice echoed off the walls, making it impossible to tell where he was in that mucky water. It gave off a very unnerving aura that made Suigetsu seem like a ghost. Fu was just glad he was on her side. She didn't know how she would deal with someone who could literally become part of the water. Hitomi was bleeding badly. Even with Itachi's injuries, he was still kicking her ass, but Hitomi was not disheartened yet because she had gotten hits in. They were not nearly as numerous or as damaging as the ones she had received, but they proved that Itachi wasn't even close to his full potential. Hitomi knew that with Itachi's current state, being aggressive was a much better strategy than waiting for Itachi to catch his breath. Hitomi charged in with her scythe, swinging it wildly, trying to attack from every angle, but she was cut off when Itachi kicked her in the stomach, pushing her back. But something strange happened. Itachi staggered. Hitomi, not willing to let this chance go to waste, did a diagonal swing that cut Itachi down his chest. Itachi took a few uneasy steps back as blood dripped to the floor. Then started coughing uncontrollably. He brought his hand to his mouth, and when he removed it there was a fresh coat of blood on it. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Hitomi asked, having problems believing that Itachi was in this bad a state. Yet even with Fu in the perfect position to assassinate Danzo, she couldn't, because once she did, those root ninja would kill her, and Fu wasn't going to make this a suicide mission. So it was up to Suigetsu to lure them away. Suigetsu thought about it for a little bit, but couldn't think of anything, so he would just do what he did best. If Fu couldn't take on all the root ninja alone, then they would just do it together. Suigetsu jumped out of the water, slicing the nearest ninja in half. All attention was on Suigetsu, and in that moment Fu, who was not happy about the plan Suigetsu chose, dropped down and stabbed a water blade through Danzo's heart. The root ninja quickly fought back despite their leader having been killed, but in the end the shock of losing their boss caused them to become disorganized and ended in their deaths. Suigetsu tossed all the bodies into the water as Fu dressed the wounds she acquired from the battle. "I can't believe you got injured. Those guys were jokes once Danzo was killed." Speaking about Danzo, did you see the look on his face? He didn't even have to think about unlocking his arm. "We got luckily. If he had sensed we were coming, he would have crushed us. And by the way, you got injured just as much as I did, but your stupid body doesn't show the damage." Fu said. "Yeah, whatever, but now that everyone's dead, we can search for those documents that Naruto wants," Suigetsu said, heading as he started opening random desks and cabinets that were down here. "I guess you're right, we need to get that information, but we don't even know if Danzo has it or if it even exists in the first place," Fu said. "Trust me, it exists, and Danzo will definitely have it. After all, the guy is obsessed with the Sharingan. There's no way he didn't do research into its abilities," Suigetsu said, tossing a sack of paper to the side. "Then I guess we better find," Fu said as she started looking around, thinking about how happy it would make Naruto if she hand-delivered the information. Once he knew the concept behind the Sharingan's power, he would be able to reflect it, and then he wouldn't have to worry about some pesky Uchiha taking his throne. And if by will alone Fu found it, Danzo's research into the Sharingan. A quick skim showed that it was exactly what Naruto needed to plug the hole in his defense. Hanabi kept her distance since her father's gentle fist technique was miles ahead of hers. But Hayashi wouldn't be head of the Hyuga clan if something that simple would stop him. He shot wind out of his palms. The area of effect was wide, and it was tearing up the ground, so Hanabi was forced to dodge to the side. That was all the time it took for Hayashi to close the distance. Hanabi quickly spun around, creating a dome of chakra to push Hayashi back. If he was able to close even one of Hanabi's major chakra points, the fight would be over. Hanabi Dome didn't stop Hayashi for long. He created his own dome and brought it against Hanabi's. The two chakras grinded against each other. However, within a matter of seconds it was clear who had the upper hand. Hanabi's dome burst as she flew backwards. Hayashi stopped spinning and stood there waiting for Hanabi to get up. Hanabi was pissed as she stood up and wiped the blood that was dripping from her chin. It was clear by the way her father was acting that he didn't see this as an actually fight, he was treating it more as a training exercise. That would also explain why Hinata was standing off to the sidelines, not doing anything. And as if to prove her point, Hayashi started talking. You've improved. I'm glad to see that your absence from the leaf hasn't been a complete waste. Hanabi growled as she did a few hand signs and a wave of water escaped from her mouth. Hayashi didn't bat an eye as he ran straight through the torrent. You're also making an enemy of the Akatsuki. Madara said as if to give Naruto one last chance, but both knew that there was not going back. The Akatsuki, Naruto laughed, is done. They're getting destroyed in the leaf, and Kumo has already pushed Kisame and Deidara back if they're not dead already. Besides, even if you somehow scrounge up the remains, B's dead. The Akatsuki has lost its goal. Its reason to exist. Then the fight began. Both sides jumped at each other, bringing their fists together, but instead of an explosion of power, Naruto harmlessly passed through Madara. You know, that really pisses me off, Naruto said, trying to mess with Madara's vectors, but oddly enough he couldn't find any. This is no different from your reflection, they both keep us from being hit, Madara said. So you're saying neither of us can cause damage to the other? What a boring battle this will turn out to be, Naruto said. You're the one who started it, Madara said. But I didn't say that, I only said they served the same purpose. Madara threw a kunai, and it stuck into Naruto's side, bypassing his reflection. Naruto felt the pain but didn't look at all worried that his reflection had been broken. He screwed with his own chakra, and the kunai disappeared. You know, if you want to trick me with a genjutsu, you're going to have to be more realistic. Like, show me a giant monster that breathes fire and talks like a 4-year-old, crushing Kumo. The fight continued, and just like Naruto predicted, the fight was painfully boring. All the attacks Naruto tried to do passed right through Madara, and Madara wouldn't even attack because he would get a broken wrist if he tried. All Naruto could think to do was constantly attack Madara, and maybe he would just run out of chakra using that technique, or maybe the technique itself had some sort of restriction. It didn't look like it was doing anything, but Naruto noticed that the closer that they got to the 5-minute mark, the more nervous Madara was becoming, and the more he tried to get away from Naruto. What's the problem? You getting scared? Madara didn't say anything, but tried even harder to get away. You better do something, or you're going to die. Madara couldn't get away, so he did the only thing he could. Naruto suddenly found his body getting pulled forward into Madara's eye. It wasn't long before Naruto's entire body was sucked in by the unknown vector. Naruto dropped into a strange place that was made up entirely of block and had purple tint. Madara was standing on a block that was elevated higher than the one he was on. Is this your big plan? Naruto said, spreading his arms. Do you think that if we fight here that anything will change? Madara looked down on Naruto and spoke in a very superior voice. Of course not, but I can just leave you here until you starve. But maybe I'll let you out if you swear allegiance to me. Madara expected Naruto to have a look of pure horror, being forced to admit he lost, but that's not what he got. Instead, Naruto looked annoyed. Is that it? Is that all you've got? Do you think you're so powerful that you can fight off starvation? Madara asked, mad that he had not gotten the reaction he wanted. Naruto's face warped from an annoyed look to a disappointed look. To think I thought I was going to be able to fight someone who was able to face off against the god of shinobi. That would have proven I was the strongest ninja alive, but instead I got you a sad excess for an imposture. Madara was taken back by Naruto's word. What are you talking about? You've lost, and now you're trying to say I'm not who I say I am. If you want to be Madara, that's fine, I don't really care anymore, but you're way too weak and stupid. Madara's not a one-trick pony, yet all you were able to do was avoid my attacks, and when that didn't work you sent me here. Even Minato was able to hurt me, but all you can do is lock me in a cell and run away. But I've got news for you, putting me in here was the worst mistake you've ever made, and it's something the real Madara would never do. Naruto said, pointing his arm at the man in the mask. I know how you've been phasing through everything. You've been sending your body or part of it into this dimension. So what if you've figured out you're still trapped in here? Madara said, about ready to leave, but Naruto's laugh stopped him. If this is the best you can do, then you've got a serious problem on your hands. You're talking to the master of vectors. Anything that has mass and direction is under my control. And you better not think I'm limited to the X, Y, and Z axis of 3D space. You see, I couldn't hit you because I didn't understand how it worked, but now that I know you're just changing dimension, then it becomes simple. All I have to do is take a fourth axis between this dimension and ours into account. Madara watched as the whole dimension started to shift and blur until it changed back to the Kumo. Madara was shocked. He couldn't believe that Naruto had just broken himself out of an inescapable prison. You know, I guess fighting you wasn't a complete waste, because now that I've been in both dimension, I can freely move between them. Naruto said, walking closer to Madara, and to Madara's horror he took a step back in fear. Although I don't know if I'll ever have a reason to change, since I can't send only parts of my body like you can, but it can't hurt to have it. Naruto then speeded towards Madara. Madara didn't know what to do, so he did what he always did and sent part of his body to the other dimension. But Naruto hit him clear on and sent him tumbling back. I told you that if you didn't come up with something new, that you would have a serious problem. Naruto yelled, sounding mad that Madara didn't have a different plan. I have that fourth axis now. Even if you send your body to the other dimension, I can bring back by reversing the vectors you're trying to use. Madara launched a devastating fire jutsu at Naruto, but it just came back and phased through Madara. You could hear Naruto sigh. I guess it really is over. You don't have any tricks left. What a disappointment. Naruto brought his hand up and seemed to imagine it warped around Madara's mask. Of course, I can only control vectors I touch, so cyclones and rocks will still phase through you. But that's okay, reversing you blood flow will be enough. I won't check to see who you really are after you're dead if you're worried about that. If I did, it would break the illusion. At least this way, I can pretend that fought with Madara, he just happened to get so much weaker with age. With that said, Naruto lunged at the man in the mask and killed him. Nagato watched Minato approach him. So you're the one who was controlling the pains? Minato said with a hateful look in his eye. I think it hardly matters what part one played in the invasion. All that you care about it that I played a part, so just go ahead and kill me. I know you want to. Nagato said, having given up after watching all his pains and Konan die. Don't worry, I will, but first I need to ask you something. Where's my son? Minato said with a hint of a hiss. So you still care about him even after he almost killed you? Nagato said. Of course I do. I'm still his father, and even if he's put in a cell for his crimes, you bet it will be a cell in the leaf far anyway from anyone who would kill him out of anger. Minato yelled. How naive, there are plenty of people in the leaf who want him died, and aren't you being a little hypocritical? After all, isn't the reason you're here to kill me is because of your anger? Nagato said, not trying to avoid his fate, just simply stating the facts. You're not my son. And he is not the son of anyone else, so don't be surprised when they offer up the same kind of bloodshed that you've offering me. Where is my son? Who knows? He was sent to Kumo, but if Kumo crushed the Akatsuki just like the leaf did here, then he could be long gone or dead. Nagato said, and not long after a kunai went through his brain. Suigetsu and Fu could only see the leaf village on the horizon now. Looks like we did it. Suigetsu said, smirking with pleasure. We got what we came here for. Now none if the Uchiha's special techniques will be a threat to Naruto. Although now that Itachi's dead, is there really any Uchiha left that could have posed a threat to Naruto? Fu asked. It's still good to have it. But I'm a little sad about the brats, look like none of them will be able to join us. Suigetsu said, although he didn't seem too sad about that fact. Just as they were about to head off, they heard a bush rustle and prepared to attack. There's still on brat who's willing to come along, Hanabi said as she stumbled onto the road. Her face was covered in blood, but only a little bit if it was hers. She had made her choice and she had choosing Naruto. Let's get going, I want to wash this filth off. Oh, look who's giving orders now, Suigetsu said in good fun as Hanabi walked by him. Suigetsu, who is that? Fu whispered into his ear. She had never heard Suigetsu or Naruto talk about the brats until now. She's your competition, Suigetsu said with a smile, running off to meet Hanabi. Fu blushed heavily before running off to catch the both of them. It was silent in Kumo. All the ninja were gathered around a person who looked more like a shark. He wasn't breathing and his sword laid next to him without a master. The explosions had also stopped. The Kumo nin were sure that Deidara was dead somewhere if he hadn't been crushed to the particle level. Once they realized this fact, they jumped in joy. We've won! Someone yelled. There were cheers and happiness all around. Even Mei seemed to be enjoying herself, but then something struck next the Kisame's body, kicking up a cloud of dust. The Kumo nin stopped their party and aimed all their weapons at the cloud. Once it settled, they could see person with red eyes bending over to pick up Kisame's sword. Relax, the man said as if he was talking to a group of rowdy children. I'm just here because I promised I'd get Suigetsu this sword. I have no reason to fight you. Like hell you don't. You're one of the people that invaded our village. Someone yelled. A hail of jutsus and weapons assaulted the man, once again kicking up a cloud of dust. But none of them hit and none of they were reflected. Instead, above the cloud the man was hovering with 4 cyclones, keeping him in the air and the sword in his hand. I have no time for you today, the man said. Because I have very important business to take care of, and once it's complete I will have elevated to a new plane. The man then flew away so fast that some would question if he had never really been there and it had just been a jinjutsu.